to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone.
That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives by this point of pale light.
We shall prevail.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Welcome to the Internet Space Program.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much again, Bruce and Dan and Andrea. I think we got Frank White back in action. Hey, Frank, how's it going?
Going well. How'd you do while I was away?
Good to see you again. Yep, we held down the fort for the Space-A-Thon while you were away, and we got a flurry of donations too while you were gone, which is great to see. Big thanks to the Inspired 24 group who donated $1,000, and Leah from Earthlight who donated $300, and we have Kevin Russell and Sava and just a bunch of activity while you were gone. So really love to see that. And yeah, just a reminder, that's why we're here, everybody. We're raising funds to send Frank White to space, and all your efforts, your donations, your help spreading the word is much appreciated and helps us get closer to that goal of getting Frank to experience the overview effect. So yeah, really appreciate it.
I didn't really want to leave. We were having so much fun, but it appears that everything went fine while I was away. So glad to see that.
Yeah. We got comments coming in from the audience here too. And welcome back, Frank. People are glad to see you again, of course. And we've got a few more astronaut guests coming up right now and shortly here a little bit further ahead. So we have Deborah in the audience in the green room waiting for us when we're ready. And we're also going to have Cady Coleman, I believe Ron Garan too, and a little while later. So we're going to finish strong here with the Space-A-Thon. We're going on hour 9 now, which is pretty wild to think. 9 hours that we've been doing this today, and we still have at least a few more hours to go, if not more. So yeah. Pablo's brought up the latest updates here. What do we got on the number of contributions?
So we're at 137 contributions, just over $172,000 raised. We've had a lot of activity, not just with contributions, but also on the leaderboard. So, a lot of stuff happening here at the bottom. A few people have been knocked off. So, if you want to revive them, you can back them with your contributions. So you can delegate overview to Daniel or Phil or Shibiana or Maria, anyone who's here at the bottom, or you can back yourself and get up there on the leaderboard. So just as a reminder, it'll be the top 25 people on this leaderboard that are advancing to the next round. So, yep, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of movement here in the final hours. So keep an eye out on that.
Yeah. How many people do we have who are competing now?
We are at 33 people.
Yeah. I mean, once again, I just think we're seeing how real interest there is out there in having this experience. It's really strong. And we also know that there's a strong demand for stratospheric balloon flights and for short suborbital hops. And I think the basic interest in the overview effect mindset is already there. We just need more vehicles, If I had money, I think I'd buy a space company right now
Yeah.
and start putting people up there. I'd make a really low price and just start getting people up and back. That's what I would do.
The demand is there. We just need more accessibility.
Oh,
in terms
man.
Of, yeah,
I mean,
people want to go to space.
Yeah, from a business point of view, I find it really interesting, just as a side note, that we've gotten reports of Chinese space tourism companies, and we should take that seriously. I think that, people did not take Chinese EVs seriously, and they're now highly competitive with Tesla and other car companies. So this might be a big wild card that we haven't really understood yet,
Yeah, there's going to be lots more opportunities opening up. Things are definitely
Right.
accelerating for sure. So,
Yeah.
shall we write Deborah Martorell up on
Yeah, let's have Deborah in.
see if Deborah's available. Deborah, hey, Deborah. Well, she's walking around right now.
There she is.
Hey, Deborah, can you hear us? Well, maybe she's in transit right now. Deborah?
Okay.
All right, well, we'll ping Deborah here. She might be on the move. She was waiting here for a second. So, but yeah, Deborah flew on I believe it was the NS-34 mission, one of the more recent missions. But yeah, let me just ping her real quick.
Sorry for disconnecting there. My connection just dropped out. So I'm back now, though.
Welcome back.
Yeah, so while you were out, we were just talking about the incredible demand for spaceflight, which I think can be translated into a desire to have the experience we're talking about. While we're waiting for Deborah, I'll just say that when I interviewed Sir Richard Branson for the book, The Overview Effect, which was about more than 10 years ago, at one point I said, Richard, aren't you just selling the overview effect? And he said, oh, yes. We'd love to use your brand. And right then and there, I gave him permission. I said, well, I want you to, please. We're also seeing with the balloon companies, they're very openly saying that that's what they are giving people, is this experience. And I think it just indicates that people are beginning to realize the way we're doing things on Earth doesn't work. There has to be something different. And maybe they're thinking that they can make a bigger contribution if they have this understanding, this perspective. Speaking of, hi, Deborah.
Hi, how are you, Frank?
Good to see you. I haven't seen you since Miami Beach.
Yes, I remember. It's good to see you, and I want to congratulate MoonDAO for this initiative. So if someone deserves to go to space, it's you. You really deserve this flight. When I met you, I think I told you that day when I met you, I felt like I was in a kind of a therapy, because my flight was, it's not been a year yet. It was August 3rd. And the experience was so overwhelmed that talking to you felt so relief when I was talking to you, and the experience the astronauts have told you about the overview effect.
I'm glad it was helpful. We had an earlier session where Christina Starr and I were talking about how we want to actually provide that service, that people can first of all get ready for the flight, think about how to best use it, and then how to integrate it back into their lives. And I think there's a big need there, and I hope we can fill that. So Yeah. How is your integration of the experience going? And just set the context. You're in Puerto Rico, actually not
Mhm.
right now. You're in Houston, right?
Yes.
But tell us about you and how you came to fly and how the integration has been for you, Deborah.
Well, I'm from Puerto Rico. I work as a meteorologist, chief meteorologist for a TV station, and also a science reporter and space reporter. When I got the chance to fly with a Blue Origin, it was unbelievable. It's once in a lifetime chance. So we work hard to make it happen, and I got the chance to fly in Blue Origin. But because of my work, I'm a meteorologist. I see satellite pictures every day, um, and I love Earth enough. I'm an environmental reporter also, and I heard about the overview effect. I read about it, and also interviewing astronauts. They were always talking about their experience about seeing Earth from space, and my thought was, this is not going to happen to me. I love Earth enough. So I was planning to make some experiments on board for students from public schools. I brought two experiments with me, and and I wanted to look out the window. The truth is, when we landed, everything changed for me. It
Mm,
was so overwhelmed and took me time to process the event.
mm,
I'm still processing, but I'm feeling that an urgency to speak about it to the kids, visit
mm,
schools, to the people. Not only about seeing Earth from space, it's what it means. Seeing this whole planet, just one planet, glowing in the darkness. It's important to people to know this is our only home. This is the
mm,
only place we have. And we need to take care of it. We need to take care of our planet. So that's what I'm feeling right now, that sense of
mm,
urgency to talk to kids, to students. That's why I'm here. Also, I will be here I'm going to be a judge for a NASA Hunch competition. It's for high school students. They are making recipes for astronauts in space, and there's a competition about these recipes. And it is an opportunity to talk to them, to reach out to them about space and what Earth is so important to us.
mm. I think you've made a very important point for our viewers who have not maybe had the experience where one of the astronauts I talked to, Sandy Magnus, I asked her, well, what was the biggest takeaway from being an astronaut? And she said, I learned the difference between intellectual and experiential knowledge.
Mhm.
You had a lot of knowledge about the Earth, more than most people, but that's not the same as having the experience of the planet being right there in front of you. And
Mhm.
yeah, I think that many astronauts have come back with that realization that I thought I knew it. I thought it would maybe confirm what I knew, but it really went beyond confirmation for many of them.
I can imagine how it's going to be for you.
Well, I was just talking with somebody about that. I probably have more intellectual knowledge than anybody but GPT-5. GPT-5 probably has more knowledge about the overview effect than I do. But yeah, I mean, here I've got 50 astronaut interviews, 40 years of thinking and writing about it. Um, I have no idea, and it's really one of the reasons I think it's worthwhile for me to go. It's going to add to the body of knowledge about the overview effect. What if a person really does know a lot? Maybe there is a threshold where it is just totally confirmation, right? Okay, yeah, this is what the astronauts told me, and it's real, and um, that might be it, but it might be something more. I
Mhm.
really, the good news is I don't know. I really don't know. And I'm glad I don't know. I don't want to know. because again, I think it's the justification for people to support the flight. It's a mystery, isn't it?
It is.
You knew a lot, and it still affected you. I know a lot in a different way. I'm not a geologist or a meteorologist, but I know a lot intellectually. I mean, I interviewed Gary Lau, who was an engineer for Blue Origin. And for whatever reason, I think there was an empty seat, and they thought, you built this machine. Why don't you go fly on it? And he thought, yeah, man. And he was going to look for all these characteristics of the flight. Listen for this, listen for that. And he told me he got into a flow state. He had a very hard time doing any of the engineering observations he wanted to. Another part of his brain clicked in. And that's really interesting to me, because he really knew that spacecraft, and I would think he'd be fascinated with how it performed, and he was, but there was this other entire experience that he had.
Yes, and it's a amazing experience to fly on New Shepard. That capsule performs wonderful, and when you get the chance to fly with a 6-person crew and being able to share the experience with them is our first experience. Well, I flew with J.D. Russell. It was his second time flying to space, and it was wonderful to fly with him, because it's you feel more safe flying with someone that already went to space. But it was an international crew. We have an astronaut from Turkey, India, from England, China. And there was a moment that we were without gravity. We were in space. We were looking out the windows, and you can hear everybody talking in their own language. Everybody was talking in their own language, but you felt like you can understand every single word they're saying. That felt like I don't understand everybody, because it was so amazing looking out the window and seeing the Earth and pitch black. The blackness of space is so intense, and the sun looks like a small beam, like a star that you can look at in the middle of that blackness. So it's an incredible experience, and I'm still processing that experience. I know my crewmates also, as they think the same way.
Our one thing I do want to focus on a little bit, because just so everybody knows, Blue Origin has paused their flights to focus on their lunar lander. But in talking to Blue Origin astronauts, the blackness of space has come up again and again. Do you think it's because of the windows being constructed the way they are, or what happened there that became so prominent? Because although NASA astronauts talk about it too, it seems like people who've flown on Blue Origin emphasize it more than anybody.
Maybe because the window, it's so big, you get the chance to see more. And the blackness of space really shocks you, because you see the Earth is glowing. What I saw, it was like satellite images that I have to look at every day comes to life. They are all real. And then you compare that glow with all this incredible blackness of space, so big. And you feel like you're suspended. You're just floating over the Earth and inside the blackness.
Right.
That's what you really feel up there.
Yeah.
Looking out the window.
Yeah. That was a realization it took me a long time to understand, Deborah, which is I focused so much of my attention on what astronauts said about the Earth. And then I finally realized, well, they see the universe in a new way, not just the Earth, but the universe is seen differently.
Mm-hmm.
And that is worth noting as well. And in the Cosmo Hypothesis, my third book, I focused more on that. And I went through all the interviews I'd ever done, and I pulled out everything people said about, the cosmos. But I don't think you can separate the two in terms of the impact. Do you? I mean, it's the glowing Earth against the background, right?
Yes, it's the glowing Earth against that whole black space, and seeing that the Earth is just floating on that darkness. It's left you with a lot of questions, and wow, how can this be so big, so amazing? And Earth is the only planet in this solar system that has life like we enjoy, and this wonderful atmosphere that we enjoy every day. And you just keep thinking and thinking and thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the remarkable thing to me, the more I learn about it, is not just that there is life on Earth, but there's an abundance of life, and there's such a variety of species. I mean, there can be, I think there's several different species of octopus. Why do we need 4 species? I asked nature or God, or I don't know who's in charge of octopuses, but why are there 4? And then it comes back to, there is only one human species. There used to be more, and now it's just Homo sapiens. We're the only ones. One of the things, this is pure speculation, but I wonder what you think about it. When I wrote the Overview Effect, I interviewed Peter Diamandis, who has become pretty well known since then. And he said, "Have you heard of speciation?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, speciation is when a group of animals gets isolated from the main body, and they start to mutate, and the mutations last, and eventually it's a new species." So I said, "Oh, okay. That would be Homo spacians." That was my term. Other people have come up with Homo cosmolus and things like that. But I don't know. Does that sound like pure science fiction? Or do you imagine that maybe over time, when you're out there off the Earth, we could change significantly?
Definitely, because humans adapt to change.
Yeah.
We can adapt to change. Other species on Earth doesn't have the ability to adapt to change and climate change like we do. But humans have been changed since years ago, adapting to those changes. So I really believe if we have the chance to go to space, to fly away from here, definitely we can change. We can even change our way of thinking, or maybe our mental health.
Yeah.
A lot of changes we can have in a long trip like that, and be different people.
I think what we've seen about zero gravity and how it affects the astronauts over a long period, I can't imagine that living on the moon, which has got significantly reduced gravity, living on the moon, it's been said that we'll probably have to live underground because of radiation.
Radiation, yes.
I can't believe we're not going to change. And one of the things I did find out in studying speciation was that it's not so much that the new species and the old species couldn't produce offspring. They could, but intuitively they look at one another and there's such a great difference. They don't want to, they're not attracted to each other anymore. And I found that really interesting because I thought when I first heard about it, I thought it was just a biological thing that you really couldn't produce any other offspring once speciation happens. But it also just becomes kind of a decision or choice or approach. So I think that's very interesting. It's not going to happen in the near term. But yeah, I think in the near term, what we really need to focus on is overview thinking and surface thinking. And that to me was on display with Artemis 2, because I did it. I turned on the TV.
Yes.
I watched Artemis. Well, actually, I went to YouTube. I'd watch Artemis.
Mm-hmm.
I'd watch the astronauts working together, joking with mission control, enjoying what they were doing. They were full of awe and wonder. Then I'd turn on the TV and look at the news. It was such a contrast, almost like different species.
Yeah, it is. It is a contrast. And what really, there's one thing Victor Glover said when he arrived home. He said, I didn't have time to process the experience. Right. And what he said is completely true. I can't imagine this crew being in a mission so important, 4 days flying to the moon, going around, coming back, so risky, and being on air, live transmission for a very long time during the day. It's a lot of pressure when we're 4 people in such a small place, small capsule, and dealing with new things, had a lot of work to do, and flying around the moon, look at the Earth, so away from them. And then when they arrived, the whole world eyes were on them.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was looking at this crew. So I can't imagine how hard it is for them, all these things that are going on around them. I just hope that they have time to rest and let them think about their experience. I know their experience must be one really different for everybody, seeing Earth so far away, and look at the moon so close, taking pictures, dealing with family, thinking about their family, arriving. Everybody wants to know what they felt, what they saw, and I'm pretty sure they are not ready yet to answer all those questions. Like Victor Glover said, I need time to process. And I totally understand him, because when I arrived, I know I can't compare my flight to them. It was a shorter flight. But when I arrived, I really needed time to think about the things that I saw, the process, everything. And everything was so quick. Arriving home with my family, everybody was asking about what I saw, how was it, and I didn't have time to process. And I know in the future, in the near next months, I'm pretty sure we're gonna know more things about this crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to back up a little bit, you said you didn't really have the time after you came.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. I went home and everything was crazy. Everybody was asking about the mission, and I went to work very quickly.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to being alone at home or think about the experience. And then like a month and a half later, one day I just started crying and crying and
Really?
crying.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's the day that I really felt that I really felt better.
I told the story earlier about Katya Echezarreta, who on the airplane home, she was crying and she didn't know why. And it's really, I mean, your brain, your mind, you're seeing things it's never seen before. You're being overwhelmed with information that's new, and I think it's very, very hard for the human mind to really process that. And we still don't fully know what weightlessness does. Weightlessness definitely affects every organ of the body, and the brain is an organ of the body, so it's being affected. And yet we just kind of think, okay, you come back and you go back to normal life, and it's not realistic. I was thinking about it too. If I go on a cross-country airline flight from Boston to California, okay? If I say to people, I need a day to adjust, I have jet lag, everybody gets it. Of course, you have jet lag. But think about going on a space flight. You need time to absorb and take in what happened, right?
Yeah, physically and mentally, both things. Yeah. When we arrived, when I got out of the capsule, I felt a little nauseous. But it was when I was stepping out of the capsule, I felt a little nauseous. So they took me to a van and they gave me something under my tongue, and I started feeling better. They told me that I had high blood sugar levels. So what they told me, maybe the whole experience just got me those high sugar levels.
Right.
So, and that's why I was nauseous. Everybody, the experience is so fast. Everything goes so fast. Going up, being in space, and then the parachutes and all the forces at that time. It's harder when going down than going up.
Yeah, I heard
and
that.
And so I think that's why I felt like that.
The NASA astronauts have anti-nausea medicine too. I mean, when you go to the ISS, about half of all astronauts are sick for 2 or 3 days because your whole system is adapting. I'm thinking about your point about J.D. Russell, who flew twice. There are other people who've flown twice. I find that really interesting. Once is not sufficient for people. I know from talking to JD, and I did interview him, you know, he said he had no expectations. He really just thought it would be interesting and fun, and it changed his life. And then he wanted more.
Yes.
He wanted more of it. If I just told you, hey, if I told you we've raised more money than we need, I'm going to send you on another flight, would you want to go?
Oh, right now.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
That's something that being a reporter, space reporter, that's a question that I always ask astronauts if they are willing to fly again.
Yeah.
And why they want to fly again. Every single astronaut always says yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I want to return. And that was curious for me, like why a person that already went to space, that spent months in International Space Station, wants to go up again, wants to be there again. So with my flight, I understood that. Now I understand. If someone's asked me, if you want to go again, I say, oh, 1,000,000 times. I say yes. Or maybe an orbital flight. I definitely say yes, because it's something, I feel like it's like you need more, you want to see more, or you feel so good in space, so away. Nobody is gonna bother you, nobody's gonna find you, and you can concentrate on one job in space and feeling the way that I felt. Now I understand why everybody wants to fly again.
Right. I mean, I've had the same experience you have. I've not found any astronauts who were finished.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Hoffman flew on the shuttle 5 times, I think. That's a lot of times to go. And then NASA said, you can go on another shuttle flight, or you can become our representative to the European Space Agency in Paris. So, of course, he went to his wife and said, well, here's my choice. She said, that's a no-brainer. We're going to Paris, man. No. But he would have gone back. He would have gone back. And yeah, I mean, I think there's something about it. And this is a mystery in my research I haven't uncovered yet, which is a lot of astronauts say they felt really at home.
Mhm.
They didn't want to come back.
Yes, that's what I felt that way. I didn't want to come back.
And you were there for a few minutes, but
Yes, just
imagine
7 minutes. Yeah.
imagine you're on the ISS for 7 months and then you got to come back. And, you know, most astronauts don't want to come back. And I'm telling you, I haven't been there, but it's pretty clear the International Space Station is not a comfortable place.
No, it's not comfortable. You don't sleep comfortable. Your bathroom is not comfortable. Food is different. So, and everybody wants to fly again and then go there and stay for more time at the International Space Station.
You got to exercise 2 hours a day. I mean, it's very difficult, but yeah, I kind of, I kind of get it. But the notion that space is our real home, or being off planet is really our home. Cady Coleman said something like that. She said, Earth is our ship, space is our home. Counterintuitive, right? I mean, we think Earth's our home. Space is this harsh environment that will kill you if it can. And yet there's something in us as humans where we're very comfortable in that situation. I really can't tell you. In all the years of research, I can't really explain that.
So that's why you deserve to go to space.
I gotta go.
You gotta go to space. You need to have that experience.
Yeah.
Look at that window and look at the Earth, the blackness of space, and I'm pretty sure you will feel, you will understand lots of things, and you're going to have your own experience that you will have to process too.
Right. One thing I know I'm going to do is arrange to have a week off when I come back, because that really emerges as being pretty important. Everybody has said that they felt like they needed more time to integrate the experience into their lives.
And it's important for you to have that time off, but also arrange the interviews that you're going to give before after your flight.
Right.
That's the only interviews you're going to have, and then take your time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you will see how different those interviews will be, the first interviews you have and the other interviews, just if you give yourself some time to think about the experience. And before your flight, also take your time to enjoy your training, to be there, to talk to the crew, the people that are going with you on this flight. Enjoy that moment. It's very important for you to have that time.
How much more time do you have right now? You're at Space Center Houston. Maybe you have to get back and do something. I don't know.
Yes, yes. I'm here, but then I'm going back to Puerto Rico on Wednesday, and I have a few schools that I'm going to visit this week and next week. Also, I'm reading my children's book to children and schools. It's a book about how my zero G indicator is like a small cookie. It's like a little frog from Puerto Rico.
Uh-huh.
Students made this my zero G indicator with 3D printed, and they painted it by hand, and they have a little seed inside this zero G indicator. It was a seed from an experiment from another school. So my book is a story about that
Oh,
cookie,
great.
how he went to space, and how the students made this work. So
That's terrific.
yeah.
Yeah. Do you find that the children are very open to what you're telling them?
I didn't hear it.
Are their children open to what you're telling? Are they interested in space
Yes.
exploration?
There's a lot of children interested in space exploration, and I think the Artemis 2 mission brought a lot of interest from children and from young students. I know we're going to have a whole generation in studying space operations, or maybe aerospace engineering, or something about space.
I agree.
And that's great. That's great, because I'm really concerned about the fake news and about the space is not real, or
Oh, yeah.
the man never went to the moon. And we really need to be out there educating kids and people about it, because there's a lot of fake news out there too.
Yeah, I mean, I was at the launch. I wasn't close to it. I was at a place called the Space Bar.
Oh, yes, you went there.
Have you been there?
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there.
So I don't drink, so it doesn't matter that it's a bar, but it's the top of a hotel, as you know, in Titusville. And you look across this body of water, and there's the launch pad. So anyway, I watched the launch, and there was no question in my mind what was going on. And then somebody showed me a couple of flat earthers who were interpreting the launch, and they were pointing out all the fake things and how that's not real. And that's not. I was just laughing. I thought, you know, I can't even spend time on flat earth or moon landing hoax. I cannot spend my time on that. I feel bad for people caught up in that worldview.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people believing that.
Yeah, and they're missing a lot of excitement and curiosity and wonder. And when people ask me about the moon landing, was it real? I say, look, I can now add to it. I used to say, I've interviewed 5 Apollo astronauts. I don't think they were lying to me. They were believable. And I've now interviewed Reed Wiseman. I interviewed him 7 years ago, and I interviewed Christina Cook 7 years ago. I trust those 2 people. I don't think they'd be part of a fake conspiracy. But yeah, it's too bad, because it blocks people from enjoying and being excited about something human beings can do. We are an amazing species, and we're wrong-headed in some ways, and being stuck.
We are explorers. Humans are explorers, and we are. If it is not the moon, it's going to be Mars.
Right.
Maybe next decade. So we're going to keep exploring.
Yeah.
And people need to understand that. And thanks to all these explorations, a lot of things we enjoy here on Earth, our life is easier because of all these, all the things that the aerospace industry had been capable of descubrir. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the word in English, the challenges they had. That's why we enjoy so many things here on Earth. Like talking, right now we are talking, I'm in Houston, and you are in another state. Why we can do this? Just because of space, the people that work with this. And I think they need to understand all the incredible things we have and we enjoy here, and all the things that they are going to discover uh, while working on going to Mars or going back to the moon. They discover more other things that is going to help us live better here on Earth.
Yeah. And also, exploration brings serendipity. You don't know what's going to happen when you explore. You're going to be surprised. And, Earthrise, that amazing picture from Apollo 8, that was not on the list. They were meant to take pictures of the moon. Nobody actually said that you should look back at the Earth or take a picture of the Earth. And they did it anyway. And there are just so many accidents that happen when you explore, whether it's in pure medical research or on the Earth itself, you discover things, or if you're in outer space, you're going to have serendipity, you're going to have synchronicity, and we should never lose that capability. So
never.
Yeah. Do you want to make one last comment about why you should go back and why I should go for the first time?
Well, you should, because you deserve it.
Thank you.
And you being a researcher, you interviewed so many astronauts, and you were the first to understand and to listen to their experiences, the overview effect. And also, as a scientist, you need to experience yourself, verify what you have been researching for all this time. And I want to see, I want to hear, and I want to see that Frank White before and after that flight. I know it's going to be a different Frank.
Yeah.
And you deserve it. You really deserve it. And I want to see that moment. I really want to witness that moment.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I am going to arrange to be interviewed before and after by a colleague, and that's going to go into the next edition of the book. So,
okay.
Nestled in among all the other interviews, there will be my interview. And
I would love to work with, if you have a documentary. So when I would love to help with that, with a documentary.
That reminds me, we talked about that. So definitely, we want you and Mary Liz Bender to talk. So she's been holding off for a bit until we got through the fundraiser, but we're definitely going to do a documentary. So look out for an email from her. And also,
I will.
We're talking about all the astronauts I've interviewed, except for today. I haven't interviewed you, so we ought to set that up.
Yes. Yes, we will. We will.
Right. Thank you so much.
You. Thank you,
Enjoy
Frank.
Houston. Yeah. Great to have you. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
MoonDAO's getting riled up.
She guards the house. That's her job. Dogs need a job.
Of course, gotta keep them occupied.
Yeah.
There's MoonDAO. Maisie. Well, yeah, she's probably wondering what's going on. This is, we're going on 10 hours here of Frank in meetings, basically. Virtual calls.
I'm going to go off camera. Once again, MoonDAO's schedule is completely thrown off. And once again, she is wondering, what are we doing, Papa?
Yeah, probably. She's a little confused what's going on here. But well, that was a great conversation. So glad that Rick could join us while she's on the go and busy at Space Center Houston. And yeah, we've had a few Astros that have tuned in already today, a few more to go. It's really, really cool to have all that happening today for this Space-A-Thon.
Yeah, I think we might want to do a Space-A-Thon again, whether it's a fundraiser or not, because it's really kind of an interesting way of dealing with this information, and just having people come and go and having people watching. And it's been really pleasant, I think, for me at least.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed it.
I think so too. I think people in the audience are enjoying it too. I know we've had folks coming and going, and maybe a couple that have been here pretty much all day, which is cool to see, just like us. And yeah, it's a great way to just spread the word about the overview effect, let alone the mission to send Frank to space. But all these conversations have been really, really cool. And it could be an awesome thing to have an annual sort of space-a-thon like this.
Yeah.
Something to consider.
There's always going to be news, so there'll always be something to talk about. So I don't think we do. Am I right that we don't have any other formal guest speakers lined up at this point?
Well, we are expecting Cady Coleman and Ron in a little while, but at right this moment, we don't have anyone in the studio. But yeah, we can remind the viewers here. We can share the initial campaign video too from Mary Liz that was released 45 days ago when we kicked off this Send Frank to Space fundraiser. So let me just cue that up. It's pretty,
okay.
It's
you
amazing.
Go ahead. I'm going to ping Cady.
Sounds good. Yeah, make sure she's got the right info. So I'll cue that up here. But yeah, this is the video that we released, Mary Liz and Brendan Hall put together almost a month and a half ago. So here we go. Send Frank to space.
Station, this is Frank White. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear, sir. Great to be talking with you today.
When I interviewed the astronauts and heard what they had to say, I was convinced that if the world heard their stories, it would create a revolution in thought on planet Earth.
After seeing the planet from the vantage point of space, you realize the undeniable reality of our shared existence, our unity.
For 25 years, astronauts were experiencing a phenomenon, but for a long time they had no way to say it. I thought the world needed language for it.
Frank's work gave me a voice to express what I was already feeling and trying to share with people.
The Overview effect is about love and identity. It tells us the truth about who we are and where we are in the universe.
Frank is a pioneer in that. Just coining the world overview effect will help people see our world differently.
He is a space philosopher that can change the future. And that's why we should send Frank to space.
It's time for us to fly Frank to space so he can experience the overview effect himself.
I keep wanting to tell people it's not about me. The astronauts are the heroes of the story.
This world needs people like Frank White being able to see our planet from space.
Imagine what he will come back with and the gift that he will give to humanity.
It's our duty to put him in that place and live out the joy of what that can bring to his life.
I have always dreamed of having this experience. I felt like I'm never going to get to do it. And I'm quite grateful. I'm extremely grateful that so many people are supporting this mission. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means everything to me. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, love the video. Very well done.
Have we showed the Nadine Nicole video all the way through lately?
No, not lately.
Can we do that? I love that video. I could watch it many times.
Watch it on repeat. I do have a quick video. I don't know if you've seen this one anyways, but Cady Coleman posted it here just a little while ago. Well, we were live, just a brief video, but I'll put that up before we put the Nadine Nicole one up.
Send Frank to space!
That was at the Kennedy Presidential Library the other night.
Oh, nice.
I was there with Cady Coleman and other people, and that was wonderful for me because John F. Kennedy is my hero, along with the astronauts. And, no Kennedy, no Apollo. Also, I really felt like he wanted to work with the Soviet Union and make it a cooperative venture. And somebody needs to write an alternative history where, for all mankind, the Soviets get to the moon first. But there's another alternative history where we go together and we work together. And it's not really known that that's what he wanted to do. And don't forget, this is the 1960s. And look what we've lost in terms of surface knowledge, that we kept it competitive. I mean, the ISS is a great tribute to Kennedy, actually. And do you guys know that it's been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize?
The ISS has?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, a couple of times. I've written supportive statements about how it should get the Peace Prize, but it really is a tribute to the whole idea of space as a venture of cooperation.
Yeah. I mean, he was a once in a lifetime leader, JFK. Hopefully we get someone like him soon.
Yeah.
That can lead us through this next era.
Yeah.
Maybe already has the overview effect. Yeah.
One of the things I talked about at the Presidential Library was that President Kennedy had a huge impact on my life. And actually, guys, if Kennedy weren't so cool, I wouldn't be sitting with you today, because, you've heard the story before that I got into the Air Force Academy and I got into Harvard. And after a lot of consideration, I went to Harvard, largely because of Kennedy and the New Frontier and the New Camelot. And there was just a spirit of newness and a different approach to government that was emanating out of the college then, because he had gone to Harvard College. He actually appointed a classmate of his to be the NASA administrator. And so, I mean, that was what drew me to go there instead of the academy. And so President Kennedy had a major impact on my life and on the lives of many, many people. And I hope, shameless plug, but I really hope more people read The New Camelot. It's the shortest book I've written. It's easy to read, and it's about the fact that Apollo could have been a very different mission if he had gotten his way, or if he had not been assassinated. So, I think he's a heroic figure for all of us.
Yeah, I'd love to. You don't get the chance to talk about The New Camelot that often, so I'd love to dive into that more. We do have Ron in the green room, though. I feel like we should bring him up here.
Yeah, let's get Ron Garan in here.
Do you want us to play the Nadine video real quick, or?
Yeah, why don't you play that and then we'll bring Ron in.
Sounds good. I'll put that up right now.
Hey, Expanse fans, space and science enthusiasts. I'm here in Cusco, Peru, exploring fascinating Inca astronomy centers, most notably Machu Picchu, and bringing a special message to send our dear friend Frank White, who coined the term the overview effect to space. First, the Artemis mission illustrated the difference between surface thinking and overview thinking. Seen from the surface of the Earth, we perceive difference, division, conflict. But from above the surface, we perceive unity, oneness, interconnection, and cooperation. This is an inflection point where humanity has a choice between the two. On one level, His flight is about realizing a lifelong personal goal. The message is about holding on tight to your dreams and never giving up. But at another level, it's about maintaining the momentum of the Artemis effect and bringing overview thinking to a global audience. The message is that we have a choice, and our decision will influence life on Earth and off-world for millennia. We're inviting people to go beyond making a contribution and join the mission. It won't just be a flight, but also support for bringing the overview effect down to Earth. So join us in sending Frank to space.
Send
Hey,
Frank to
Ron.
space.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
I'm doing well. This has been a wonderful day. I'm glad we can close it out with you. And, you know, when I think of our connection, you and I, you know, it goes back a long way now. And I'd like to go back to that. First of all, you are a NASA astronaut, or, you know, you were a NASA astronaut, and you had the experience we're all talking about. You've written about it, and you and I have talked about it a lot. But the way I got in touch with you, I guess, was through Nicole, when the planetary team decided they wanted to put together a film called Overview, which was meant to be an introduction to their big film, Planetary. And they asked me if I could help. And am I correct that that's how it all started and how you ended up being in the film?
I don't remember. I mean, I met those folks from Planetary Collective in the filming of Overview.
Yeah,
that started a long time friendship. We're still doing projects together to this day. So I'm flying to LA tomorrow to work on a project with those guys. So but it sounds plausible.
Well, in any event, you know, the other thing that happened was they said, oh, could we premiere it at Harvard? And I had been talking to the Division of Continuing Education and the Education School, and I said, we'd like to premiere this at Harvard, and we wanted to do it right away. And they came around to it, and we agreed to do it. But then I remember that you were determined you were going to come up for that. And you made it happen. You came up and you were part of the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Jeff Hoffman.
Yeah. And Doug Trumbull. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And for anybody who wants to see it, it's on YouTube.
Vimeo.
Well, the video is on Vimeo.
The panel discussion.
With the panel, yeah, is on there. Yeah. So talk a little bit about your career, Ron, because you've always been also involved in humanitarian work, and, you know, you've also had the experience that we're all talking about. And how does all of this come together today for you? I think that's what people really want to know, is what is Ron Garan up to today, and how does it fit with having been an astronaut and a humanitarian, everything you've done up to now? Oh, you talk about being a fighter pilot. You were also in combat. All of this comes together in some way, I think.
Yeah. So I joined NASA the traditional way. I was an Air Force fighter pilot, then became a test pilot, and I was selected in the year 2000 from the cadre of test pilots. So Nicole Stott and I are in the same class. We're the class of 2000, the Bugs. I did my first mission with NASA in 2006 with Nicole. It was not a space mission. It was an undersea mission. We spent 3 weeks on Aquarius, the world's only undersea laboratory. I flew my first mission in 2008 on board Space Shuttle Discovery. We brought up and installed the Japanese laboratory to the space station. And then I spent basically half of 2011 living and working on board the space station after launching from Kazakhstan on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. All in all, I did four EVAs, 4 spacewalks. Most of that was to support the construction of the ISS and the installation of the Cuba laboratory, the Japanese laboratory, but also maintenance. I have been involved, as you said, in humanitarian organizations. I co-founded the Mana Energy Foundation, which, long story short, ended up evolving to become a social enterprise incubator. The first company, social enterprise we incubated, was something called Mana Energy Limited, which provided clean water to about 4.5 million people in Kenya, 2.5 million people in Rwanda. Those folks to this day are still getting clean water. That company was acquired. But I left NASA in 2013, and I left for the singular reason to be able to share this perspective that I have been given with as many people as I possibly can through every means possible. So I started writing books. I started doing public speaking. I started painting. I did a podcast. I did corporate consulting. I started making documentary films, and so the list goes on, because I think that perspective that you've probably been talking about for the last 10 hours and 5 minutes and 8 seconds is so powerful. It's so powerful for the problem solving process. It's so powerful to unify us. It's so powerful to make, to enable us to be able to solve the problems and challenges facing us. And so I felt there was no better use of my time than to try and spread that perspective with as many folks as I can. I've had the great honor to write the foreword of edition 4 of the Overview Effect, written by Frank White. Maybe you've heard of it. But in that foreword, if you remember, I compared and contrasted the Overview Effect with the Orbital Perspective, which was the title of my first book. And if the Overview Effect is this shift, this light bulb that comes on over folks, that see the planet from space, then the Orbital Perspective is what you do with it. The Orbital Perspective is the call to action that comes from the Overview Effect. So probably a good place to stop.
Well, it kind of feeds into what I heard you talk about at Yuri's night in LA, and why the Overview Effect and the Orbital Perspective are not just nice ideas,
right?
And we just showed Nadine's rendition of that. And I think for me, the message has shifted a bit to, this is a decision the species has to make. Which view are we going to take into the future? Not even just off the planet, but it's got to guide the way we think and the way we behave. And Artemis 2 was a great example of that, where we saw really overview thinking on the Artemis mission, and we saw surface thinking on the surface. You talked about it too. You used slightly different terms, but could you talk about that a little bit? Because you showed an image of the Earth that was traditional, a Mercator map image, and then you showed an Apollo 8 image. Can you talk about that and why that's so important?
Yeah, I think that multicolored two-dimensional map that hangs in classrooms around the world is the image of our world that our civilization is currently based on. And it's a two-dimensional landscape of nation states fighting and competing over resources and ideologies, right? And it's not just a landscape where nation states compete, but also corporations, special interest groups, political parties. But that image of Earthrise taken by the Apollo 8 astronauts is the real world. And in order for us to solve the very real problems and challenges facing us, we need to solve them in the context of the real world. And, back in 1968, the world rallied around the image of Earthrise. People from all over the world, including even in the Soviet Union, a nation that was locked in a space race with the U.S. and a Cold War with the West, proclaimed this a monumental achievement for all of humanity, right? And if you remember, back in 1968. It was a very turbulent time. The Vietnam War was raging. We had political assassinations. We had massive unrest in the streets of cities all around the world. Fast forward to 2026, and I would contend that we're living through at least equally chaotic times, and we have at least an equally inspiring image, and that's the Earth set image taken by the Artemis 2 astronauts. And that Earth set image can serve as a second wake-up call. It can serve as, an inspiration for us to have an evolutionary phase shift and to do the things that you just talked about, choose the way of thinking that we're going to move forward with. And so we have a wonderful opportunity right now to ride this momentum into the future.
And being of a certain age, I know that we didn't really use Earthrise as well as we could have. It had a huge impact, certainly generated a lot of support for the environmental movement. But even back then with the media that we had then, people move on, they have an insight, they have an experience, and then they move on to something else. And I don't know how you feel, but I really feel like our challenge today is to keep what I'm now calling the Artemis effect going, and keep that spirit that we saw with the astronauts on Artemis, keep it alive and make it part of the everyday conversation. I just think we don't have all the time in the world to keep doing it incorrectly.
You're right.
So can you talk about what you're doing? I mean, I know you're doing Astronauts for America, and what is that all about? How does that fit into everything?
Yeah, and I see that Cady Coleman is
okay. Let's bring Cady in,
because she's involved with that too. So
yeah. Hi, Cady.
Hey, how are you? It's been nice listening here for a while, and always wonderful to hear from Ron.
Ditto.
We're talking about Astronauts for America right now.
We were about to.
Yeah, so like to hear from both of you about that, because it's really a remarkable new development, I think.
Yeah, so what Astronauts for America is, it's a group of over 100 former NASA astronauts that have come together to advocate for following the Constitution, rule of law, science-based, evidence-based decision-making, and civility. Basically, we as astronauts, when we see a problem, we speak up about it. We don't, our differences do not serve as a barrier to prevent us from solving problems. We work through our differences to solve problems. Better yet, we use our differences to solve problems. And we feel that if this model is followed in our government in the United States, then we'll have a lot better outcome. And we've seen over the last decades an increase in the polarization, the partisanship, the inability to get anything done because people are putting party over country, and that polarization has accelerated rapidly, and we are not on a very good trajectory right now. And so what we all have in common is that we all swore an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. We are one of our mantras is democracy is not a spectator sport. And so we are doing what we can to try and make a difference. And we're nothing special. As a matter of fact, we invite and ask everybody to join us in this, because it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that we have things like proper checks and balances. We have the balance of power. We have a peaceful transition of power. We have fair elections. The list goes on, and that our basic American rights are preserved. So I'll shut up there and turn it over to Colonel Coleman.
Cady, actually, you're both colonels in the Air Force, right? Yeah, I think you're both the same rank. So
But when we were on the space station, I always saluted her.
in 0G.
That's right. That's right.
Cady, I think you're muted. Cady, I think you're muted.
I made some good ground comments there.
What is Astronauts for America for you?
It brings me back to I feel like as astronauts, I mean, certainly we have been very privileged to have the experiences that we have, but one of the biggest luxuries that we have is that when we're up when we're up in space, and whether it's on the space shuttle or on the space station, it's really clear that the mission is bigger than all of us, and nobody else is coming to do it. And so we have to make that work as a crew. Whereas, when I go to a town meeting and I don't agree with everything, and I can come back and go, oh, can you believe that person said this or whatever? I get to go home. I get to be a little separate. I might not join back in, but it's really obvious that there is no one else, that we are the crew. And I like one of the posts that Astronauts for America put out where it said, when we're assigned to a mission, we don't, it's not about anybody's politics. It's just not part of the equation. It's about what do we each need to contribute to the mission. And in this group, one of the things I like about this group is that it's nonpartisan, in that it's about the mission, and the mission is to be true to our values and true to our country, and help everybody understand that when you have all of us have a certain unique point of view that can help move the needle forward in some area in our lives, and that we need to believe in ourselves, believe in that unique perspective, and use that to make the world and our country a better place.
Yeah. So would it be fair to say that the 103 astronauts who've signed up for this are all American astronauts? Is that correct or not?
Yeah, they're all American. What the requirement was that they signed. They swore an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the United States. There's no active astronauts because they're not permitted to be a part of something like this.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the astronaut core of Astronauts for America. But we have people signing up, hundreds of them every day to join us and to be a part of this. And we encourage everybody to be crewmates with us on this.
Well, and you were talking about Artemis before, and even before the rest of the mission happened, just the launch happening and that crew, on their way to the moon, especially after translunar injection, I did a lot of media stuff, and people would ask about, what does this have to do with everybody else down here? And I think that mission was just so catalyzing, where people when you do the seemingly impossible, it inspires people to realize that when they go home and the challenge that is, up front for them is right in front of them, that challenge is probably not impossible either. Mm-hmm. I said that in a long-winded way, but it really, I felt like that when you see that launch. And Ron and I both, I think people who've actually been to space, and this is why we do need to send Frank, okay? But it's hard to watch a launch. It's a lot easier to be in a launch than to watch a launch, because it's clear in a visceral way how many things need to go right, no matter how well tested, planned. It's a complicated and big endeavor to go to space, and it's really clear things have to go right. And so when it happens successfully, it's all that much more reason to just think, wow. So many people made that happen, and it happened today. And I just think it gives everybody hope that the impossible really is possible. And that means that they go home and hopefully realize that their perspective on whatever issue or something they feel like needs to be said in conversations in their neighborhood or conversations in their home, that they need to speak up and bring a perspective that might not be popular. Sometimes things aren't popular because people don't know how to make them happen. And I think that's one of the things that Astronauts for America is doing, which is that we're not just saying everybody should think about this. It's like, there is a way, if we all stand together for things that are the Constitution, then I think that we're going to make our country a better place to do that.
I think I'm very encouraged to hear that those of us who are not former astronauts can join. And I'm assuming there's a website and people watching can go to the website. Is it astronautsforamerica.com or
.org? Astronautsforamerica.org. Yep.
Yeah. And so you go and there's something you can sign.
Yep.
And
there's a pledge. There's a pledge.
Yep. Same pledge you made. That's terrific.
It's not the same pledge, but it is a pledge to step up and support the Constitution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think it's interesting to go to different people's social media. If you go to the Astronauts for America site, you see different people talk about this in different ways, and it's inspiring and interesting to me to read those posts, to watch those posts. And I mean, some of them are funny, some of them are. It's real people saying what they think, and I think as astronauts, if we do have a certain amount of visibility, and it's important to do our best for our country, and this is it.
Yeah, I mean, the whole notion of what it takes to become and be an astronaut gives you a certain amount of credibility, and I think that's important that you're using it. That you're taking that and making use of it, and you don't have to. Once that was a breakthrough in my research. I called NASA after I had the epiphany that maybe, people living off world would be different from people living on the Earth. And I said, I've got to interview all the astronauts. And I really meant all of the astronauts because I wanted a big sample size. Mm-hmm. And the PAO guy said, they're pretty busy. If you come to Houston, I'll give you 2. And I said, that's great. I'll do that. And then he said, why don't you interview retired astronauts? We don't control them. And, I never thought of that, but that was very meaningful because there was no way I was going to write a book with 2 interviews. I needed more than that. Mm-hmm. And so it really is important what people do after they've been to space and after they've had the overview effect experience and the orbital perspective experience to bring it back and bring it down to Earth. And you all are definitely doing that. It's absolutely critical, I think. I'm wondering, going back to your own flights, what do you think was the shift for you when you had the experience of being off the planet? Actually, I kind of know the answer from Ron, but I don't know the answer from Cady. What was the key moment where you realized this is really, really something different, and it really became embedded in your future conduct?
Well, I would say 2 things. One is an overwhelming impression for me of just living up there, flying by the window, looking out the window, and just the group of us, inside the station. My overwhelming feeling was that, looking down, if only people knew. I mean, everybody's down there except the people living on space stations, right? and so everybody's there. And if only they knew how connected they could be, that we could solve anything. And to me, that feeling of like being able to connect, but not really doing it, but the fact that it's possible, there's a certain optimism in that. And I think that same optimism is what causes many of us to join a group like Astronauts for America, because we're actually deep down sure that it could make a difference, right? That people really could connect. But the other part of that was when Ron and I were up there, we would get our news 24 hours late. We would see TV news 24 hours late. And I was actually proud of saying, hey, I'm an NPR person. And I don't need the images. I want news, and it comes in really small little bandwidths, then I want to have NPR up on the space station. But there was a weekend, and truthfully, Ron, I don't remember if you were there or not, when we'd all been looking out the window at the Middle East and different places over the weekend. And the next day we saw the television news, and it was 24 hours old, and Libya had been bombed. I mean, there was bombing there. And, we didn't happen to pass along at a time when you could really see what's going on. But it reminded me that no matter what you see in a visual way, you can't know what's happening in the world, and you can't know what's happening for a person and what affects their point of view. Because it's one thing to see, but there's so much going on in the world. We can't possibly know everything that there is. And we have to be sensitive to that when we're trying to understand people's points of view.
And I don't know if this is the same incident that you're talking about, but I write about this in the Orbital Perspective. I took this really beautiful photograph of the Mediterranean, and it was just gorgeous because of the contrast between the deep blues of the Mediterranean and the tans of Northern Africa and all this. And it's one of my favorite pictures. And I remember realizing that when I took that picture, it was the same day that Tripoli fell in the Libyan civil war. So what really hit me was, if you have this beautiful, beautiful image, and if you zoom into the microscopic details of that image, it's not so beautiful, right? And that's the overview effect right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not about seeing the world map. It's not, I mean, you can look at a map down here, you can look at a globe down here, but it's not the same as knowing that, that view is alive with people.
That's right.
And all have a lot going on in their lives.
Ron, I was thinking about you on the windshield wiper maneuver.
Oh, can I hear more about that?
Only from Ron. I can't tell you.
What it is. So the windshield wiper maneuver was a maneuver that we did on my first mission. It was the third spacewalk of that mission, and my feet were clamped to the end of the space station's robotic arm. And with me attached to the arm, it was flown through a maneuver that took me across the top of the space station and back. And we just called it the windshield wiper. And so, at the top of this arc, I was 100 feet above the space station, and it was an extremely moving experience, not just because of the beauty of it, but because I'm looking down at the space station, this enormous complex, against the backdrop of our indescribably beautiful planet, 240 miles below, and the human accomplishment that represents, and not just the human accomplishment, but the fruit of collaboration. Cady was talking about the view from Earth, and how the crewmates would look down and why can't you be like us? There were other countries on there. It wasn't just Americans, right? And as we know, not all the countries that built, not all of the 15 nations that built the International Space Station were best of friends, right? And some of them fought wars against each other. Some of them had a long history of animosity, but somehow they I used to say set aside their differences, but they didn't set aside their differences. They brought their differences with them. What they set aside was fear, and they built this amazing thing in space, right? Mm-hmm. And so the natural question is, what would the world look like if we could have that same level of cooperation on the Earth's surface? If we could set aside fear down here. For some reason, we have a hard time setting aside fear down here.
Yeah. I think that's really the big question facing humanity today, because since 1961, starting with Yuri Gagarin, people like you have been leaving the planet. I like to say you left the planet rather than going into space, because we're already in space. I always say that. But you've seen the truth of our situation. And so that's been happening. And it seems to me the critical question right now, and Astronauts for America is one answer, but what is the way that we can replace surface thinking, or at least diminish surface thinking with overview thinking? what is the way that that's going to work? Because I had a recent talk with a bunch of students in Russia. I was invited to give a talk about the overview effect to young people in Russia. And afterward, I could have been talking to American students, French students, Chinese students. I mean, they all had questions that were familiar. They appreciated the idea of the overview effect, and they got it. I think the big challenge right now is people can get this insight, but how do we get it to them?
Well, you don't have to be in space to have the overview effect. It helps, but it's not required. And you don't have to be in space to have the orbital perspective. You don't have to be in orbit to have the orbital perspective. That was the main premise of my book. And it's why I included the stories of at least a half dozen people who exhibited what I'd call the orbital perspective without ever having been to space. And so it's all about just immersing yourself in awe, right? And, you know, I think that going to space is an ego dissolving experience. And I mean, you have the ability to transcend the human ego for a moment, for an hour, you know, for periods of time, and that changes you. And I think the insanity that we see on the Earth's surface right now is caused by the insanity of the human ego. It's this idea that I'm more important than anybody else. My group is more important than anybody else. My nation is more important than anybody else. My species is more important than anybody else. You know, my business is more important than the life support systems of the planet. You know, there's, you know, you can keep drawing that trajectory out. And so until we're able to transcend the limitation, not the limitations, that's not the right word, but the downside of the human ego, the insanity of the human ego, we're going to be mired in the same conflicts.
It's a quote that comes to mind for me is that there's no way to take the danger out of human relationships. And so I think of it not so much in that ego frame, Ron. I mean, we're neither right nor wrong, right? But I think of some of the things that stand in our way is that it's hard to have conversations about. I mean, there's a lot of conversations are difficult, and it's hard to be the person who brings something up that, you know, either you don't know how to solve this, but you know that you don't have what you need to solve it yourself, right? Mm-hmm. And or that you know that part of the responsibility lies with another party, and part of the responsibility lies with you and maybe others. And so without having people say, well, you're blaming me. I mean, how you have these difficult conversations. In fact, I've been reading a book about the art of difficult conversations, which is by a woman named Sheila Heen, which I found to be really fascinating.
I wish you would have read that before you went to space.
Well, Ron, I mean, the reason, I had them send it up to me when we were together on it.
Little astronaut humor here.
I'm going to digress here and just say that I learned, it's in my book. I mean, I learned so much from Ron, where, when we talk about the overview effect, but I don't mean to simplify it, but it's also when you just have a perspective, your perspective widens in a way that you never realized that it could be wider and bigger and involve more things. And Ron really did that for me. And I remember going up to the cupola one night and like at the end of the workday, and Ron was up there, and you were just like so happy, and you know what story I mean, but I always get the details a little bit wrong, right? But you were just like like exuberant. And I was like, so what happened today? Like, I heard you in the timeline. It seemed like a lot of things were, we both had pretty hard days today, and you're just like, what's up? And you said, well, and we this organization that you're a part of, you distributed. Tell me, you give the punchline here, because I don't do it quite right.
I think I had done a downlink. I had called down to a group that was in Kenya, in Kibera, in the slums of Kibera, and they basically just finished up a project that rolled out clean water to 4.5 million people in the country, and I was pretty excited about that. Mm-hmm. And I could see it from the cupola. I mean, maybe not at that moment, but I could see it.
Knowing it. And I remember just thinking, I did everything on the timeline today, which isn't always true, right? Did everything on the timeline. I've talked to my family. I've gotten ready for tomorrow. I mean, I have checked every box.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I actually changed the world. And it was a serious lesson for me. Like,
Right.
There's always room for more, and you should aim big.
Yeah.
So I thank Ron for that. And,
Yeah.
and you see that in his books. And if you got to live up on a space station with him, you would learn stuff too.
Thanks. I learned a lot from you as well.
The other thing I want to say, Cady, you weren't there. Actually, I've been at an event with you, Ron, recently, and then I was at an event with you, Cady. Actually, I was at 2 events with Cady. But I told Ron after his talk at Yuri's Night in California, I said, Ron, I knew you were a good speaker, but you knocked this one out of the park because you just took your experience and folded it into this whole question of what do we do now? What do we do with this knowledge? And could you, I said this, you talked about getting outside of your ego, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very connected. I don't want to say proud, but I think I'm a pretty good public speaker. But I appeared at an Earth Space event, and I said, I can't do better than to run the last minute of Ron's talk in LA. I just can't do better than that. Could you tell the story about what happened when you came back on the Soyuz?
Sure, yeah.
And how that changed? What you saw was, well, I don't want to give away the punchline. Just talk about it. It's cool.
Yeah. So in 2011, so I was in space in 2011, almost six months. But the first 2 months were with Cady. And then Cady decided to go back to the planet and left me there for 4 months.
Hello and Dima.
Yeah, well, I didn't care about those guys.
Yes, you love all of us.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. And so, but when the mission was completely over, and it was time to return, my 2 Russian crewmates and I got into our spacesuits. We got into our Soyuz spacecraft. We undocked from the space station. We did a couple of laps around the planet. And I remember as we crossed the southern tip of South America, we fishtailed our Soyuz around and pointed the engines in the direction of our flight. And I remember when we did that shift, there was this beautiful crescent moon that went right by my window. We fired the engines. We had this fiery, violent ride through the atmosphere at 5 miles a second. Cady remembers it well, even though she was on the same ride 4 months earlier.
Best ticket ride. And what did Scott say?
Scott said it was like going over Niagara Falls in a barrel that's on fire, and then I added followed by a high-speed collision. So the parachutes opened, it threw us all over the place. Eventually we smashed into the ground, and we hit so hard that the capsule bounced and it rolled and flipped over, and it ended up lying on its side. And my window was pointed down at the ground, and out of my window I saw a rock, a flower, and a blade of grass. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm home. And what was really interesting about that thought was I was home, but I was in Kazakhstan. And so it hit me immediately that home wasn't just Houston, Texas, where my family was waiting for me to return. Home was Earth. And the other thing that I realized immediately was broadening your definition of the word home to encompass the entire planet doesn't come with a requirement to forget where you came from, your cultural, your national, your ethnic, your organizational affiliations. It simply means seeing those things in the context of the bigger picture, to see them in the context of the overview effect, not surface thinking.
And I have a Google alert every time the overview effect is mentioned online or in a publication. It sends me a notice, and you've said something, Ron, that gets quoted a lot to the point where I don't even read the article anymore. But it says, astronaut says we're living a lie after 257 days in space, or whatever it was. And I do quote you a lot, but what do you mean we're living a lie? I mean, that is a really powerful thing to say.
So that was a video that Big Think made a few years ago now. It's got 3 point something million views. And basically it was a clickbait title, but I'm glad, because that's probably why it got all those views.
Always like that, always doing that stuff, you know.
Yeah. But there's two things, there's two main points that I make in that video. And one is that we are living a lie, that we treat everything, including the very, very life support systems of our planet, as the wholly owned subsidiary of the global economy. So right now, we say economy, society, planet, right? But our society is dependent on our planet, right? And the economy is dependent on society. So we have everything upside down. It's completely illogical. It's completely flipped upside down, and it's a lie. We can't continue to grow the economy indefinitely. But every metric that we have to measure success is in growing the economy without bounds. And if you take that to its natural conclusion, you destroy the earth. So that's the first point of it. But the other point, really, and this is the one that really, well, they both have to do a lot with the overview effect, but is this concept of a dolly zoom. And the dolly zoom is a term that I talk about in my book, Floating in Darkness, that I borrowed from cinematography. And in a dolly zoom in cinematography is where the camera is rolled back or dollied back at the same rate that it's zoomed in. And it's used in Jaws, and there's tons and tons of movies. And what it does is it challenges the viewer's view of reality. It gives height and depth to a scene. And it dawned on me that we can use that same technique, metaphorically, to solve the problems that we face, right? And so what we want to do, and to dolly zoom a problem, is to zoom out to the widest geographic area possible, ideally the entire planet. But so we want to zoom out to the overview effect, right? But when we zoom out to the overview effect, we don't want to zoom out, we don't want to lose sight of the worm's eye details on the ground. We don't want to zoom out to where people become numbers on a spreadsheet or a voting block, or, we need people to maintain, their position as valued members of our human family. There's also a temporal aspect of a dolly zoom. We want to zoom out to the longest time frame possible, ideally multi-generational, because right now we as a society are hyper focused on the near term. Nothing is more important than the next shareholder report, the next election cycle, the next earnings report. Now we can't lose sight of those things. They are important, but in order for us to maintain the proper trajectory to our future, we have to keep the multi-generational impacts of the decisions that we're making right now. We've completely lost that. The last part of a dolly zoom came to me while I was on a spacewalk. And while I was on a spacewalk, I realized that my perspective of our planet was changing by 5 miles a second. And whenever we see things from more than one perspective, we see it in stereoscopic vision. We start to see the depth of the problem. And we often hear that diversity is strength. And one of the reasons why that's true is because it leads to a diversity of perspective. And so whenever we face a problem or a challenge, and the more perspectives we can apply to that, the greater will be our understanding, the deeper will be our understanding, and the better and longer lasting will be the proposed solutions that come out of that. But right now, we as a society have been conditioned to treat any difference of perspective or opinion as something to defend against. It's not something to integrate. It's something to defend against. And that leaves the pieces of the puzzle off the table. I mean, we're not going to be able to solve any of the problems that we face if we refuse to allow, all the different perspectives onto the table. So,
right.
So that's a long-winded answer to what do I mean by the lie?
Well, that's great, though. I mean, I think it's a brilliant answer. And the one thing I want to say, and I've told people this, especially young people, I have a dolly perspective, I guess you'd call it, on time. I've been on this spaceship for 82 years. And there's a real benefit to that, because I can actually remember when American society was not as polarized as it is. This is not a necessary condition. Oh, here comes the cat.
Why was
Hey,
the cat barking?
how you doing?
Frank, hey Ron.
I just wanted you to know that whoever that dog is, our cat can take him.
Okay, I
Oh.
believe you. Your
It's
cat looks pretty tough. Here comes,
He's just big.
He's
here
just
comes
big.
Daisy. Well,
The terrible fear of missing out. Terrible, terrible. Oh, I see him. I didn't mean to interrupt your profound thought. The transfer of animal happened sooner than I thought. Oh, you know, I mean, some of these are the kinds of things.
See you guys.
See you.
I have to say that these are the
no,
kinds.
I'm still here. I'm just comforting Maisie Dobbs. Please go ahead.
Actually, well, I'll completely throw our conversation off by
No, go
saying
ahead.
we were designing the third crew quarters together for the Russians and the Americans for the International Space Station, because we had 5 crew quarters and not 6, and needed to figure out a way to do that. And getting to know the team and figuring out what people thought was important in the place you live and things like that. And they kept talking about whether we should have a koshka or not. And I didn't know a lot of Russian at the time, but I knew that koshka was cat. And I finally just said, why do you want to have a cat? I mean, I want to have a cat in the crew quarters, but a lot of people are dog people. And they looked at me and they go, Akoshka means little window. Cat. But you know, this little misconception of mine actually brought this team together, because everybody told their pet stories, and you know, my cats, you know, were part of. They would come over and everybody would borrow them, and it just was a great people kind of thing. But I did really interrupt you, Frank. Keep going.
Well, no, I mean, when I was in college, the society was very polarized around the war in Vietnam and around civil rights. There were big differences of opinion, but in the evening, we all had dinner together in the same place, and we argued about it. But going back to what you said, Ron, we didn't feel like the other person was a demon.
Yeah.
They were another student who had a different perspective.
Right.
You know, and
we lost that.
We have lost it. And some people have intentionally stoked the fires of division. Let's just be honest about it. It didn't have to happen, really. Over time, it became more and more challenging to, you know, to keep that kind of, civility, which I think you guys are trying to get back to. Mm-hmm. My point is, with perspective, I know that the situation we're in right now, where we do think of our political opponents as demons, we don't have to do that. That's not necessary. And I have to tell you a story here that's really interesting, that's relevant. So a colleague of mine back in the 70s, when I was working on a different way to bring the world together, resurfaced in my life. He said, what are you doing? And I said, it's the overview effect. What's that? And I told him, and he researched it. He came back. He said, I think the overview effect is a boundary object. And I said, that's counterintuitive. It's all about no borders, no boundaries. And he said, well, maybe the term isn't right, but back in the 80s, there was a researcher who wanted to understand how organizations came together to perform teamwork. And the conventional wisdom was that they had to agree. And she came up with this idea, no, if you have a boundary object, you can disagree and still work together. And so she defined it as a concept or idea or something very coherent at the center, but very plastic at the periphery. And that way, people who don't agree could use the terminology and work together. That's not really the story. Here's the story. So my son sent me a reality show called A Necessary Conversation. Have you ever seen it?
I think I have, yeah.
Yeah, okay. it's a very conservative, two very conservative parents, and they're very liberal children talking. Incidentally, one of the children wishes she were an astronaut, which I found really interesting. She's not, but anyway. So my son sent this to me, and it's Mary Lou and Bob. They're the conservative parents. And they start a conversation, and she says, "Hey, have y'all heard about the overview effect?" And no, what's that? And she says, "Well, it's something that happens to astronauts when they're out there in space. I don't know what it is, but they become more holy, more compassionate. They become kinder. And it was discovered by this guy, Frank White, back in 1987. And let me just say, it was counterintuitive that Mary Lou would be relating to this idea. And this is, I was thinking, if I met Mary Lou, because she went on to talk about her politics, if I met Mary Lou, we wouldn't agree on politics, right? And Bob had really no interest in what she was saying. You know, he was very sort of, I would say, stuck in his worldview. What am I getting at? I'm getting at this new way of understanding the world. I think it can get past people's politics. And there are people on the left and on the right in American politics who are very, very committed to their view, and they're very committed to their view that nothing would ever change that perspective. Mm-hmm. But that little clip gave me a lot of hope. It really did, because she got it, and it really did penetrate her consciousness.
Yeah, I think one of the other contributing factors to this polarization has been the digital echo chambers that everybody's in, right? Because the algorithms are fear-based, and the reason, I think the primary reason why folks, you know, see a difference of opinion or a difference of a perspective as something to defend against is because of fear.
Yeah.
And I, through my experience of talking to folks about really, really tough issues that have completely different views than I do, that when you build the conversation on a foundation of awe and wonder, the mind opens up, and you can have rational conversations, and really, you know, you start to see problems start to be solved through that process. Mm-hmm. I mean, over and over again, I've seen this same thing play out, and that's why Astronauts for America might have a chance at nudging our society, is because we are awe and wonder based and not fear based.
Yeah, I think I saw another podcast where, you know, I say the choice is surface thinking versus overview thinking. I think, Ron, in your talk, it was 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional, if I got it right. And then I saw a podcast where one of the speakers said it's going to be hope or fear. That's going to be the dominant theme of going forward for humanity. And it really is important.
I think that brings us back to Artemis 2, really, in that it takes something that has both sort of volume and reach, where enough people hear it that enough conversations are happening.
Right.
And to make people think differently for long enough to really change what they might think about.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I think of even events like an eclipse or some, you know, some emergency or whatever, you know, brings people together who would never really speak. I think about in airports. I was in an airport after the eclipse in August of 17 that crossed our country. And in the airport the next day, I mean, everybody is talking to everybody. Where were you? Did you see this? And, you know, just a couple of weeks ago, I was on a thing where the airplane had a problem and had to land early. And so we're sort of marooned in an airport that none of us really planned on being in. And people would be like, oh, are you on the plane that had to land? And so there's things that you just kind of bring, there's some catalysts that bring people together. But back to Artemis too, there's such hope that maybe that impossible thing of leaving this planet, living on this planet, living with people you didn't expect to live with as you explore further, that those things really come out.
Yeah.
I actually have to say that I don't think I could tell you whether someone was conservative or liberal on any of my flight, Republican or Democratic or Independent.
Nope. Yeah.
I never.
It was irrelevant.
About it. It just was so not part of what we were doing. It was, what do I see that I can do as your crewmate, and what do you need me to do that I don't know you need me to do?
Right. I think if we could make polarization irrelevant, that would be the whole idea behind what we're talking about here. And I think all three of us are working on that for sure. I would just, I have one last question because we're getting close to the end, but Cady, I wanted to tell you that after the event we did at the Kennedy Presidential Library, I was talking to a bunch of people. Ron, you should have seen Cady. She had her book there to sign. I don't know how you held up. There were so many people that wanted you to sign it.
Well, but I think these books, I think, your books, Frank, and Ron's, and, mine is, describing what life was like as an astronaut and both, triumphs and struggles that I had, and that I think it's appealing to people to understand that all of us struggle with something. There's things that, and so I think that's why all these books, people struggle to figure out that point of view. And I think that your books specifically help them kind of go, well, it's not that, but it might be this. And it's really fascinating.
Well, I didn't have a book there.
I should have given you a book. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, well, another time. But yeah, a teacher came up to me and she said, I just really enjoyed the talk you all gave and everything. And I just wanted to tell you that I talk about the overview effect all the time. And she teaches in a Boston public school, and it's a rough place, difficult. And she said, the kids are enthralled with Artemis, and the parents are telling me the kids are going to break the bank with, I want some space clothes, Mom. What are space clothes? Well, we don't know, but they were really engaged in what they saw and they wanted to emulate that. So, I think NASA's been trying hard to communicate the joy and the adventure of space for a long time, and that really worked. That really worked very, very well. One last question before we close. First of all, thank you for coming. I know you're both really busy. So
send Frank to space.
Send Frank to space.
Well, that's what I want you to say, but I want you to close by saying why. Why do you think it's important for me to have the opportunity? Because people are being asked to give up their hard-earned cash to do it. So why do you think it's important?
Well, there's something we say, I say, nothing about us without us. Meaning, if you're going to try to understand what people in a certain square of the country, need, you just can't you can't decide that without them, right? And so, Frank, you are somebody that just has, you've done everything but be up there. And so if you can get this close to to inspire all these conversations that we as astronauts have had, and I think Ron has always been a just very, big and deep thinker, and me about different other things, but you've inspired so many astronauts like me to think about the value of our perspective and the value of sharing it. And so it's your work is thought provoking, and because of your work, more people understand the kinds of things that we think about. And I thank you for that. And so I can't wait to find out what we get to find out from you when you get back.
Yeah. Thank you, Cady. Ron?
Yeah, I just recently realized that we have comments in the chat here, and Ingy Bob said with an asterisk, and bring him back. So I think that's a point.
Yeah.
That's an important distinction.
Yeah.
I agree with everything that Cady said. And when we send folks to space right now, we're basically sending ambassadors of humanity to space, and you have demonstrated through your life's work, or at least for the last almost 40 years now, that you have the ability to communicate that experience in a way that reaches people. And so I am of the opinion that the more people we send to space, the more people that have the opportunity to see our planet from the vantage point of space, the better off we're all going to be. And the multiplier in that is that person's ability to communicate that experience. Whether they're a poet or an artist or a musician or a writer, and that we're going to get a lot of bang for the buck, if you will. Sending Frank to space will be an investment in our future because it will help nudge the trajectory of our world towards a future that we'd want to be a part of. And so, I will say it again: send Frank to space and bring him back.
Well, thank you both. I'm just honored to call you friends. I'm honored to know what you're doing. I'm inspired by what you're doing. And I think we're all in this together in attempting to bring this new perspective down to Earth. So thank you so much for coming today. Even if we didn't raise a penny to send Frank to space, we have had a terrific 10-hour program. And it's been terrific to do. So thanks again, and let's keep doing what we're doing.
All right, all the best.
Bye bye,
Frank. I'll show you I'll send you the video that we took the other night at the museum with all these students. It was like the last crowd that was left.
Oh, okay.
And I just think that I don't know. I think you'll really like these what they sounded like.
Okay, I'd love to see that. That's wonderful. Thank you.
I think we posted it. But I'll send you a copy.
Okay. Anyways,
thanks to both of you, and even that tiny little dog. Okay.
This is Moondog.
Moondog.
Of course it is.
She's ready to go anytime, right?
All right.
Hey,
Cheers.
thanks, and Ron. Always wonderful to see you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Awesome. That was awesome. Thank you so much to Cady Coleman and to Ron Garan for tuning in to NASA astronauts at the same time. That's pretty amazing. We've had a lot of other incredible folks speaking throughout the day. We kicked off the day with Nicole Stott pretty much. Well, we had, in terms of our astronauts, we had Nicole Stott on earlier, a couple others with conventional ways with Iman, who flew with MoonDAO, and Cyan Proctor, who was selected via the Inspiration 4 process. It's just been a whirlwind day. We are going now on hour 11, Frank, if you can believe it.
I can believe it. Yeah.
You can feel it.
Definitely can believe it. Yeah. We're definitely on hour 11. And I think our final hour is going to be you, me, and Pablo talking about where we go from here, right?
That is correct. Hey, Pablo, how's it going?
Good. What an amazing conversation. There were like multiple points where I was just grinning ear to ear. I loved seeing all of the animal cameos, Moondog, Cady's cat, just those little human moments that just are so special. So
yeah, well, I guess you see why I have continued to interview astronauts for 40 years. Never gets old. It's always inspiring to talk to them. And Cady and Ron are two of the more articulate and inspiring astronauts that I've talked to over the years. And I think you got a flavor of that they really feel strongly that bringing back what they experience is an obligation and a responsibility, and they do it very, very well. So how did we do today, guys? And where do we go from here?
I mean, we're getting a lot of contributions coming in. I believe that we're just over 140. Let me pull this up right now. 141 contributions. We are at $172,689 raised right now. So yeah, and we've got 4 hours left about. So, you know, it's not, we've got more time to continue pushing. I'm on phone calls in between each of your calls, just asking people to contribute or helping them if they run into any issue as they're contributing. So, you know, we're you know, like as you've said, Frank, failure is not an option. So we are pushing as hard as we can. And in many ways, you know, we've already been very successful in getting the overview effect out there. And also, I think that you know, we have a very strong position when it comes to reaching out to the carriers and negotiating a seat for you and someone else because it's you, Frank. I think a lot of people want you to fly, and so we'll raise as much as we possibly can, and then, you know, after that point, we're going to be negotiating with all the carriers and seeing what we can make happen.
So you're really imagining going to some of the carriers and saying, this is what we've got, and this is what we want to do, and see if there's any leeway on their side. Is that what you mean by negotiating?
Yeah, I think you know, I think they might see it the way that we do, that having you fly and experiencing the overview effect on their vessel, I think would be something mutually beneficial. I think that there would, you know, it'd be an opportunity for them as well to have someone like you be one of their customers. So yeah.
I think we've talked about it before, but I want to reemphasize it, that this amount of funding is really pretty close to enough for one, if not two, tickets on a balloon, a stratospheric balloon. And that could be, it's not exactly going to space because you're not weightless, you're not going high enough, but it's near space. And I think from what I've heard from astronauts who have thought about this, I think the idea that you can experience the overview effect on a stratospheric balloon is pretty accurate. So we definitely crossed that milestone, even though we set the number at 500,000, that was giving us a lot of leeway. So where we are now, would you agree that that might be enough for a couple of tickets, or depending on the balloon carrier, one? Yeah.
Right. So I guess going off of some of the publicly available data, we know that Worldview has been selling seats historically at $50K each, and has sold a lot of seats at that price point. So, you know, with that number in mind, we actually have enough for 3 seats. But the question is, when, you know, we don't know when they're going to resume or begin human flights with Worldview. It could be a few years. We really don't have that, and that's just speculation. We don't have an indication for when that's going to happen. And then Virgin Galactic is resuming human flights and has given a price publicly, yeah. So I think the 500K mark is a milestone that we came up with, having spoken to a few different carriers that gave us different quotes and different timelines. But I think even with the amount that we've raised right now, we should be able, you know, I'm going to say we should be able to get at least 3 seats on a stratospheric balloon. But we just don't know the timeline. So I guess and I don't think that even they know exactly what their timeline looks like right now. So, yeah.
There's also this, I won't call it a rumor because it's been published, that China is beginning to encourage space tourism flights. And some of the price quotes, some of the quotes I've seen are in the $200,000 range for a ticket, which that's really in striking distance. I don't know what kind of problems we'd run into. You've already had one problem working with China. I know that. So I don't know what the difficulties might be. But I think what we're trying to get at for everybody who's contributed, for everybody who's watched today, is that we've accomplished a lot and that we're not done. You know, the formal part of the raise is done, but we're not really done at looking at the possibility of sending Frank and perhaps one other member of our community to space. So I think people need to stay tuned for the next month while we work on that.
Well, one correction, Frank, we are not done with the formal fundraising yet. We still got 5 hours to go. So let's keep the momentum going, and hopefully we see more activity here tonight. I'm sure we will. But yeah.
A lot can happen in 5 hours.
You're right.
So, you know.
Well, to be fair to our viewers, will this particular, we said we were going to go to 9 p.m. Eastern. Will this particular viewing continue? Are you guys going to stick around, or what are the plans from here on?
I think we'll just be sticking around and continuing the party. We have a few other speakers. I think Guillaume Verdon is going to join us later in the evening. He goes by Beff Jezos on Twitter, who is a very... And it would be amazing for you to be in conversation with him, Frank, but I understand you're on the East Coast, so it gets a little late, and you've been going 11 hours at this point, which is incredible stamina.
I think I'll probably sign off at the assigned time, but I'd love to talk to him. I've been doing some work researching him, and he's got some really, really interesting ideas that I think people need to know about. And I'd love to talk to him about accelerationist philosophy and AI. Whoops. Okay. You just knocked me off the air. I'm sorry. Give me a moment to feed MoonDAO. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Good. Keep talking, though.
Yep.
Cool.
MoonDAO decided it's time for food, time for dinner.
Yeah, protesting.
Yeah,
it's been too long.
It's been exactly. Yeah. So all right. Yeah. So I do think that it might be worth really emphasizing this point that you know there's a high likelihood, I believe, that we'll be able to get to the 2 stratospheric balloon seats at the amount that we've raised right now. The ideal would be that we can achieve a suborbit flight for Frank, and you know we'll really push as much as we can to raise more funds, because the more we raise, the stronger of a negotiating position we'll have with all the carriers. So I think we're in a good position right now, but we can always be in a better one. So we've got 5 hours. So I think yeah, we'll just keep pushing as much as we can.
Yeah, I don't want to declare victory yet. We want to keep pushing. Everyone here who's still watching with us, help get the word out. It's been amazing seeing a lot of the activity on socials today. Much appreciated, but keep that going. If there's anybody else who you think the Overview Effect resonates with, reach out to them now. Help get them on board to support this mission. I just saw too that the Overview Effect is all over the place. We've seen the Google trends go kind of parabolic, exponential here with the Artemis 2 mission. What we're doing, a lot of people talking about it. I just saw that the Artemis 2 crew is going to be on Jimmy Fallon Tonight Show tonight, probably after we wrap up, that kind of thing. So you can keep the overview effect going. It's going more mainstream, which is really cool to see. I mean, we saw, like Joe Rogan and others talking about the overview effect during this campaign. It's just, really, really awesome to keep seeing this spread far and wide. And regardless of the outcome of this campaign, this mission, we've done a great job of helping to spread that word, not, globally. I mean, we've seen so much activity from all over the world from members of this community.
Yeah, and we've also just had some extremely thoughtful guests that have joined us all day today. I've really enjoyed listening to so many of the speakers. Even just this most recent talk with Cady and Ron, I really, there was something that was said, I think both Cady and Ron mentioned this, that like when you decide to work together between people, you don't put your differences aside, you put your fear aside. You bring your differences with you, but you just make a decision together that you're gonna work from a point of trust versus one of fear. And I really, really, really enjoyed that, or like that concept. I think it makes a lot of sense. We kind of often think of collaboration as being this putting yourself or your needs as lesser than the needs of others, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think it's just a mutual respect of where each other is, and you don't have to agree on everything. You don't have to kind of lose your own individuality in that collaboration, but you do have to decide that you're going to put your fears aside and accept that you do have to trust this person if you want to succeed. And I just think that's an amazing concept. I think that's something that it's an idea that we need right now in the world. So
totally. And space should be one of the great uniters, getting the godfather of the overview effect up to space, collaborating on the ISS, collaborating on these future lunar habitats, which is coming sooner than you think. All of this requires a human effort. Like Frank is leading the human space program. The name is there, and we're behind the internet space program here, all of us that are here today. So it's about building that kind of global community with a common vision and idea to put aside those differences and focus on what, that core objective, that core mission. And yeah, there's a lot we can do when we unite together around these things, put aside those differences.
Yeah. I mean, I really do want to emphasize this because it does seem dramatic at times, and Frank has maybe said it himself, and I think Frank doesn't want to be dramatic either. But I felt this way actually for a long time, and I don't know if it's anything unique that we're experiencing right now in our lives. I guess Frank, you've had this. You've been on this planet longer than Ryan and myself have. But it does feel like we're in a very unique moment in human history where we have two major narratives happening. One is the sort of Artemis thinking, the abundant, just the amount of payloads that have been sent into space in the last few years dwarfs everything else that we've done in space over the last decades. So we've seen this massive acceleration in the space economy or in the space world, but at the same time, here on the surface, it seems like there's been a breakdown happening, and people are much more divided than even when I was younger. It didn't feel like it was this bad, but I wonder if this is just something that's unique to my own perspective or something that others are seeing as well, and yeah, if that's the case, it does feel like there's kind of there's maybe just an inflection point that we're hitting as a species, and it's a narrow path that we must navigate here.
Couple of thoughts that I've had about this. One is that, first of all, I've never forgotten a talk that Václav Havel gave at Harvard in 1996. That was at a time when the Soviet Union was collapsing or had collapsed. Václav Havel had led a revolution called the Velvet Revolution, in which no one died, to free Czechoslovakia from Soviet rule. And he was talking about this, you know, he had been in Singapore, and the young people there looked like the young people in Prague. And now he was in Cambridge, Mass, and young people look like the people in Singapore, same music, same interests, and so on. And he said, we really are a global culture now. And he said, but like in physics, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And so he said, at the same time this is happening, we have civil war in Yugoslavia. It's breaking up. And I've speculated on the possibility that some of the polarization actually is an act of denial against the overview effect. You know, I don't want to hear about connectedness. I don't want to like that person. You know, I believe in nation states, and I believe in my culture, and I believe in my way of life. And there's a whole process I think we're going to have to go through. And not to get too esoteric, but there was a philosopher named Hegel who said the process of history is thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. So, you know, maybe the thesis is the overview effect. The antithesis is, I don't want to hear about it. And it's up to our generation, well, your generation, really, to synthesize that as we move off world. And so we really need to find a way to accommodate all the different worldviews, but ultimately everybody's got to really accept the fact that we're on a planet. Nicole Stott said that top of the day, the beginning of the day, look, we're on a planet, and you can't, that's not a matter of opinion. That's where we are. And there are no borders or boundaries except the ones we create. And that's a fact, right? So I think that's where we have to go, is we're on a planet. It's an organic spaceship. We really don't have a choice about working together. I think that's the reality that both sides, or the different sides, have to accept. We can't keep doing it the way we're doing it here on the Earth, or it's just not going to work out. I don't know. Yeah. I think we're coming close to that inflection point. But the other thing I want to say as we close, we can't be too lax about the Artemis effect, if you want to call it that. It's going to be easy for that good spirit to diminish and go away. We have to keep working on it, and we have to keep bringing it up, and we have to be building on it. Otherwise, we're going to kind of drift back into the old way of thinking, the old way of doing things, and Artemis will become a memory like Apollo is.
Yeah, I think, while you were feeding Moondog, I was reflecting a bit more on what Ron and Cady were saying about the sort of dolly zoom, or maybe this kind of, it does seem maybe like very Zen in a way, where it's like you're taking two opposing ideas and not necessarily saying black or white, but kind of the synthesis of the two, where you're bringing in a holistic perspective of the Earth and the challenges that we face, but then still bringing into focus the sort of individuality, or the kind of the differences that people have. Those details don't fade or aren't erased, they stay there in place, but there's still a kind of it's both things happening at once. You're bringing everyone together, but then sharpening and seeing the beauty in the differences, not trying to just erase them or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, and I think maybe some people, when they hear the overview effect, they think of things like kind of maybe like an unfettered kind of economic globalism or something like that, where people are competing for your jobs within your nation because others can come in and do the same work for cheaper, or you kind of the erasure of cultures, or kind of like a I don't know, maybe atheist sort of world, or something that is devoid of religions or differences of culture, differences of opinion even. And I think this sort of like grayness or something, or this like mixture that produces kind of a common people that don't have any sort of nation or identity of their own, but it's just some kind of gray nothing. This is a very dystopian future, and I don't think this is at all what the overview effect is trying to say. But maybe some people have that in their minds when they see this. They think that, oh, by zooming out, you're erasing the individuals in the picture. But I think it's almost the opposite. You're zooming out and you're seeing the beauty and the interconnectedness of all these different people that share a common origin. And it's a very different thing. Yeah.
That's really the message. The unity that we see from a distance is not the only perspective. There is another one. That's the diversity of life on Earth. And diversity is a real hallmark of life on Earth. We were talking earlier. There are so many different species of animals and plants and life forms on this planet. And why is that? I mean, I don't understand why we need so many different ones, but we have it, and it's really kind of awesome, really. And on the political level, I've said this so many times, I hope people are hearing it. I like the fact that Massachusetts is different from California. I don't want it all to be one, and just because you don't see borders and boundaries from a distance doesn't mean we ought to get rid of them, just that we should realize that we created them, and we can rethink how they affect our lives. So diversity of opinion and diversity of governance, if it's in a context of unity, it's workable. But what we don't have is the context of unity, and that's the overview effect, is that, all of these differences are healthy and good, but just remember, we're all the crew of Spaceship Earth. And that's just the simple message we have to get over. And I don't think it should be threatening to anybody. It's just the way things are, really.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why the space community can rally around you, Frank, is because your message is one that everyone can kind of get behind if they understand it. I think completely and wholly. I think that they can. It's hard to be against such an idea, because it's just kind of the reality of our situation. Like Nicole was saying, we do live on a planet. we do all share a common origin. It is fragile, and we've got to work together to take care of it. And maybe we can disagree on the way that we solve some of these issues, but we need to enter into conversation with one another at least about them, and kind of face this reality together. Otherwise, we might not make it.
Yeah, it's important to think about it in that way, because since, well, the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. A lot of different species have come into being on this planet. And I came across a startling statistic that of all the species that have ever existed, 99% went extinct. Extinction is the norm. And we just think that's never going to happen to us. But actually, if you do research, there was a time period when there was a lot of natural and dangerous climate change when the human species got down to a very small number, a threateningly small number.
Mm-hmm.
So we're living in a relatively stable climatological time right now, although we are disturbing it. But, you know, we have also, in spite of all our differences, we figured out ways to create a relatively supportive environment for people on planet Earth. And we can't really imagine that our species would go extinct. But we used to share the planet with 8 other human species, and only Homo sapiens remains. So I think it's just important for us to realize nothing's guaranteed, and it's really up to us to figure out, are we going to evolve or disappear? I'm for evolution myself. That's what I support.
Yep. Well, actually, I do want to circle back to something. So before Ron and Cady joined, we briefly mentioned the new Camelot, and I feel as though we haven't really, we've been working together for a while, but I haven't really been able to ask you too much about the new Camelot, and I know it's something important to you. So, could you walk us through some of the ideas there?
Yeah. So the first book in the trilogy is the Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution. And the second book in the trilogy is the new Camelot, The Quest for the Overview Effect. And like the first book, it came about through an epiphany. I've been interested in the King Arthur myths since I was about 10 years old. And that's about as long as I've been interested in space exploration. And I never understood why I was so interested in both. But those two passions have continued throughout. And there's a film called Excalibur. I think it's the best film about King Arthur ever made. And I've watched it many, many, many times. I never get tired of watching that film. And one weekend, Donna and I were supposed to go to the Cape for a family event, and she wasn't feeling well, so we didn't go. Serendipitously, we didn't go. And she was resting in the bedroom, and I went in there and I said, "What are you watching?" She said, "Oh, it's a film called Excalibur." So I said, "Gee, I'll watch some of that with you." So I was watching it, and toward the end, Arthur sends the knights out to seek the Holy Grail. And most people think the Holy Grail was the cup that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. But it was revealed in the film that the Holy Grail was the unity of Britain. And that's what Arthur was about, was the unity of Britain. And his knights of the Round Table were called the Grail Knights. Bingo. That's what the Apollo astronauts were. I'm convinced they were the Grail Knights of John F. Kennedy. Well, I started doing research on it. And it's really interesting, guys. A story has grown up that the idea that Kennedy's administration was Camelot was created by Jackie Kennedy after his death. That's not true. That's not true. From the minute he came into office, people were talking about Camelot. That was his favorite Broadway show, Camelot. If you looked at the administration, people were always going on quests, anti-poverty, civil rights, et cetera, et cetera. And it worked. I thought the Apollo astronauts were the knights. They were the knights of the round table. And more research revealed that Kennedy did not want Apollo to be a race. He wanted it to be a cooperative venture with the Soviet Union. It also revealed that as a child, he was very sickly and he absorbed all the Arthurian legends. It was really part of his worldview. And everything more or less fell into place that somehow John F. Kennedy understood that he could use space exploration to unwind the Cold War. The Cold War is a very distant memory for many people, but, you know, in 1962, for about 13 days, we were on the brink of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union because they had put missiles in Cuba and we had blockaded Cuba and we had ordered them to remove the missiles. And I'm telling you, I lived through that time. I was a freshman in college. I didn't know why should I study? We're all going to be blown up. I mean, it was like that. This is a call I need to take. Will you guys keep going? Hang on. Sorry. I'll tell you when I come back why.
All right. Yep. Take that call. I can only guess that it's something related to the campaign. So hopefully good.
Yes. But yeah, we've been seeing more activity, more small donations, more voting. I think we have now 33 people that are kind of competing on the leaderboard. So a few people have, fallen off, but it's great to see all this flurry of activity here in the final hours, the final day for sure.
Yeah. 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 I mean, well, I want to talk more about the campaign and all the logistics and all this stuff. We have it here right on the page. 4 hours, 23 minutes, 144 contributors. I guess I haven't refreshed it in a second. Let's see if we've got anything new. Oh, we had two more contributions actually, just in that little bit. Let's see, we have Kevin Russell, just a few seconds ago. Awesome. And then Astronaut Geo, nice. Yeah, a little flurry of small contributions, but it's amazing to have a bunch of people contributing. Okay, now I'm receiving a call.
Now you're receiving.
So, all right. That's right. I'll just leave it to you.
All right. Yeah, keep up the flurry of activity, folks. As Pablo mentioned, we are coming up here on less than 4.5 hours before the campaign actually closes. And yes, it is closing. Like when the doors close, and then we're gonna, we're gonna be reaching out to the carriers again, trying to finalize a seat and all the logistics there. But yeah, let's go. I think it's a good time to replay the campaign video too, just while we have a little bit of a breather here. 1 second. Cue up this video featuring some of what we've done over the past, what Frank's done over the past 30 plus days, traveling all over the place, reaching out, and all the people that are rallying behind Frank around this message to bring the overview effect down to Earth and want to see Frank go to space. As you've seen, there's been so many amazing supporters come out today, and so many amazing supporters that have, connected with Frank over this period of time. So let me cue up that video.
Our world is not in good shape. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that we, as the crew of Spaceship Earth, we're kind of doing a terrible job of being the crew.
All the astronauts say when they get up top, they're like, "Wait, what are we doing?"
Yeah.
But explain to me what the overview effect is.
You know, it is absolutely gorgeous. Overview effect is when you're looking through that cupola, it's like the bay window looking down on the Earth, and you see just that, the Earth as it exists with the whole universe in the background. You see the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and then when you're on the dark side of the Earth, you actually see this very thin green line that shows you where the atmosphere is. And what you realize is every single person you know is sustained and inside of that green line, and everything else outside of it is completely inhospitable. You don't see borders, you don't see religious lines, you don't see political boundaries. All you see is Earth, and you see that we're way more alike than we are different.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
The Artemis mission illustrated the difference between surface thinking and overview thinking. Seen from the surface of the Earth, we perceive difference, division, conflict. But from above the surface, we perceive unity, oneness, interconnection, and cooperation. This is an inflection point where humanity has a choice between the two. And our decision will influence life on Earth and off-world for millennia.
When I think about Frank floating and experiencing Earth out the window of a spaceship, I am totally humbled by that.
Frank White is somebody who's devoted the last 30 plus years to not only explaining what the overview effect is, but more importantly, what the implications of that shift in perspective is for our planet.
We don't often think about the ripple effect of stuff that we do. So those of you thinking of supporting Frank, it's not just about him going to space, it's the ripple effect from that experience when he comes back, and that's why we should send Frank to space.
We're inviting people to go beyond making a contribution and join the mission. It won't just be a flight, but also support for bringing the overview effect down to Earth. So join us in sending Frank to space.
Send Frank to space! And bring him back.
It's time for us to fly Frank to space.
Let's get Frank to space.
Let's send Frank to space.
We're here to say, send Frank to space.
Send Frank to space. Send Frank to space.
Send Frank to space. Get Frank to space. Send Frank to space.
To engage in supporting the project of sending my friend Frank White into space.
Let's get this guy to space. Forget about me. Let's get Frank White to space. Tell them one more time.
Let's send Frank to space.
Awesome. Yeah, it's cool to, well, a number of the people here that are, competing for the second seat were also featured in that video. We've been rallying the troops, so to speak, and helping to get the word out. Really, really cool to see. That video is featured on pretty much all our social platforms. So whether you're on YouTube, you can click on the home button there, go to X or Instagram, and give that video a reshare here for these final 4.5 hours, and yeah, help get the word out. But yeah.
Yeah, let's if possible, a way that people could help is by retweeting that Ryan is saying. So we'll drop the link here in the chat, and if everyone could go and give that a retweet on Twitter, if they're on Twitter, or repost on Instagram, add it to your story, that really helps. So, and let people know the urgency of it as well, because we only have a few more hours. So yeah, Ryan did an amazing job putting that together over Friday and Saturday, and yeah, we wanted to put together a piece of content that would really kind of capture the whole message and create a last push here just for the last few days. So, and I think that the video came out amazing. So yeah, in the YouTube comments, if you're listening on YouTube, the link is posted there. So if you can click that, and if you have an X account, give it a retweet. That'd be really, really amazing.
Yeah, and it's on all of them. So if you're on YouTube, it's there too, or it's pinned on Instagram as well. So whatever platform you prefer, wherever you have your biggest account or biggest following, or do it across all of them too. Just yeah, help with this drive. Well, yeah, it's kind of hard to type all those numbers out.
Hard to type the numbers. I was trying to copy it myself so I Awesome. Cool. I feel like so I've got something in my mind that I haven't fully fleshed out, but just listening to all of the speakers, I feel like a recurring theme that keeps coming across is this idea of awe, or like what is going on in people's minds when they're experiencing awe, and how does that change the person on the other side? And I think everyone to some degree has experienced awe in their lives before, but it does seem like a very interesting, like just taking a step back as humans, like why have we evolved to experience awe? And what does that if we're thinking from some sort of evolutionary biology reason, what is it that awe is trying to that is doing in humans, that is giving them some sort of insight or ability to, I don't know, is it that we're connecting with other people by then relaying that awe to them and sharing that experience with them? If you go up to the top of a mountain and you're looking down at a big valley and seeing all of that beauty, and then all of a sudden you have this experience, what is it that I guess that's happening there? I don't know if that's a well-formed question of why does that happen? Like, for example, fear, I understand. Fear, you run away,
run and survive.
Happiness, you want to connect with other people, and some of these other emotions make a lot of sense, kind of just. But awe is one of these things that's like, okay, that's interesting that we're built in with that. Yeah.
I wonder if it's a bit about just tapping into that, passion to be alive, or the desire to be alive, and like to keep expanding boundaries or pushing boundaries. I don't know, just spitballing here, but you stand up on a mountaintop and you see that wonder, that awe. Maybe it's part of how humans expanded out, from the African plains or across the Pacific Islands, etc. And just seeing that kind of wonder and the nature to explore, I guess. And I think space obviously captures a lot of that. We had in the Overview documentary movie, the longer form documentary movie, there was a great little piece there that we clipped and posted from Nicole talking about space is awesome, and it really puts the awe in awesome when you're up there experiencing space. We have Frank back from his call. Is that right? Or
we do have Frank. Yeah, at the risk of sounding a little bit funny, there's a song that I really like. It's from the Muppets, Rainbow Connection. One of my favorite songs. I can't
hear you guys.
Oh, you can't hear us, Frank?
Might have to pop. Hey, Frank, you can maybe pop in and out of the studio if you can't hear us, or
you
can't
guys
resolve
on
it.
mute?
Nope. Might have to jump out.
Refresh.
Oh, there we go. I had muted you unexpectedly.
Okay. Welcome back.
Yeah. So what did I miss?
No, we're just talking about what is the biological or evolutionary reason for experiencing awe in humans. Like what fear obviously makes sense, but why do people feel awe? Do you think? Well, how did that kind of evolve, this experience of wonder that we feel from being on a mountaintop or beautiful sunsets or what have you?
Absolutely. I don't know the answer to that. But it is true that awe and wonder are part of the human experience. And there's a psychologist named David Yaden who's written about the awe and wonder and the overview effect. If people are interested in that, they should read what David Yaden has said about that, because it's pretty good. Pretty good insight, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I was saying that one of my favorite songs is Rainbow Connection, and at the risk of sounding very sappy, it has a little piece in there about how, you know, the song is essentially about sort of the connection between the kind of myths that we tell ourselves or that we tell children, you know, like what is there at the end of a rainbow, you know, or what happens when you wish on a falling star or something like that, and then what those stories do to us as humans, and how somehow in relaying these myths and relaying these kind of hopes and aspirations, that something is actually happening to humans themselves. And you know, when someone wishes on a falling star, how many of those wishes have actually come true or have been fulfilled as a result, even though it's just kind of a thing that we tell ourselves. And then yeah, I think there's something in the song too about kind of this sweet song that calls the young sailor kind of to go into to explore the unknown. And I think that there's something to the, like, maybe awe, it's what's trying to get us to explore the frontier, to come back with stories and myths and get us to go a little bit further, just because, you know, why do you go to the top of a mountain? Because it's there. and maybe that's a reason in and of itself. Why go to the moon? Because it's there.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, maybe this awe is somehow kind of just calling us forward, and it's the reward that we get for going there.
Yeah. In his famous 1962 speech at Rice University, President Kennedy did talk about that, you know, and he said, "We choose to go to the moon. And he, why do we do that?" And he said, "Because it's there." That's how he spoke, of course. Yeah. So it's really, you know, it's something that we've come to understand about our species, is that exploration is kind of built into what we do. We don't fully understand why, but have I ever talked to you guys about the exploration gene?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Nat Geo online had an article once. I can't find it anymore for free. It's behind a paywall. But there is research that shows 20% of the population has an exploration gene. And it inclines you to risk-taking, not space exploration or anything that specific, but it appears to be something where people are willing to take risks. And they might end up being a race car driver or a medical researcher or something like that. And, you know, they might end up being astronauts. But the idea is that if society nurtures that gene, it will be expressed. But it may not be expressed if society suppresses it. So it's very possible humanity has this genetic predisposition. And what's really critical is where you're born and where you're growing up. You know, does it really support you to express it and make it part of your identity?
Yeah, I think I certainly have that gene. When I was a kid, I would get lost very often, just roaming the woods or biking a little further than I probably should have.
Yeah.
Just seeing what's out there, climbing to the top of a few trees, and then you know, suffering the consequences. But yeah, it is interesting though that I guess you probably don't want everyone to have that gene, just in case. I have a few people that are willing to climb to the top of a tree just to see what happens and suffer the consequences. Can't have everyone doing that.
Yeah. Well, when I was applying to the Explorers Club, I realized that when I lived in Germany on a military base, I created an Explorers Club of kids my age and my dog. I had a dog, of course, but we weren't really supposed to go off the base because there was a lot of hostility from the German population toward the American military. And of course, we did go off the base, and we called ourselves the Explorers Club. And we were very explicit that that's what we were doing. And we knew that there was a certain amount of danger, but we wanted to see what it was like outside the bubble. So I think that's very emblematic of humanity today. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's curious. I didn't know that you were there in Germany. What years were those?
Probably 1952 to 1955. Yeah, my father was called back into the Army when the Korean War broke out. And so we became nomads. We moved all over the place. But we ended up on a very large American base of 25,000 people in Germany. And it was actually a fascinating life for a young person. It was the same time that my mom gave me the book about astronomy. I started getting really interested in that topic. And I had a kind of an overview experience of America. I saw it from a distance, and I think that was a really big part of my life, was to see it in that way. I don't think I ever got over that, to be honest.
How old were you?
So I was 9 when we went, and I think I was about 11-ish when we came back.
Yeah, those are really formative years. Yeah. I had a similar kind of stint, not at a military base, but around the same ages, where I lived in Spain as a kid, and I think that age is interesting because it's also I feel like your brain is relatively plastic, but you're kind of getting oriented and you're forming a lot of big opinions around that age. And then Germany then must have been extremely interesting during that period. That was right after World War II, right? So,
right, it was.
Yeah, the rebuilding of a nation, essentially.
Yeah, it was a time. It was a time when, I had an identity, but it was not cast in stone. It was still pretty malleable, and I was extremely curious at the time, and so being in another country and being able to travel and go see other ways of life was really exciting for me at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody just put in the DRD4-7R genetic variant is linked to curiosity, restlessness, higher, there you go, propensity for risk-taking and novelty-seeking.
Interesting. Restlessness. Makes sense.
Yeah.
We also have been receiving a flurry of contributions, a lot of them mentioning AstroGeo. So, big shout out to astronaut Geo, for mobilizing her audience. She has a big following on social media. So sounds like a successful pull to support the initiative. Amazing.
Terrific.
Yeah, she was in the campaign video there. Frank, you met her at least briefly during the Yuri's night at KSC. So great to see
yeah.
the support and activity.
Very
and
good.
She was on her zero gravity flight and has been a member of the MoonDAO community now for a while.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah. She might be leading a number of backers. She has 10 backers, which is incredible.
Yeah. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. She is in 9th place. So we do have a question about how to join the second seat competition, and it probably is good to repeat this just so people have the knowledge. Actually, just this morning, I added a little tidbit here about how you can fly with Frank. So there are 3 steps. You contribute to the campaign in exchange for contributing. So let's say, for example, I put in $100. You receive Overview in exchange. And then you'll have to be a citizen. So maybe you're already a citizen, maybe you're not, but you can click this Become a Citizen button and it'll take you through that flow. And then afterwards, you can back that citizen. So you can back yourself or you can back anyone else. And so that's how you enter into the competition. Another thing that was added here, so there's currently 33 citizens that are in the running, but only the top 25 will be the ones that proceed to the next step in the competition. And as of right now, you'll need to get 24 Overview and backing in order to enter into the top 25. So yeah, that's how you do it. Contribute. Click here, become a citizen, and then you go to the leaderboard, and then you can type in the citizen that you want to back. So I'm going to back Astro Geo. A lot of people have Astro in the name. There we go, Astronaut Geo. Click the person you want to back, and then you click back this candidate, and that's how you do it. So, yep.
Pretty simple.
Yep. Well, and we're also here. If anyone has any issues, just post in the comments, or we're monitoring all of our channels. So on the Discord, or you can open up a ticket. The Discord is really fun if you're not in the Discord already. Because all of the activity is being posted there. So every time someone contributes, it notifies everyone. Every time someone new is backed, you see notifications, and there's a flurry of activity happening right now in the Discord. So it's pretty fun. So jump in there if you're not. It's a good little party.
Yeah, great call out. Go to moondao.com/Discord to hop in there if you're watching and not already in the Discord. But that's where we do all our governance and organization, and the social aspect all happens there. So look forward to seeing folks there. And yeah, we just hit 12 hours straight. Celebrate.
12 hours. All right.
It's like a reverse New Year's countdown. 12 hours, 1 minute.
Yeah, 4 hours to go. So
4 hours to go.
I think we've hit the point that Moondog and I committed to. So I think we might take our leave if you guys can carry on. What do you think?
Sounds great. Yeah. Frank, I do want to jump on a call with you. So I'm going to call you on WhatsApp, and then I'll be right back. So
all right. Yep. So I'll say goodbye to everybody. I want to thank everybody who has come. I just want everybody to know that I just appreciate the support for the work that I've been doing over the last 4 decades. And it's all really come to the surface today. I think, don't you guys think this has been a lot of fun today? Just
it has,
talking to people and, talking about our formative years, as well as talking to astronauts about their formative years. And I always want people to really enjoy, this experience of building a new kind of culture, a new kind of civilization, a new way of looking at the world. And I loved the idea of moon joy that came out of Artemis, which was a new way of talking about the whole space process. So, and I want to thank you, Pablo, and you, Ryan. You have done so much work to make this happen. And I don't know, maybe back in a year and a half ago when I said, I can be your third guy, I don't know if you realized how much time it was going to take. But you never wavered, you never stopped, even when there were bumps in the road. You guys were always there. So I appreciate you so much. And I appreciate everybody we still have people here making comments. So thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Yeah, thank you for working with us. It's been a ton of fun, ton of joy along the way. And I'm always excited for our calls. I feel like it's just been really great working together. And regardless of what happens in these next few hours, I think we've done an amazing job in spreading awareness for the overview effect, and I think that we'll have a lot of success, no matter what the outcome is, because at the end of the day, we've shown that a lot of people really care about the overview effect, and a lot of people are willing to support your work, and I think that the ripple effects of that are going to be big. So, yeah. And I also want to thank Ryan. So Ryan has done so much over the course of this campaign, putting together videos, all of the social media posts, all of the shorts, all of the basically, he's been the workhorse behind all of the social media campaign that. And I think that's been really, really successful. So, Ryan, you've done an amazing job, and just want to make sure that credit where credit's due.
Absolutely.
Team effort.
Ryan, you made me famous. Thank you.
Yeah, you got recognized somewhere, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I got recognized by somebody who had seen me on YouTube. That was a big moment.
There we go. Let's keep spreading the overview effect.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I kind of interrupted you there, Pablo. You were saying something else, but
no, that's all I have. But I will. So I think I'll continue hanging out on this stream. If we run out of things to say or people to join, we'll just play music. We'll just have Electric Light Orchestra. You requested a song earlier, so we'll get that playing. We'll just have we'll just throw a Spotify playlist up, and people can add songs, and we can just hang out. We can bring people in from the community. I saw Mary Liz jumping in the comments, so if she has a little bit of time, it'd be great to have her on to talk about the documentary. So we'll keep having fun here. But I'm gonna hop off, and then I'll be right back on.
Okay, I'm gonna hop off, and I'll be in touch, everybody, and thank you so much for being part of my life. Bye-bye for now.
Great. And I will be right back as well.
All right, cool. Awesome. Well, yeah, thank you everyone for sticking it through with us through this top of the 12 hours here. It's pretty wild. But if anybody does want to hop in from the community up here on stage to keep the party going, you can get Titan up here, or Mary Liz, or folks like that. I will put up a little video here that Pablo put together about how to contribute to the campaign. We've tried to make it super easy. So you can just, you've never used anything like this before, you can just sign in on our website and contribute with a debit card. It's essentially as easy as that. But yeah, I'll put up this 5-minute video here of how to contribute to the campaign. If you haven't done so, please do contribute. We are coming up here on 4 hours left to make this happen and finish strong.
All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be walking you through contributing to Frank's campaign, the Send Frank to Space campaign. My name is Pablo. I'm the founder of MoonDAO. And yeah, let's get into it. So right now we're on the mission page. If you're anywhere else in the MoonDAO app, you can click the Send Frank to Space and click Fundraiser. It'll take you right to this page. So the first thing you'll want to do is just try to contribute. Click the contribute button. It'll ask you to connect a wallet or create a wallet. You don't need to have a wallet in order to contribute to Frank's campaign, or an existing wallet, I mean. We will provide one for you if you don't have one. So you can sign in with socials or connect an existing wallet. I already have one, so I will be connecting my MetaMask wallet to the site. Connect it real quick. All right. So now, so I'm in the page. I'm signed in. You can tell that you're signed in by clicking on the wallet dropdown. You can see your assets here, the network that you're on, etc. So we'll keep moving forward with contribute. I'll ask you for the amount that you want to contribute. Let's say $10. And a quick note here. So you can select the network that you're on. If you already have Ethereum, then you might want to be on the Ethereum network if you already have it on that network. If you don't have Ethereum, don't worry. We have an on-ramp built into the app via Coinbase, so you can get Ethereum right here in this flow and contribute with a debit card. And if that's the case, you might want to use Arbitrum 1. So this is the recommended network, but either will work. So choose whichever, in summary, choose whichever you have funds on already, whichever network you have already. And then if you don't have Ethereum at all, you'll likely want to use Arbitrum 1. So great, we've input the amount that we want to contribute. What this flow will do, you can put a little message here, say send Frank to space, add an email, click yes on the terms and conditions, and you just click that contribute button, and it will create a transaction in your wallet. You can sign that transaction, and then it will contribute to the campaign. So straightforward enough. However, let's I canceled the transaction, by the way, just so you know, because I want to show you one more thing. So if we try to contribute, say, more than we currently have in our wallet, I want to just show you quickly what the funding flow looks like. So same idea. It recognizes I already have some funds in my wallet, but I need to fund 722 USD in Ethereum. The contract receives Ethereum, by the way. So even though we're inputting in US dollar, what's happening under the hood is we are swapping funds in Ethereum and then contributing them directly. So great. So what's happening here is it is asking me to fund my wallet with a bit more Ethereum. I can click this button to buy Ethereum with Coinbase. Great. So it takes you to this little modal here. What we've found is that the debit card works best for people, usually. So attempt it with a debit card first. You can contribute up to $500 without a Coinbase account, but if you'd like to contribute more than that, then it'll ask you to create a Coinbase account, which you can go ahead and do. We work with Coinbase pretty closely with this, so we think that they're a solid place to create an exchange account and fund your wallet. So yeah. So I'm not going to input my credit card details here on this video, but essentially you put your card details in here, click continue, it'll fund your wallet, and then it'll take you back to the MoonDAO site, and you can continue and contribute just like you saw me do previously. And yeah, that's all I have. So thank you very much.
Nice. Yeah, just takes a couple minutes to contribute. So it's pretty smooth sailing. Sign in on the website, go through the guest checkout process as you go through the contribute flow to contribute to Frank's campaign. And yeah, you can check out with your debit card. If that doesn't work for you, you can sign up with any exchange, whether you're based in the US or internationally. That could be Coinbase or Binance or anything like that. So again, if you have any questions, you can reach out to myself, Ryan at MoonDAO.com, or Pablo at MoonDAO.com. We'll try to get you set up, but we are, the clock is ticking here. We got 4 hours left to take it home. So yeah, let's finish strong. I do want to invite Andrew Titan Parris up onto stage from the I-24 group. What's going on, Andrew? Good to see you again.
Well, I hope I have better audio. Better audio than early.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I switched to Chrome, much better.
All right, good. Well, yeah, we wanted to give you guys a big shout out too, because the I-24 group got together and put together, well, not only the individual contributions, but $1,000 within the I-24 group. So big thanks for getting that through earlier today.
You're very welcome. This is a great thing we're trying to do here for Frank. And I tried to stay as long as I could. There was a few bathroom breaks in there, and there was a steak my wife made me, so I had to go to that. But I have to tell you, after listening, especially the last couple hours with the astronauts and just the conversation with Frank, I came to realize that Frank is, amongst other things that he's done for the space community, he's given us the language to not only express about the overview effect, but also to appreciate it, the enormity of it. Somebody recently asked me, well, if you ever get to go to space and experience the overview effect, what do you hope it'll be? And I'd never thought about that. I'm like, I don't know if I dare even think about that. And I wanted to put that question to Frank. I'll have to go to the roundtable Wednesday if it's running, and ask them that question, because I would love to hear what he thinks he might experience. I mean, it's everybody takes away at something a little different. And is it dangerous to have a predisposed idea of what you're going to do, what you're going to experience, or are you just open to the
right? I think that's one of the most interesting things about sending Frank, is just because how much how much knowledge he has of this whole experience and what other astronauts have experienced, and how is he going to interpret this, because everyone interprets it differently, of course.
I mean, he has to have the depth and breadth of knowledge beyond anyone else on the planet when it comes to that. And another thing was, we talked about him flying an AI and whether the AI can experience. And Mike Mungo has been exposing me to AI very heavily recently, and the question has to be asked: could Frank at some point hand off his collective knowledge and his research to an AI who could continue to experience it on into the future? I mean, somebody should pick up where he leaves off when he eventually does decide that's it. I've done all I can, but hopefully not till he's flown suborbital and maybe a little trip around the moon.
Totally, yeah. It's is the idea about bringing the AI along, but also being able to incorporate that knowledge and the overview effect into the knowledge base of one of these AI models. Frank has been chatting back and forth with some of these AI models. There's a funny one where he said, I asked Claude about it, or maybe it was ChatGPT, I forget which one, but somebody got it wrong. They didn't have the right knowledge about the overview effect, and then he was like, oh, well, you're chatting with Frank White, and then he corrected the AI. He's like, well, the AI is not going to remember it, but the AI thanked him for his contribution and for trying to correct the record about how the overview effect was born on a cross-country flight.
Yeah, I actually had not heard that up until recently, and I thought that was interesting. There are also people who are trying to recreate the awe and the overview effect virtually. One of our members, Ruben Salinas, is working on that. He did his doctoral thesis on it, and I got the good fortune to years ago experience the VR headsets from the space station tour, and I have to tell you, that was a real seminal moment for me, because it's one of those things where you have your own impression of what things are going to be, and then of course you experience them, and it was just so emotional, some of those vision shots, but and I can appreciate that what that's about, but there's still a much larger picture that my brain wants to see. I want to see it, not just, that was a pretty impressive image. I work in television. I understand how television works in space, worked on the space shuttle cameras, the whole 9 yards. But that's still amazing. But there's a much larger picture to be experienced out there. And it's I hope everyone gets to. I mean, that's really what we're here doing, is trying to make space accessible for everyone so they can experience that and come back and share it, because it can only do us good to enlighten people and get them to appreciate what the fight we have ahead of us to save our planet and to increase everyone's knowledge. The whole, running out of words at this point after listening all day. I should have taken notes. Oh, Pablo, what do you think?
Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'm just listening along. Oh, and I also shared my screen. I guess when I started talking, it just jumped up there. Yeah, no, I mean, I think this has been so much fun. It is like it is amazing. Some of the moments on the stream today have been incredible, and so yeah, it's hard not to kind of, I don't know, walk away with almost like I need a little bit of time to process some of the things that were said. The one that I keep coming back to is, I think it was both Ron and Cady talking about how when this like dolly effect, the like zoom in and zoom out at the same time. And I think you'd appreciate that working in TV.
Yeah, yes, that absolutely rang true to me as soon as I heard it, and I was following every word he said. It really does bring it into focus. Excuse the pun, but yeah, you have to broaden your view, but you have to make sure you're still in focus with everything else. I'm both exhausted and exhilarated at the same time, and I didn't think this was going to be like that today. And I have to tell you, a lot of my early television career was working on the Jerry Lewis Labor Day Telethon. I'm sure a lot of people over 30 anyway have experienced that. And I used to work the night shift when I was real young, when I was a teenager. And there's a whole pattern to it and so forth like that. And I was kind of looking forward to it, even though I used to be exhausted. And it's the same thing here. When you get a chance to talk with like-minded people like all of us, and all the wonderful guests, and just hearing from everybody in the chat and so forth, it really feels good to be in a group of people who are sharing a common goal. We actually had experienced one of our members, Zen, who's our director of media, ended up over at the rollout of the Artemis 3 core stage up in Louisiana, where they're rolling it out and they're going to take it to the Cape, which had just arrived today, and get ready for Artemis 3. I'm like, wow, Artemis 3 has happened already. But she said as soon as she got on the bus with the NASA social group, it was like instant family. Being able to talk, everybody was just instant friends. There were no strangers on that bus, and that's one of the best things about being in this group, in this community. And that's the thing; anybody can be part of this community. I have, we've got over 300 members in the Inspired 24, and we just encourage people to reach out and so forth. We have some people who just jump right in, and we're great to have them. All the different other contests that are going on. It's amazing, all the different input, especially now that we're, so heavily in Brazil and South Asia and so forth. I see a bunch of our people in the top 25 right now. I'm like, this is fantastic. Yeah. I love to see this kind of participation. And as you know, the hardest part about the things we do is engagement. Mm-hmm. And that's the trick, is finding that way to get people's attention. Well, since Artemis 2, people have been talking my ear off on the road, because when I travel, I wear my flight jacket, and I bring my cards, and we talk space. And I sat next to a woman yesterday coming home from Las Vegas, and she's like, I grew up she grew up in Florida, in the central Florida area, watching space shuttles, and it was no big deal. It was like people living in New York and seeing Broadway stars or whatever. And he says, Artemis has just lit up her kids. They are so excited about it. And feels good to have that kind of energy behind the whole space movement. And I'm really looking forward to trying to keep that energy going with Artemis 3. If they can get Artemis 3 off, and then within the 12 months, I think they'll be able to carry that. And NASA did an amazing job. I don't know about you, but I spent 13 years at NASA working with the PAO, doing our best to get the message out, and it was never this good. and I tell you, the crew gets a lot of credit for this. This is the sharpest crew I have seen in my life. They are so in sync with each other. And I'm sure that comes a lot just from the selection process that the astronaut office, they try to find people that work well together, but also Reed as their commander encourages that kind of behavior. And the free flow of emotion and is incredible. I don't remember a shuttle flight where the commander admitted he was crying. I mean, granted, it was a very emotional moment when they named the crater after his deceased wife, but wow, those people are just, I mean, it's almost like they've got take this act on the road kind of thing. When they came home and all set their watches together up on the stage out at Ellington for the post-landing, welcome home. It was amazing. I'm like, did somebody write this, or did they, prepare this? Nope, that was just them.
Yeah, I think what I love the most about what we do is just the people that are involved. I mean, maybe it sounds trite or something, but like it really is just about all the relationships. I love seeing all the faces on the leaderboard, and a lot of them we've been working with or have been engaging with MoonDAO for years at this point. So it's really cool to see all these people that are coming together to support Frank that we've known all these years now, and I think it's amazing. I also want to point out here on the website. So I actually just pushed this fix as we were on this live stream. I've got one screen over here with the code base open and just doing a little programming, and then another one here with the live stream. I actually just added a milestone that I think makes a lot of sense. So we're aiming to go for 2 stratospheric balloons, but I realized that something here is missing, which is the stratospheric balloon number 1, or seat number 1, and so we've added that as a milestone because we're almost 70% of the way there, 69% of the way there. I don't know if I should say that 69, but it's 70, almost 70.
It's a number.
It's a number. And we're at 150 contributions, so pretty incredible. Yeah, we've really seen the activity start to pick up here in the last bit. We've got 3 hours and 33 minutes and 30 seconds. Lots of threes there, and I think if we continue the same amount of progress that we've seen in the last hour, there's a good chance that we break the 250 goal. If it keeps accelerating like this, then we can get there. So help get the word out. We put a tweet there in the chat that has the video that Ryan put together. Retweet that. Go to moondao.com. Go to our Twitter. That's x.com/official MoonDAO, and you'll see all the posts there. So yeah, give these a retweet. Here, I'm gonna pin the latest video that Ryan put together to the top of our X account so that it's easy to find. And yeah, give that a retweet. Let's help get this. Let's help get the word out and get a bunch of. I'm actually just retweeted it again from the MoonDAO account, so it'll be at the top there. And everything, all that stuff really helps. It gets us in the algorithm. Algorithms are important these days, so like, subscribe, retweet, everything you can do.
Yeah,
really helps. So
yeah, definitely. By the way, I love, kudos to Ryan. I love some of these AI editions of different versions of Frank, the Godfather. I'm like the first time I'm going, what that? Oh my God, that's Frank. That's great. I love that stuff. And and then this one, the Martian version, believe in the overview effect, send Frank to space. That's a great one too.
Yeah.
Ryan did a good job. Yeah, definitely. I'm encouraging. I've still got some people. I-24 folks are reaching out and asking how to donate and trying to help them navigate that. I've got some people over in India who are able to stay up a little later than us, and I'm still encouraging to donate. I had to donate for a couple of people, and I donated in their name earlier because they were just so busy. So they're gonna reimburse me later. So yeah, and yeah, like I said, this feels very much like the old Terry Lewis Labor Day Telethon at the last end. Only they don't have Ed McMahon here to call the 10th. People don't know who Ed McMahon was. It was Johnny Carson's sidekick.
Okay,
anyway, and that's something I wanted to talk to Frank about. Is I'm only 18 years younger than him, and I always thought that I was born too early or too late. Sorry. Too late for the Apollo era, because I grew up in the Apollo. I was a kid, and it was, in that period we didn't know it was going to come until the shuttle didn't become a reality much later than we thought. There really wasn't even a public knowledge of it until the late 70s. And it launched 3 or 4 years behind schedule, as things did back then. But now I'm realizing that I may have been born too soon. Because the renaissance here is amazing. Trying to wrap my head around. I mean, the 13 years I spent at NASA doing shuttle launches and landing and PAO, television, and all the wonderful things. I mean, I sometimes have forgotten what I have to remember some of the things I did. And it's not boasting. It's just that we were so busy at the time with all those shuttle missions going on. And to me, that's what NASA was, or NASA is. But now it's a new NASA with the traveling to the moon. Sure, the station's still up. That's institutional. There'll be space stations forever. That's just part of the reality of space travel. We've got to have facilities up in orbit for whatever's needed. But now that we're going back to the moon and staying, it's a whole new world. Got to pay attention. And I have to tell you something. During Artemis 2, I was really depressed because I didn't get to make the launch because I had to work. And I told myself in advance, no, I'll be fine. No, I wasn't fine. I was just a wreck. I was just like, God, what did I do? I missed it. Anyway, so I threw myself in the mission, and I treated it like I was still at NASA. I was watching all the feeds. I found ways to see the incoming feed, and waiting for Rob Navius, the voice of NASA, to come on. And I got in the daily habit of it. And then the mission was over. It was like, oh my God, now I'm going to go through with Artemis withdrawal. Which a lot of people said the same thing. They just enjoyed spending the day. They watched the timeline and they watched the live events. And that's the kind of thing I encourage people to do, the people I meet and talk to. There's Jeff.
You're getting some shout outs in the chat.
Yeah. I got my peeps jumping on here. So
yeah.
So
this is a funny one. Someone just got recommended the stream. They were watching The Witch film commentary, and they say, well, they fully support the choice to go to space. So, hey, David, if you want to send the author of The Overview Effect, Frank White, into space, it's not too late. You've got 3.5 hours to contribute and help him get to space. So consider contributing there.
Yeah, we may have triggered the algorithm here.
Yep. Flora says that, and she's on LinkedIn, which is cool. We've got someone that says that they work with indigenous people in space. I was actually just talking to someone recently that said that it would be really, really interesting to send indigenous people from different parts of the world into space because in many ways they already have the overview effect, and be bringing different perspectives into space. So. Yeah, amazing. Of course, we've got Julio Resendez, who runs the Mars analog down in Brazil, and he says, "Let's send Frank into space." And 3 Media, we've got thanks for thanks for posting all the interesting things. I think 3 Media also found, yes, the genetic variant that's associated with awe and adventure and risk taking, which is a cool combo that we had with Frank there. But yeah, it's amazing seeing all the comments. I'm just yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, well, it's.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
There you go. I was just thinking, oh darn, I had a thought. I threw my notes away, and I shouldn't have not done that. Oh well, yeah. With that, I know what it was. So we were talking about the moments in people's lives when they realize, not necessarily. Well, I got to back up a second. It has a little bit to do with Iman's book that's coming out here shortly. He talks about following your dreams. It's basically a very well thought out handbook on how to follow your dreams. But the most important thing you have to do is you have to put it out in the world. You have to define that dream. Yep. And I remember prior to Inspiration 4, there was actually a competition called Space Hero that came out, and they were going to put 2 people in the space station and the whole 9 yards, and they came and went and came and went and came and went. And I had kind of given up hope, but then I-4 came along, and we're all like, yay, I-4, let's give it a shot. And we're all entering and working at that and trying to build the communities. And at that point, I had not really ever, I knew I wanted to go to space. I talked about it with my wife, but I never really put it out there. I mean, I was active with some friends from the group that eventually became the Inspired 24. And I'd never really had spoken to anybody about their dream of spaceflight, what it meant to them and so forth. Never got into a detailed conversation. And then the Inspiration 4 documentary aired in segments, and there's a piece where Cyan Proctor is going on a Zoom call to tell her family. And it became very real for me because it was when she was sharing this experience, sharing this great news with her family. And it was like, it was a momentarily huge relief and jump for joy and so forth. And then for the first time, I saw somebody else whose dream of spaceflight was as big as mine. Right. And you try not to compare people, but until you share that with somebody, you don't know. You just, it's something you keep buried. You don't talk about it. But when I saw Cyan's reaction, the way she spoke and the whole 9 yards, I just came unraveled and went to tears. I didn't think that anybody else could have as big a dream. And I'm sure that's true for a lot of people. But that's the moment I put it out there. And the part about putting your dream out there to the world so that you're declaring it and using your vulnerability as your strength. Some people might think that's silly. I actually still run into a few people once in a while and think it's silly to want to go to space. And I said, well, I know friends that have got there, so I'm giving it my shot, and everybody else should always take their shot. Never give up on that. And it was freeing too. And it allowed me to put the energy. I made the decision to put the energy into doing it, and not just for me, but for other people. And that's where I get most of my joy. I'm sure that's one of the reasons you're doing it, is to help create a better world, and also happy people are happy and they do better things. And when you can follow your dream, why not, man?
Yeah. No, I think we kind of touched on it a little earlier in the stream, but basically this idea of picking up the phone or telling people about your dream. And it does take a level of courage, because it takes the courage to be rejected. To even put it out there that you want to do something can take a level of courage. And but it's the first step. If you can't even articulate to yourself or to others what it is that you want, then it's going to be very difficult to achieve it. It sounds simple, it sounds basic, but in practice it can be really difficult. I'm sure there's tons of people out there that think, I would love to be an astronaut, I would love to go into space, but maybe they just don't think that it's possible, or they just don't think that there's a pathway. Even something like, I mean, we have it right here in front of our screens. People can, if they'd like to, be a part of an initiative to go to space, but maybe they're not picking up the phone right now. They're not. They're seeing this and they're thinking, oh yeah, maybe it's a little bit too much effort. I don't know. Even though it's just a couple minutes and you can contribute and be a part of it and join the leaderboard and have a chance of going to space yourself. Maybe there are people listening right now, even that are
you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Your dream, anyone's dream, if it's really your dream, it's worth the effort, and it's there's no amount of effort that isn't possible. I have to keep reminding myself that I'm still work full time. I haven't retired yet, so I need to remember to go to work and so forth. And like I was telling earlier, all that posting I did all week was while I was working. I would sneak out and shoot a video and then go back to work, and it took a lot of effort. And I mean, it a lot of sleepless hours editing that stuff and getting it out there. But something like that is worth the effort. And there's no limit to the kind of the amount of work and talking and creating and whatever is required to fulfill that dream. And I'm sure I want to give that advice to everybody. If it's a dream you really want to do, and it doesn't matter, not just going to space. And that's the one thing about Iman's book. It's not just about going to space. It's a handbook for just being successful. You're being able to succeed in your dream. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger is the big hero of Iman's. And I've seen some of the stuff that Arnold has put out about facing your dream and so forth, and I see that right in Iman, and it's really amazing how he's taken that to heart. Thus, the book, A Heart for Space. You know, so if you have a dream, even if it's not to go to space, get involved. Now, if you want to go to space, this is the group to be part of. You should donate right now and help send Frank to space.
Yeah, but yeah, I do want to say that you know, I have met a lot of people that want to go to space, and I'd put you in the top 0.1% of people that I know that are so passionate about space and getting to space. And I just want to say that I know that someday it will happen. I sense that some people are just like, hey, this person it has to happen for them. So I feel like, you know, very, very strongly about that, because just the amount of energy that you put out there, the amount of good energy that you put out there, all the videos that you've been making, all the work that you put into this, I know it's going to come back to you multiplied many times over. So just want to feel like I need to say that. It's amazing everything you've been able to do for the space community. So
yeah, I appreciate that, and those are great words. I appreciate that. It's tough sometimes, but that's, you know, part of what, like Frank said earlier, or what Winston Churchill says, do not give up. And that's the simplest thing you can do. And there's no reason to give up on your dream. I mean, I'm 64 now. And if I don't take the shot now, I will never forgive myself. I tell that to my wife and family all the time, that this is my time to shine. Now, once again, if I had been born 20 years later, it might be a different story. I'd probably be an astronaut. I'd be, you know, up on the space station, or maybe headed on Artemis 3 or Artemis 4. But this is the time that I was given, and I'm making the best of it. And I want to help as many other people too. I mean, that's one of the great things about the Inspire 24. You know, Iman is one of our biggest success stories. We have multiple other success stories. People who not necessarily still want to go to space, but have been able to move into the aerospace industry, and it's just amazing. These people, they followed their dreams. We got one guy now who's going to be an actual space capsule technician for SpaceX. He's going to be working on the Dragon capsules now. And a couple of years ago, he was an inventory specialist at a warehouse somewhere, I forget. But that's the kind of thing. I love that stuff. I love to share that energy. I volunteer at Space Center Houston. That is the most fun I have, because you get to connect with people, and the kids too. The kids are so great. they, you have to, sometimes you have to coax the answer out of them. So I have space stickers. I said, if you ask me a question, I'll give you a sticker. And then the floodgates open.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the most fun. All right. Thank you. Yeah, the kids are amazing. Their energy sometimes, especially when you get in a group of them. I may have shared this story before, but I had the most amazing talk about black holes with like a 10-year-old a couple years ago, who was
Mm-hmm.
obviously on the going to graduate high school at 11 and go to college at 12 and that kind of thing. And I do not pretend to be any kind of scientist whatsoever. I barely have a grasp of the physics of a black hole, but it's so amazing to me when I realized, when I made the connection, and I wasn't the first one to make this connection, obviously, when I learned about it, how that the math that they calculate that was the math of the Big Bang is equivalent to the what do you call it, inverse to the math of a collapsing black hole.
Mm-hmm.
And so that means, in theory, that every time a black hole collapses, a new universe is created. And I remember just being completely gobsmacked when I realized that. I said, could that be? I mean, imagine if that's true. The multiverse. We talk about multiverses in the movies and so forth, but this is the real multiverse. And so, like I said, this 9 or 10-year-old was just schooling me on this, and I was drinking it up. I was appreciating every minute of it. And I was like, "Here, kid, here's all my stickers. You win. You win."
Yeah, no, yeah, it's amazing the kind of questions or the insights that kids have sometimes, where you've been talking or thinking about something for a long time, and then you'll just be gobsmacked by just the simplest kind of question. That and I know people do theorize that every time, within a black bang, that it is I can't, black hole, there's a new universe that's being created. It does seem very interesting because there's kind of like a universal law of energy, right? Energy is neither created nor destroyed. But then within a black hole, we just really don't know what's going on, but there sure is a hell of a lot of energy that's being consumed and going one way. So something must be happening. We just don't know.
I'm gonna have to put Interstellar on and watch it for the 55th time or something like that. That I always get a different ending out of it. Every time I watch it, the ending it comes off a little differently. And of course, when you ask the director, oh God, Christopher Nolan, I'm horrible with names, what the ending meant, he goes, "It's up to you, whatever you want the ending to be." And I'm like, "Oh, tell me." Anyway, but it's just thought provoking. It's very thought provoking. And once again, everything I'm talking with Frank and all the guests about is very thought provoking. Frank's, like I said, I appreciate that Frank has not only given us the language, but the understanding that how powerful the overview effect is. And of course, everyone experiences it differently, but everybody's experience is worthy. So everyone should share that and share it with as many people as possible. So that's why we want to send Frank to space, so he can come back and tell us, with all of his prior knowledge, what it meant to him, and then we can pass that along.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for the 5th edition of the Overview book. So if Frank does go to space, we'll have to interview himself, or have an AI interview him and come up with some good questions. Or maybe all the astronauts that he's interviewed will then have to gang up on him and ask him a bunch of questions in return.
Yes, it's interesting you should say that, because if he ends up on a stratospheric balloon, at least a lot of us are involved. I-24 involved with Worldview. We were on that list early, and one of the things that they will have on there is Starlink. So you'll be able to have 2A, and there was all kinds of discussion. We had one member who was a musician who was going to write a song on the way up, because it's about a 2-hour trip to altitude, and then he was going to perform it live on the world premiere of his new masterpiece at altitude. And so that got me thinking, if Frank gets up there, once he's up there at altitude, he can start being peppered with questions from people and start asking him what he's experienced. And that's great because you get that instant feedback from him. He doesn't have to worry about trying to remember it. He can get it out right then and there. Of course, he can take notes and so forth like that. But there's definitely a difference of, well, not difference of opinion, but like talking to Iman, he's on the worldview list with us too, and comparing those two, the couple of minutes he had at 0G and at the apex of the arc, and looking down on Earth, and then going up in a balloon and getting to spend a couple hours just studying it all. I like to imagine it, but I don't for a second think that's how I'm going to experience it. It's very generic until I get up there and experience it. So it'll be great to hear if Frank gets to do. It'd be great to get Frank to do all three. Balloon, suborbital, and orbital. There's people out there with money who would love to help out, I'm sure.
Well, if there are, then hopefully they show up in these next 3 hours. Hopefully they I think it's been a long journey with this fundraiser. So we've been working with Frank now for a year and a half. So it was late 2024 actually when we had that first call with Frank, and at the time all we knew is that we wanted to work on these tools. We wanted to make it so that other people within the MoonDAO network could fundraise in the same way MoonDAO had. So we had just launched a tool that was for organizations, so for teams within the MoonDAO platform that could use a lot of the same tools that we'd been using. So they could have a treasury, they could hire from the network, they could post things on the marketplace, they could do things to leverage kind of some of the foundation that we built, and make it so that it's not just it's not just us that can leverage these tools, but a bunch of people in the space community that kind of all draw from a similar tool set. And something that we kept hearing from people was like, hey, we want to be able to raise money. Makes sense. If you want to do things in the real world, sometimes you need some money in order to do that. So we thought, all right, what we're going to do, we're going to make a tool that works with the Juicebox protocol in order to raise funds. And then from there, we said, all right, well, we're going to need a really good initiative to kind of kick this off. So we started talking to a bunch of different groups, a bunch of different people, and we connected with Frank, I think, for something totally unrelated. But at the end of the call, Frank says, hey, well, if you're looking for anyone else that wants to go to space, I'd love to go. He just kind of said that at the end, somewhat whimsically, not necessarily thinking anything of it. And then afterwards, we hopped off the call, and Ryan and myself and other people on the MoonDAO team, like, hey, well, maybe there's something to this. If Frank is, we'd been hearing from that point from multiple people that, hey, you really should think about sending Frank. Hey, Frank would be the right person for you guys to send. Actually, I think it was Garan who told it to me first. I was at a conference at Ascend, and then during our talk, he says, who you guys should send to space is Frank. And then I went to another conference and I spoke to Nicole, and she actually said the same thing. She's like, you know what? It would be really amazing if Frank could get to space. And I'd met Frank. Actually, I think the first time I met him was at a Blue Origin event. He was Ron Rosano's guest, and to me, just the way that people were talking to him, the kind of magnetic pull that he had with people, you would have thought he'd already been to space. He's one of the most popular guys there. So I thought, well, this guy's getting to space. Or maybe he's already gone. I really, I was meeting him for the first time. So then after that call with Frank, I thought, wow, it really doesn't even make sense to me that he hasn't gone to space, because the marketing of all of these different space companies is about the overview effect. They're all talking about it all the time. Every, Blue Origin flight, they mention the overview effect. Virgin Galactic is the same thing. They're talking about the overview effect. These stratospheric balloon companies, what are they selling? They're selling the overview effect. And you're telling me that the guy who wrote the book on the overview effect, who coined the term, no one's trying to help him get to space. I kind of just assumed that it had been a done deal already for him. It just didn't even make sense to me. So when Frank said that on the phone, I was like, well, okay, maybe we've found our initiative. Maybe we found the thing that would get the whole space community to rally to support, a cause that, would right a wrong in the universe. And so then we got to work, and it was a long journey from that point forward. We thought that it would be like, okay, well, we're going to decide to send Frank to space. We built the platform. We had the tools ready months in advance, but it was very difficult, actually, and for a reason that might seem contradictory. The reason it was very difficult is that Frank had a lot of support, almost too much support. So we ended up having to we have these big calls with a bunch of people that wanted to support Frank getting to space. And then we decided to do a steering committee to have a subset of those people that would work to, and we started talking to a bunch of carriers. And actually, the original carrier that we had thought that we'd be flying with was Blue Origin. And then somewhere along the way, they decided they were going to stop flying humans. So we had a lot of left turns throughout the whole thing. But every time we just kept saying, all right, well, we can't give up. We got to keep moving forward. And I always thought that the biggest risk with this campaign actually was going to be that we'd never launch it. So I thought, the biggest risk would be that we get so muddled up with all of the logistics, all of the day-to-day, and then we just get kind of scared about it or something, and then we wouldn't put it out there. So we kept we set a date in the future, and we said, all right, by this day we're going to launch it, rain or shine, no matter how prepared or unprepared we feel, because you always feel unprepared. You always feel like, oh well, maybe we should snooze and give it a couple more weeks. We launched it just 45 days ago, and here we are. So
you were saying that Frank just kind of threw that comment out at the end, but that's once again about putting your dream out there. If he hadn't said it, you wouldn't have done that. That wouldn't have triggered, and that's all part of the bigger, like he talked about. I always like to say the universe is trying to look out for you. It really is, and the trick is to be paying attention. I've looked back on my life, professional career, personal life, and that's been true. Opportunities present themselves. You just got to be ready. And so Frank presented the option, and you guys are ready. So it's funny how that works, but that's how the universe works. And when you're sitting with a bunch of like-minded people trying to achieve the same goal, it works. And you know what? It's funny when you said, it's a no-brainer that we need to send Frank to space. But why did that not happen? I think it may equate to the old adage about the good-looking woman who never goes out because everybody just assumes she's got a date already because she's so good-looking. Maybe that reduces, since he talks about the overview effect, he must have been to space. Maybe not. You got to ask. But his other story about being mistaken for a flown astronaut, because I wear my NASA flight suit. And when people say, are you an astronaut? I always say, not yet. But there have been people who come up and talk to me and just assume I've flown in space. I go, well, no, I have to, no, not yet. It's just, I worked at NASA, and it's, as my wife calls it, my billboard. But that's how you get attention, and that's how you put your dream out in the world. And it gets people talking. I mean, it's just wonderful to get people talking about space and all the things, especially if it's apparent I told a story. The air conditioning guy came today because our air conditioner died, and we got to talk in space after he was done. And the energy that feeds off that, it's just amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe it is a case of just everyone thinks that Frank is so deserving, and that of course, actually, this was another thing. We'd get into these calls where we're kind of preparing for this campaign, and a recurring thought or question was, well, there must be some billionaire out there that would just sponsor the whole flight, and we're like, yeah, you'd assume so, you'd assume so. But everyone that we're talking to, it's really difficult to get across.
Yeah, we're kind of in that. We're down on the downside of the commercial space and tourism, space tourism. You mentioned, you guys were how many days into you made your decision to go forward with the project, and then a few days later, Blue announces they're shutting down New Shepard, and that was. I remember that day. It was a Friday. We had just gotten off work. I was in the back of a van being driven to my hotel, and I see all the social media light up and texts are popping up, and I'm like, oh Jesus, because there's other competitions going on that had experienced the same thing, but I had a double whammy. Was just the fact that we lost that way of getting people to space, but I had, and don't tell my employer this, I had a job interview lined up for Blue Origin for that Friday. That later that day, I was going to take a call with a HR person about a job at Van Horn, and it was kind of a dream job because I get back and it was exactly the job I did at NASA. And I'm like, this would be great. And it's all fell apart. And I'm like, who could have called that one? I mean, seriously. But you give yourself 10 minutes to feel sorry for yourself. You pick yourself up and move forward and just keep going. And I really do appreciate you guys' plan to go out and talk to the providers. I mean, they're all about getting positive promotions out of this, positive feedback from people, and trying to promote their products, whether it be a balloon or a space plane or a rocket, whether it's North America or China or wherever. Public perception is the biggest thing, and they like to have good stories, and Frank is one of the best stories out there.
Yeah, no, Frank is I mean, yeah, maybe it's just meant to be this way, that we have to organize a campaign for Frank, and then that just helps propagate the overview effect to more and more people. So yeah, I'm getting word from, actually, this isn't the only person this has happened to. So if you're using Coinbase, the Coinbase on-ramp, it is currently difficult to at least use a debit card. Andrew, you're saying that you had success with PayPal. Did that work for you?
I was going to MetaMask, and I would just go buy, and I previously bought through PayPal, and it's the best straightforward. I never had a problem. Fees are reasonable, and I've done it 3 times today. In fact, like I said, I've been donating for other people who didn't have time. So yeah, if you have a PayPal option, they're really good. Through MetaMask anyway.
Yeah, if there's anyone out there, an entrepreneur or something like that wants to get into credit card payments for these types of initiatives, that'd be a great business, because they.
I know a guy. I know a guy named Jared. He'll do it for you.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, it's surprisingly difficult actually to on-ramp funds with some of these providers. You'd think it'd be it's similar to kind of like the Frank thing. You'd think it would have happened. You'd think someone out there would have seen this issue and then solved it. But not yet. So if there's anyone out there that wants to fix it, if not, MoonDAO might have to fix it themselves. We might have to.
Well, that's the best way to have it happen, when somebody sees some entrepreneurial genius sees a need and decides he's going to make it happen and make it profitable too, because that's really what it's going to come down to. I wanted to mention Jared, we're just joking about that, but Jared has,
Yep.
we have to thank Jared for a lot of this because he really started this all. Granted, Virgin Galactic and New Blue Origin were working on their commercial space tourism flights beforehand, but he really was the one who opened it up. And he's actually been very supportive of the Inspire 24. But to this day, we have no idea how he found out we existed. He just all of a sudden was like approving when we became a 501c3, we had to set up a wallet to get donations, and we reached out to Shift for Payment and said, "Oh, we have a separate charity arm that does a giving block." And so we went over to that and said, "Hey, we want to set this up." And they go, "Okay, give us your information." And then the next day they called back and said, "Yeah, I just got off the phone with Jared. He said to sign you guys up and no charge for life." And I'm like, what just happened? What happened? Still don't know how he found out about us, but he's also been very helpful with donating some money for some activities we're doing. And he even signed the autographed the asteroid zero G indicator that we gave away, that we raffled off for charity a while back. That's so amazing. He's a great guy. And we always refer to him, there's two Jareds, there's two Jareds, right? There's plus Don Jared and there's Administrator Jared. And you have to be, you have to define who you're talking about at the time. But you have to admit, he's kind of revitalized NASA in a very short period of time. And it's wonderful to see him getting things happening. And if you think about it, I don't say he's the perfect administrator. It's still early, but he's definitely a person you can't influence very well. He's a billionaire, so you can't really bribe him. And you can't really scare him with, you'll never work in this industry, or you'll never, he's got a career outside of this. When he's done, he's going to go back to what he was doing. He's got 2 more space flights. He's got to fly another Dragon, and he's got a Starship to command. So he's got a pretty good future. I'd love to be on Team Jared right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what Jared's been able to do in such a short amount of time is really incredible. And I think it's just because he's been thinking about the problems for so long. He's been embedded in the space community. He's talked to a lot of people. A lot of people were in agreement that he would be a great person to run NASA. So yeah, I think he's kind of, it's not like an overnight sensation type of deal. Jared has been championing a lot of these ideas that he's executing on at NASA for a long time. And so it's incredible. And I mean, I remember seeing the news that they're going to focus on a moon base, and I was just, and also that it was going to be a 2030 goal. And I was like, this is a dream come true. This is like exactly what we've wanted at MoonDAO for years since we started. We said, we didn't just say a moon base, we said by 2030, which sounds funny for like kind of, just a group of people on the internet. But we thought, you know what, let's try to set something ambitious and just see what the response is like, and who knows what might happen. And now with all these AI tools and just the I don't know, the technological improvements that have occurred in the last couple of years, I really think that we're entering an era where it isn't outside of the realm of possibility that people can create a simulation or simulated environment that has realistic physics, where you can connect with people in different parts of the world, get to some agreements on the interfaces involved, create the life support systems, the energy systems, the ISRU systems, and just get to work and say, hey, well, these people have this CAD model, and it requires this much energy, and these are its inputs, these are its outputs, and just have people start to put their heads together. And I think that might be what is actually required in order to coordinate a lot of the commercial industry. Because I think, we're only going to be able to achieve a moon base if we can leverage the commercial industry. And so this is actually a very difficult coordination problem. It's not an execution problem, it's a coordination problem. We have the technology, we can do this, but you have to coordinate tons and tons and tons of people. So, yeah, I think that there is actually a deep need for the ability for these companies to figure out how to trust one another. And like Garan was saying, Cady Coleman was saying, not, put their differences aside, but put their fear aside. Because I think that when it comes to collaborating, there's a fear that, oh, they're going to steal my plans, or they're going to tell my competitors what I'm working on. And so these are real fears, but we need to kind of overcome these fears so that we can achieve these incredible things. So, yeah.
Frank has said, and I've heard before, you've got to stop thinking me and start thinking we. And it's tough for society to change. I mean, speaking of Interstellar, that's kind of one of the bigger themes in Interstellar, about how they've got to stop thinking. They've got to start thinking about their far on ancestors instead of just themselves. And that's true. I mean, that's what's going to happen. And if anything, Jared's just given the whole process a big kick in the butt, because the thought of having to wait 3 years for another mission, I'm like, what are they waiting for? Having worked at NASA, I know the first answer is always budget, but that wasn't budget. It was just a matter of will. And he's told everybody, let's get going. And the whole moving the talent base back out of contractors into feds. That's people have been saying that from back when I was at NASA in the 80s. They wanted to do that. They said a lot of the knowledge had gone away had become put into contractors, and then contractors get cycled out, and you lose all that institutional knowledge. And that's a strategic supply. I mean, you got that knowledge is what makes everything work. Without that knowledge, you don't have things. In fact, as a kind of a lesson learned, that's the brain drain out of the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, after the Iron Curtain fell, where people talk about what the shuttle Mir program, and then also the follow-on of the ISS, was done partly to keep Russian for defense, build weapons and things like that. And I witnessed it in Houston. There was a huge mid-90s, a huge onslaught of a wave of Russian engineers moving to Houston. In fact, there was no plan for them. They just moved them into like temporary housing and hotels along Bay Area Boulevard there. And you'd see these people, they'd get home with their families, and they'd have to walk to the grocery store, or, they didn't have driver's license, they didn't have cars. So we started volunteering to take them around and so forth. And that was an experience too, man. Talk about having to help your fellow man, seeing a family of 4 in the mid-90s speed sweatsuits walking along the Bay Area Boulevard down there by the Johnson Space Center. I keep thinking about that, going, who are all these people? And then we figured out who they were. Oh yeah. I'm starting to get off on tangents. Sorry about that.
That's awesome. I thought I disconnected for a second. Can you see my screen? Is this showing up or not?
Yep. Yeah.
It is?
Okay, now it went away, and then
I just had to
there it goes. Okay.
There we
Very
go.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a little bug there for a second. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to take a lot of people from different backgrounds, and I don't just mean that in like skill sets, but also in ways of thinking. Is, I think what we were able to achieve during the Apollo era, where we sent people to the surface of the moon for a few days at a time and then coming back. I mean, it's extraordinary, and that's one of the most incredible achievements for humans. Period. And it's a civilizational high watermark. But what we're talking about right now with a base is an order of magnitude more complicated, because it's going to require resupply missions or continuous missions to the moon for a long period of time, and then leaving systems there on the moon that need to be resilient to the harsh environment on the moon, that can survive the lunar night, that can survive the gritty, sharp, electrostatic, sticky regolith, that can survive the huge swings in temperature on the lunar surface. This is an incredibly harsh environment. So even just having any sort of system there that can survive in those environments, we haven't even proven that technology yet. And we can do it. We know how to do it, but it's going to take a lot of testing, a lot of iterating, a lot of failures along the way, and kind of a sustained effort for a long period of time in order to make it happen. Yeah, it's kind of funny to me, but I was just talking to someone, and a lot of people don't even know that we didn't just go to the moon once; we went multiple times.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and that NASA had follow-on plans. I mean, if the budget had hold, obviously they would have gone through 20. When we start looking at the show For All Mankind, I played on that whole thing. But the NASA applications office had all kinds of follow-on plans for the Saturn V. Amazing launch vehicle. There's one that I am especially fond of, which was the crewed flyby of Venus in late 1972, early 1973. They would have had an upgraded Saturn V with SRBs attached to it, and would have launched essentially what would have become the Skylab model of Skylab. They do a wet workshop where they'd use a third stage, and it would be outfitted so that once the tanks were empty, they could purge the tanks and then move into the third stage and turn it into a workshop. And that concept eventually became Skylab, obviously. But this would have involved essentially the same thing they did with Artemis II, where they did a free return around around the moon. They would have done a free return around Venus with 3 astronauts and an Apollo command module, and then the workshop. But they would have dropped off satellites. So we would have had, probes on Venus as in the early 70s. And can you imagine a world where we had been to Venus in 1973? I mean, it would just been a snowball effect to keep going. And Mars would have been, they had plans for using the Saturn V for multiple launches to Mars and so forth. And granted, that technology was, the how do you live on the moon and how do you live on Mars still hadn't worked out. But hey, they made huge great gains in only a few years. So what's to say they couldn't have made it that much farther? But, political realities, unfortunately, jumped in. But yeah, some of this, if you ever get a chance to look at some of that, the Apollo's application office program, they had some wild stuff, super uprated. They had one called essentially it would have been the Saturn VIII, which instead of 5 engines, the first stage would have 8 engines. It was a mega super heavy lift that they could put single stage in orbit to Mars and so forth like that. That was pretty amazing stuff. Kind of wish it happened, but it's only you can only see it in Lego form now, unfortunately.
In Lego form.
Funny. That's where a lot of it's come down to. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a couple new contributions. So just want to highlight those. We just got one for $100. Amazing. We're at 69% still. We've got 2 hours and 42 minutes left. So yeah, let's push really hard because I think we can get there. We just need a few. We've had a lot of people that have demonstrated interest that are high net worth individuals. So if that's you or if you know of them, let them know because we've got 2 hours 42 minutes. So yeah.
I reach out to my old boss, Mark Cuban. I've not heard back from him, so I'm a little disappointed in him. Yeah, and
thank you. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, he's busy. I think he's busy with Shark Tank and everything else he does. Yeah, it's a CC tweet people. I know people who are or are constant, in business trying to make connections with that kind of thing. And every time I talk to him, says, don't forget, if you find somebody, connect them with us so we can, help make things happen here. Uh, yeah, yeah,
Right.
it's a tough job trying to get that kind of engagement. Like I was talking before earlier, engagement. It's all about engagement, and we just got to keep spreading the word.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's just so much happening right now that it's hard to keep people's attention. Sorry, it's been 13 hours. My my language processing unit is kind of deteriorating here, but yeah, it's hard to break through the noise, and I feel like as a result, maybe this is kind of a broader conversation, but I think that the things that do break through are things that end up being controversial or kind of get people angry or things that, and so it's hard for something like this where it's like, oh, maybe just an optimistic kind of uniting thing that doesn't anger people or anything like that. It's hard to get them to say, wow, this is really cool.
It comes back to most people, majority of people, hopefully all the people that are in the space community are here because they want to be here, and they're here to be a positive contributor. But yeah, you're right. When you step outside the safety sphere of the aerospace community and you go venture out, it's a little tougher sometimes, and that's one thing. Once again, volunteering at Space Center Houston, 99.9% of the people who are there are there because they want to, and they're interested in space and bringing the kids and the whole 9 yards. So they're receptive and they're generally good natured. Once in a while, you get that grumpy old grandpa who doesn't want to be there, but fortunately, by the time he leaves, he's just excited. Especially, I had it happen twice, and both times there were guys who had grown up around the Apollo program and they just forgot about it. And once their grandchild got in there, they were just so happy to be there to share the stories. And that's one of the best parts of this. And I'm sure you experience this too, is when you find somebody and you're talking to them and they say, oh, well, my grandfather worked on the Apollo program or something like that. I have a coworker whose father worked for the company and designed the centrifuge that they put in at the Johnson Space Center in the 60s.
That's cool.
And I'm like, what are the odds that I would get to work with a guy whose dad designed that thing? In fact, he talks about how his mom had to type it all up because it was a relatively small company and they had to type up the proposal and so forth. And they won the contract and they built it. And that was building 39. Yeah, 39 at Johnson Space Center, which once they removed the centrifuge, they built the pool, and that was the wet F. And that's where they would do the pool where the astronauts would train for their spacewalks for years and years. It was just big enough to hold a payload bay of the space shuttle, a mock-up of it. And that, the connection, I scuba dived there for better part of 8 years. And that was a lot of fun. That was, it was double time for bubble time was also good on that one too. So that anytime in the water, you get double time, but they kept the water at 90 degrees. So it was like, you weren't careful, you could nod off if you were just kind of hanging there with the float camera, keeping the astronaut in screen. But I've had a couple astronauts drop tools on my head. That was it. Jeffrey Hoffman. Yeah. It was Mario Ronco. He was doing part of the training for the shuttle astronauts is they had to be able to go out and work on the payload bay doors. If there was a problem with them, they had to work with them. So it was a pretty standard training. And they generally would follow face down along the sill of the orbiter. And so the test director always wanted to see their face, so that we had these float cameras that are balanced to, Sony float cameras. But you'd have to hold it up to point up to look at their face. So I was under him and he was working with a tool. And of course, everything's tethered. And so if he drops it, it doesn't float away in space. Well, except the tether had come off and he dropped it and it dropped right on my head. And it was a pretty heavy wrench. Even the water, it kind of hurt. I grabbed it real quick and I handed it back to him. And what does he do? He drops it again, right on my head again. So I handed back, instead of handing it to him, I gave him to one of the safety divers and went back in and tied it on there and didn't drop it, so it wouldn't drop in my head. And I actually ran into the grocery store a few weeks later, and he apologized.
That's
So,
hilarious.
yeah, one of those life in the astronaut training corps.
Yeah, yeah, it reminds me of we actually we were talking about maybe doing an aquanaut mission to one of these long-term stays deep underwater off the coast of Florida. I believe that there's one.
There's a new one, yeah.
New one, yeah. And those seem really interesting. Seems like one of the most, or maybe in some ways, one of the closer experiences that you could have to going to space, because you're in a relatively harsh environment. You have to be, pretty smart about how you survive in those situations.
Mm-hmm.
And there's real risk involved. And yeah, I think the ocean is really, really quite interesting. We haven't explored very much of it, and it's interesting that we have something so close by that we know so little about. People are very focused on space. I know I am, but there are a lot of similarities between the ocean and space. And I'm very supportive of any initiatives that are interested in exploring more of the ocean and getting to understand our world a little bit better. I find it very mysterious, and I think people don't really know just how little we know about the ocean. Yeah.
And you're right. The parallels are great. Great comparisons. I mean, like you said, it's a hostile environment, and when you talk about the analog astronaut community, that kind of thing is a next step after analog astronaut. One of our members, Beth Munn, went in and was on one of them like last year. I think she did a week there, and she did a live presentation there. We did Q&A and so forth. But yeah, you gotta be scuba certified and know what you're doing, and I think they just installed new. In fact, Cady was just down there last fall for the grand opening of the newest one. It's a second one in that same area. And yeah, it's in fact, there are quite a few. If I remember correctly, there's quite a few astronauts that have done some parallel training for that kind of thing, just for the experience of the hostile environment experience, and sustainability too. I mean, you gotta have the same kind of whoops.
Headphones died. Yep. Yep. I've had that happen before. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, and we can hear you.
All right. That's what happens when you try to tap dance for 3 hours.
Yeah. Should we so we've got a few videos here. Frank had a great idea about playing the whole overview movie. It is 19 minutes long. I believe we would have to upload it here. So I don't know if we can, but I know Ryan is here in the background. So Ryan, maybe if we could download that and play it, it's about 19 minutes. I think people would really enjoy watching the overview movie. Have you seen this before?
No, I have not. I've been looking, trying to get the time to watch it.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it's a younger Frank White, right up, fresh off of coining, or at least articulating the overview effect. I think, yeah, he I don't know what year it was filmed, but yeah, it's a great little movie. It's actually on the about section of the page. I wonder if I could just try to play it here. What would happen if I were to do that? Yeah, this movie here, overview.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Can you hear this?
I'm gonna put my hearing aids back.
1968, Apollo 8 went to the moon. They didn't land, but they did circle the moon. And I was watching it on television, and at a certain point, one of the astronauts casually said, "We're going to turn the camera around and show you the Earth." And he did. And that was the first time I had ever seen the planet hanging in space like that. And it was profound.
I think that for me, like for many other people, it was quite a shock. I don't think any of us had any expectations about how it would give us such a different perspective. I think the focus had been, we're going to the stars, we're going to the other planets, and suddenly we look back at ourselves, and it seems to imply a new kind of self-awareness.
One of the astronauts said, when we originally went to the moon, our total focus was on the moon. We weren't thinking about looking back at the Earth. But now that we've done it, that may well have been the most important reason we went.
Oh, golly, I remember going through launch, which is an overwhelming experience. The engines cut off. I felt myself floating out of the seat. I floated over to the window, looked out, and we were coming up over the coast of Africa. And that's when it hit me. I'm in space. And, I just got incredibly excited because it's something I had dreamed about since I was 6 years old.
I think you start out with this idea of what it's going to be like. And then when you do finally look at the Earth for the first time, you're overwhelmed by how much more beautiful it really is when you see it for real. It's just like it's this dynamic, alive place that you see glowing all the time.
It was truly incredible to be up there doing what I always wanted to do my whole life, and then to kind of glance back at our planet and see that view was just tremendous.
I can only describe what I've seen. Looking down at the Earth, and you see that line that separates day into night slowly moving across the planet. Thunderstorms on the horizon casting these long shadows as the sun sets. And then watching the Earth come alive, and you see the lights from the cities and the towns.
The events you see from space, like flying over thunderstorms, looking at them from the top, were spectacular. Like a fireworks show going on, and you're looking at it from the very top.
Shooting stars going below us, or dancing curtains of auroras. It's just very hard to describe all the, the colors, the beauty, the motion.
My job as lunar module pilot was to be responsible for the lunar module itself and responsible for the science on the moon. So when we started home, I had a little more time to look out the window than the other guys because most of my responsibilities were completed. We were in a particular mode called the barbecue mode. So we were flying like this and rotating like that. What that caused to happen was every 2 minutes, a picture of the Earth, the moon, the sun, and a 360-degree panorama of the heavens appeared in the spacecraft window. And I had studied astronomy, and I had studied cosmology, and fully understood that the molecules in my body, and the molecules in my partner's bodies, and in the spacecraft, had been prototyped in some ancient generation of stars. In other words, it was pretty obvious from those descriptions we're stardust. Well, that was pretty awesome and powerful, particularly since I had a little more time at this point to be reflective and to think about it.
Awe, I think, is one of those words that you have a better understanding of once you see it too. I felt like, using the word awesome was totally appropriate when it came to describing what the planet looks like.
To have that experience of awe is, at least for the moment, to let go of yourself, to transcend the sense of separation. So it's not just that they were experiencing something other than them, but that they were at some very deep level integrating, realizing their interconnectedness with that beautiful blue-green ball.
And this is why the astronauts, particularly in the International Space Station, often say that much of their free time is filled with what they call Earth gazing, just staring out at the Earth. They can stare for hours because the changing scenery, the interactivity of the biosphere, all of this has an incredible aesthetic impact.
The beauty of seeing Earth as a planet, as opposed to being down here among it, is a wonderful experience to then start to get into what we call the big picture effect or the overview effect.
I was flying across country from the East Coast to the West Coast in the 1970s. And I was looking out the window, and as I was looking down at the planet, the thought came to me, anyone living in a space settlement or living on the moon would always have an overview. They would see things that we know, but we don't experience, which is that the Earth is one system, we're all part of that system, and that there is a certain unity and coherence to it all. And I immediately called it the overview effect.
You do, from that perspective, see the Earth as a planet. You see the sun as a star. We see the sun in the blue sky, but up there you see the sun in a black sky. So yeah, you are seeing it from a cosmic perspective.
We've been evolving from the beginning of civilization to a larger and larger perspective of life on the Earth. But the next natural evolution is understanding the life in space. That is, the fact that the Earth, as Buckminster Fuller used to famously say, is a spaceship Earth. We are in space already. It's just that we haven't brought that into our perspective as we live here on Earth. The overview effect is simply the sudden recognition that we live on a planet and all the implications that it brings to life on Earth.
When we look down at the Earth from space, we see this amazing, indescribably beautiful planet. It looks like a living, breathing organism, but it also, at the same time, looks extremely fragile.
Because you go outside on a clear day and it's the big blue sky, and it's like it goes on forever, right? And how could we possibly, put enough stuff into it to fill it up with things that really change it? And yet, you see it from space, and it's this thin line which is just barely hugging the surface of the planet.
Anybody else who's ever gone to space says the same thing, because it really is striking and it's really sobering to see this paper-thin layer and to realize that that little paper-thin layer is all that protects every living thing on Earth from death, basically, from the harshness of space.
There's this very poetic concept that a lot of people express, that there are no boundaries from space. And I've heard a lot of my astronaut colleagues say that. Unfortunately, it's not true. You do see boundaries. They're mostly the result of human impact. You can see erosion clear cutting of forests, and you know, it's a long litany of environmental impact that we've had on our planet, and that's something which, when you see it from a cosmic perspective, makes you really appreciate the concept of spaceship Earth. I mean, we're all here together.
After I came back and tried to understand what this experience was all about, I could find nothing in the science literature about it and nothing in the religious literature that I looked at. So I turned to the local university and asked them to help me with what I saw. And when they came back to me a few weeks later and said, well, in the ancient literature, we found a description called Salvakapa Samadhi. And they said that means that you see things as you see them with your eyes, but you experience them emotionally and viscerally as with ecstasy and a sense of total unity and oneness. And I said, well, that's exactly what the experience was. And so it's rather clear to me as I study this, it wasn't anything new, but was something that was very important to the way we humans were put together.
Many of the great wisdom traditions of the Earth have pointed to what we're calling the overview effect. That is to say, they have realized this unity, this oneness of all life on Earth and of consciousness and awareness.
Within the Western tradition, I think it's quite new and quite shocking because there's been much more of a sense of separation. But if you look at other non-Western cultures, especially in Asia, the emphasis on those has always been on realization that the self and the world are not separate from each other, but that they're really interconnected, that the individual self and the species as a whole is a manifestation of the larger whole.
As you go into your mind in a contemplative way, the sense of the living reality of the planet becomes obvious. You become more in tune with the natural world. This is very akin to the direct perception that the astronauts have. So it's no wonder that many people have likened the overview effect to a spiritual or meditative experience, although it's not exactly that. It's a cognitive shift that very often can produce a kind of meditative experience.
I'm sure we all interpret it somewhat differently. I know some of the fellows go right to a religious explanation. I didn't. I went to more science explanation. And I think all that's wonderful. That's what it takes to build a civilization.
This view of the Earth from space, the whole Earth perspective, I think is the true symbol of this age. And I believe that what's going to happen is there's going to be a greater and greater interest in communicating this idea, because after all, it's key to our survival. We have to start acting as one species with one destiny. We are not going to survive if we don't do that.
We're seeing very clearly that if the Earth becomes sick, then we become sick. If the Earth dies, then we're going to die. People sense that something's wrong, but they're still struggling to go back and find out what the real roots of the problem are. And I think what we need to come to is a realization that it's not just fixing an economic or political system, but it's a basic worldview, a basic understanding of who we are that's at stake.
And a part of that is to come up with a new story, a new picture, a new way to approach this and to shift our behaviors in such a way that it leads to a sustainable approach to our civilization as opposed to a destructive approach.
It's a fragile planet, and if we don't take care of it and we don't work together, then we are going to have bigger issues than we have now down the road.
On a grand scale, that's, we're basically all living in this one ecosystem called Earth, and everything that you do on one side of the ecosystem affects the other side. And that is a new way for living for most of humanity.
We humans are responsible for ourselves. And if we are endangering our future, then we've got to learn how to do it differently. and to go forward into a sustainable period. And right now, that seems very difficult to see how it's going to be, but we got to work on it.
When I was above the space station, looking down at the space station, looking down at the, against the Earth, and seeing this, amazing accomplishment, I was thinking, wow, there was 15 nations that worked together to build this amazing orbital complex in space. And if we can, take these 15 nations and do this amazing accomplishment, imagine what we can do by working together, by setting aside our differences for a common goal to overcome some of the challenges facing our planet.
We have this connection to Earth. I mean, it's our home. And I don't know how you can come back and not, in some way be changed. It may be subtle. You see differences in, different people and the just general response when they come back from space. But I think collectively, everybody has that emblazoned on their memories, the way the planet looks. You can't take that lightly. It really, you realize that you've been blessed by the opportunity to see that.
It really does look like this beautiful oasis out in the middle of nothingness. And if you have a chance for your eyes to adjust and you can actually see the stars in the Milky Way, it's this oasis against the backdrop of infinity, of this just, enormous universe behind it. And it's, really a very moving experience to be able to see that with your eyes.
You look back at it and it's placed perfectly from the sun to take care of us, and you kind of take that reverse role on about, okay, well, we need to be taking care of it too, so that it can continue to do that for us. And I don't know how you can't have a greater appreciation for it after you see it that way.
And I am muted. That was a cool video. Maybe for some of you guys, first time you're watching that. So that's the original documentary that Frank put together for the Overview effect back in the day. And yeah, we heard from a lot of the people that are in that documentary on this live stream today. So a lot of familiar faces. Nicole Stott was on this live stream earlier today. Ron Garan was on this live stream earlier today. Yeah, Andrew, I think looks like you're still with us, so I'm gonna pop you up here on stage. Hey, Andrew, that was your first time watching it, right?
Yeah, that was the first time, and I have to tell you, it's very interesting to see that, especially seeing Frank, the younger Frank. But yeah, and what struck me was as a species, we don't have the words, we don't have the cognitive skills to describe what we've never seen like that. I mean, you think about it, human species has spent eons and millenniums on Earth looking up. And when all of a sudden you're presented with this view of your own planet from way above, yeah, you're not going to have the tools. You're going to have to work at it. Somebody's going to have to invent new words. Yeah, I'm befuddled just watching the video and contemplating it, watching that film.
Right.
But that's part of the species, I guess. You learn how to discover new things and come up with ways to describe them.
Definitely. Yeah, there's an interesting kind of interplay between language and consciousness, I guess. Like language is the medium of consciousness. So until you can put a name to something, it kind of, you can feel it. You can maybe, it's like when you're hungry, but or maybe you're, I don't know, you're experiencing some emotion, but you don't know why necessarily. And it kind of, and it sits there. But yeah, until you can actually name it, it doesn't actually appear into consciousness. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, there were a lot of people that had probably experienced the overview effect, maybe even before astronauts had. You know, I think about some of the early aviation pioneers. You know, they probably were experiencing a similar sort of idea, or trying to get at a similar idea. You know, even yeah, there are a lot of ways, I guess, of achieving kind of the same outcome of kind of empathy for humanity as a whole. So yeah, it's interesting that that the word itself has somehow catalyzed a movement and resonated with so many people that nowadays it's just kind of become part of the vocabulary, and now everyone is just, you know, talking about it as though it were always there. Yeah.
One thing that I keep hearing also is with something like this, and very much like other phenomena that people experience here on Earth, is you have to be open to the experience. If you go up there and you're like, no, you know, you've got to be over it, and it takes time. Like the Artemis 2 astronauts are still processing, and they literally drank out of, well, not literally, they figuratively drank out of the fire hose of amazing views. I mean, they're seeing the moon and Earth in ways no one had ever seen, not even satellite pictures, nothing. And that really has to be mind-blowing. I mean, that's the only term that comes to me. It's got to be mind-stretching.
Yep.
You've got to really struggle to get your brain to accept that new information and but I know that a lot of it has to do with, you know, the turning short-term memory into long-term memory. But then when you've got a sensory overload in the short-term memory, you're trying to get that to long-term memory. That's just so tough. I would hope that NASA learns from this, and hopefully Frank will have some input on this, is giving astronauts the proper tools before the flight to not, you know, don't let this become a hindrance or a handicap to them in their work. I mean, obviously this was an amazing crew. They were all in sync. They're all professionals. They're just, from what I've seen, they're just 4 amazing human beings. But they're open to the experience, and that's the majority of it, obviously. Yeah, the X-15 pilots. Good thing. Good point, Chef. Absolutely. And the early high altitude balloon test engineers obviously got the first really good view of the Earth at that altitude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
We've also got hey, Iman. Iman's been popping in and out throughout the day. And yeah, you know, just want to give a big shout out to Iman and all of this stuff that Iman's been able to do since his flight. I am just, you know, constantly overjoyed by how much Iman has been able to give back after his flight, and all the stuff that he's been doing, just engaging people on social media. I've been really enjoying a lot of the videos that Iman's been posting. If you guys don't follow Iman on social media, you're missing out. He posts amazing content at the intersection of both space and medicine, because Iman is not only an astronaut, but he's also a doctor. So yeah, just big shout out to Iman.
Yeah, I have trouble keeping up. Hey, here's my face. Thanks, Pablo. Yeah, he's. I have trouble keeping up with everything he's doing and where he's going and so forth. He really, it seems to have energized. Hey, there's Mike Mungo. Mike.
And there's Mike. Yeah.
We need an injection of Mike Mungo right now.
Yeah. I love all the activity in the comment section. Mike says,
Hey, Mike. Oh,
yeah,
you know what
yeah.
you know what hit Mike Mike's call sign is?
What's Mike's call sign?
Dr. Love.
Dr. Love. That
Yeah.
is a great call sign.
we gave him that call sign back during the Space Plus days, and it's so appropriate for Mike. But he's our Dr. Love. Professor Hart. I'm sorry, Dr. Love.
Yeah.
Dr. Love is the astronaut. That's right. There's an astronaut. Professor Hart. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Professor Hart seems much more PhD. Dr. Love seems like
this real time communication here.
Yeah. Forgive us, Mike. We've been going for almost 14 hours now.
14 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. And people should follow Mike as well. Mike makes amazing content. Has been part of a ton of awesome space communities. You'll always recognize him due to his iconic glasses, which he is actually, they're specially made. So you'd think that they would just be a normal pair of glasses flipped over, but no, they're actually very specially made for Mike so that he can wear them upside down. So yeah, amazing guy, beloved in the space community, also very active in different crypto circles too, which is cool. So yeah.
And AI now. He's
and
Mr.
AI.
AI. Yeah. He's introduced me to some AI that is like, that's no way. That's a real guy in that box. There's no way.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're at 69%. We've got 152 contributions. Very solid. I do want to make an important point here. Some people have been struggling with the Coinbase on-ramp, specifically for debit cards. They get to a point where they need to make a confirmation. They get a text, and then it says that something went wrong. We're really sorry about that. It's outside of our control. We work with Coinbase, and we've let them know that there's an issue there. There are other ways that you can on-ramp. As Titan was saying, he's had success with PayPal. Just funding his wallet directly via PayPal is an option. If you have a Coinbase account, you can use their site directly, and that also seems to be an option that people have been able to use successfully. And there are other various on-ramp methods depending on your wallet. If you're in this boat and you're having any issues, you can post in our Discord. MoonDAO.com/Discord will take you there. You can also just post in the chat. Just throw any issue that you're having in the YouTube chat, and we'll get a hold of you, and we'll hold your hand through the process. So, make sure, and I do want to be, if you do need help, and you're in the Discord, open up a ticket. That is usually the best way to get support. Within the Discord, you'll see a channel there to open up tickets, and that is the best way to get a hold of us. And the reason I say that is because sometimes people will post in the Discord needing help, and then you'll have a bot or something like that reach out to them and DM them. Ignore those. Those are never us. We're never going to be reaching out to you directly via a DM like that. Just always be careful. So you go to the support channel, and we're there waiting for you, and we can help you out. So just want to put that out there. We've got basically exactly two hours left. We're at 2 hours and 2 minutes, and we got to close this gap. So 30% of the way there to the 250K milestone. So we're going to be here all night. We're going to keep playing videos. Maybe we'll play some music at some point. We can get a Spotify playlist going or something. But yeah, got some more comments in here. Launchpad says, "How's it going, everyone? Had you in the background all day. Amazing guests throughout the day. Incredible guests throughout the day. Titan, I'm curious, who's your favorite, or what was your favorite conversation?" Yeah.
Well, Cady and Ron was the real deep dive. I know Cady. I actually worked with her back at NASA. One of her flights, TS-97, they flew a high definition camcorder, and I got to help train her on that. So I've known her since then. And her, I don't know if anybody's familiar with her book, but also the documentary National Geographic did about her. Very telling story. She allowed them access to her very personal part of her life. Hi, Giovanna. Good to see you too. Essentially what they did was they, during the mission, especially on the station, they have personal medical and personal family conferences. And then, of course, they're recorded for reasons, science and so forth. And she allowed them access to some of it. And it's really brave of her to have allowed the world to see that. But it shows what it takes to go to space. I mean, a lot of people think, going to space is a great adventure, which it is. But there's some realities about spaceflight, especially long duration spaceflight, that you have to be prepared for. And if you've got a family, you leave, like I travel for a living, so I'm away sometimes 2 weeks at a time, sometimes 3 weeks. And it's tough. But imagine you're doing 6 months on the space station and you've got a wife and kids, or a husband and kids, and you have to be prepared for that. And NASA does the best they can to help connect people. And of course, modern technology with the internet and so forth, streaming video, wonderful thing. The Artemis astronauts got to talk to their families, which is very important. I could tell to them from the way they talk about just everything, that the family is one of their biggest things. And that's important. And that's going to be even more important as people spend longer times in space, not only in Earth orbit, but on the moon and of course Mars, staying connected. There's even been discussions of, is it right to start sending married couples on some of these deep space explorations? Because if you, instead of worrying about your family member, you're there with you and being, it's very Star Trek kind of family spaceship type of thinking. But there are some serious considerations to be made about that if we're going to be extending ourselves out into space. But anyway, yeah. So Ron and Cady were most thought-provoking, but everybody else has just been so interesting to them. And yeah, you made a point earlier that Frank may have actually had too much support to go to space, and everybody just assumed he had, or somebody was going to do it, and it's just going to happen, and then it didn't happen. It's like he's sitting home on prom night and nobody's asked him out.
Yeah, everyone assumes, Frank must have a date. Frank must have a
date. For God's sakes, come on, man.
Right.
But yeah, and that just teaches you a lesson. Don't ever assume, man. You need to ask the simple questions.
Yeah. Frank is like, there must be some billionaire. People are like, there must be some billionaire that will support Frank and get him up there. Oh, cool. We've got Beff here. Andrew, do you mind? I'm gonna swap you out and get Beff up here, and we'll talk about all things AI, all things thermodynamic computing. What's up, Beff? How you doing? Oh, you're muted for me.
Yep. Okay. Can you hear me now? Great.
What's up? Oh, you got the full podcast setup. You're looking
I've got the whole Joe Rogan mic and everything set up, so audio should be good. It's good to be on stream. I feel like a Twitch streamer or something. Awesome. I mean, it was an honor last time to get to see a launch in person, at the ranch for Jeff Bezos, my alter I guess my cousin in hamming space and edit space of Beff Jezos. got to see that rocket launch in person. That was quite something. You know, seeing the whole launch and landing in one go. That was really impressive, and that, you know, gave me something to strive for. Someday, I definitely want to go to space myself. But you know, I think it seems like a really awesome experience. Just, you know, having talked to the astronauts, you know, before and after, and it seems like quite the experience. So, you know, it would be great to get Frank, who's you know, invented this overview effect, to space and back, and then he gets to tell the tale, and you know, I guess inspire a lot more people to want to go to space. I think you know, it's going to be an important part of the economy, and you know, I'm very, very bullish on space-based computing, for example, and I think it's very synergistic. Space tourism and launching compute in space. I think you know, as Elon says, you know, there's a nuclear fusion reactor in out there in space. It's kind of for free if you get close enough. So I think that's the future of computing. Anyway, I could ramble on, but yeah, I don't know what you want to talk about.
Actually, I'd love to get more of your thoughts on that, because that's that was you know, I mean, all of those updates, I feel like they were in quick succession. It was like, all right, X is now acquired by SpaceX. XAI, like we're pivoting to space-based compute, or I don't know, maybe it wasn't maybe it was already on the roadmap for a long time. But all of that was like, wow. And by the way, SpaceX is going to IPO, and we're going to raise, you know, $1 trillion in the public markets or whatever. And we're going to use that money in order to launch these data centers into space. It's like, dude, I'm trying to wrap my head around all of this, process it all in real time, watch the Dorkesh podcast. Like, is this a joke? No, it's totally real. And it kind of also makes sense. And it's like, actually, like exactly what we need to do.
No, it makes total sense. You know, you and I both came from Google X. I was thinking about space-based computing in like 2018, 2019, when I first set foot there, and I did some back of the envelope calculations. I was like, oh, it's going to make sense by 2030. I think the cost of launch is going to make it make sense. And, you know, back then transformers had just been invented. Back then it was called BERT. And, you know, to me, the writing was on the wall. It was like clearly going to eat everything. It was already eating Google searches, and it was a way more power hungry workload. And so I was like, well, we're going to run out. The market's going to have an infinite appetite for intelligence, and we're going to run out of power on Earth. That's going to be the only constraint. So naturally, we're going to want to go to space. And then you were looking at like SpaceX launch costs, you know, going down. It just made sense that there was a sort of ROI intercept. But then to me, the big challenge was going to be whether you can cool and power enough compute in space, you know, and that's clearly a challenge still. There's various approaches. I mean, Star Cloud is like NVIDIA's bet now, and it's like absolute brute force approach, just like make massive kilometer-sized arrays, you know, many football fields in diameter, and create, you know, these almost like huge tanks of compute and put them together in a modular data center in space. To me, I guess I'm more bullish on, well, as you know, I'm working on power efficient compute, partly inspired by some of that calculation, because, you know, if you have power efficient compute, then you radiate far less heat into space, or you have to radiate far less heat. And so you can have a much smaller radiator. You need far less power, so you can use a far smaller solar panel. So you get not just more intelligence per watt equals more intelligence per kg, and so more intelligence per launch dollar, right? Because ultimately, you know, the thesis is that you just launch it once, and that's, you know, the price you pay, and then you have power forever, right? As long as it's online. And so, you know, can't say too much yet, but you know, as I posted, you know, Athero Aerospace is one of our partners there, and yeah, I won't announce any missions yet, but you know, you could connect the dots there potentially. But there are others as well we're talking to and involved in. So maybe stay tuned for that. But to me, it's it just seems very natural. Why would we stress the resources we have on Earth to support humans when we can do our compute in space where the power is and stream back the tokens, right? And so that seems like the future. But it's all one big ecosystem, and I think not making sure it's not just SpaceX with the monopoly for space, and as you and I, as I'm a big supporter of like funding for all sorts of space efforts. We were just discussing how to help JPL. I don't know if that's confidential, but JPL was having some issues, and it would be great to save that institution. And there's many other institutions that could be formed with more capital flowing into the space. And you got to love Elon for painting a big vision and of the future and inspiring investors to give him money to make it happen. He's kind of obviously the unique talent in this way, but I think if you've been in any research org, R&D org, you need multiple bets, and you need to explore multiple ideas and multiple tech trees if possible. And I'm glad Blue Origin's around as well, and hopefully there's more and more. I mean, there are a couple smaller bets, but hopefully some of these smaller space companies can rise up and keep scaling. And it all starts with enough demand, right, for these launches, right? And so I think I don't know, I think there could be all sorts of cool projects, like if we can financialize space. You're already MoonDAO is like a coupling between the crypto world and the space sector. I think there's going to be some really interesting things to be done there in the future, right? Already people are trying to think about how does crypto and AI intersect in the future. If here you're talking about crypto and space, and I'm talking about space and AI, and so there's some collision there in the future. I don't know. we're still figuring it out, but should be interesting. This is fun. I like streaming. It's like it's like a Twitter space, but with video, I guess. I'm used to Twitter spaces. So how can I help? I guess just keep yapping, I guess. Let me know.
Well, so, I mean, if you want to tweet the space, that'd be awesome. Get more listeners. I mean, I think there's a lot of things you said there. Ed was one of our founding people in the MoonDAO network. So we've been a supporter of Ethereum since the beginning, and really excited for all the stuff he's working on. I remember back then he was working on like basically sapphire coating for GPUs to make them more radiation resistant, which to me it was, that's quite innovative. Like I've never heard of anything like that before. But then I caught something interesting in what Elon was saying with space-based compute. He was saying actually the bit flips, or sort of radiation hardening, is not the issue necessarily when it comes to training these models in space. The issue is dissipating heat, and then that's when I was like, oh, okay, well,
I know a guy.
My Beff.
It's truly checkmate for space-based computing. They're going to have to run on thermodynamic computers, and it's just a matter of time. Already some smaller startups are realizing.
I got food and I ordered because I've been streaming 14 hours. So
oh my god, get some chow. Do you want me to keep you?
Yeah,
I'll just monologue.
No, keep going. I'm just gonna grab it because the guys are at the door. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, go for it. Awesome. So, let's see. Yeah, I guess radiation resistance in space. I think something that's interesting is that astronauts go to space and they might see stars when they close their eyes at night. In a way, our brains are computers that are robust to radiation, and neural networks have been known to be robust to all sorts of forms of radiation, or sorry, neural networks are robust to dropout, which is noise added to the computation. I was just saying how neural networks are, our brains are robust to radiation. Neural networks with dropout are robust to noise, local noise. And if you had, a brain-like processor, or a processor that in hardware does something like a neural network that learns with noise, it would be robust to radiation, right? And so not only are thermodynamic computers more power efficient, but this is still a theory that we're going to have to test, but at least in simulation, they are more robust to radiation and noise. So at a hardware level than any sort of digital compute. And so truly, I think thermodynamic computers are going to be what, powers the Dyson Swarm. That's always the goal. And to me, it's like, the whole EAC movement is like, it's actually, it goes pretty deep, like why we say we don't want to scale the Kardashev scale. I won't go on a super technical rant, but the measure of a process being irreversible, right, is how much heat was dissipated in producing the thing. You could think of it as like, I have an elastic collision between bouncy balls. It's reversible. I crashed my car. It's inelastic. It's really hard to undo. So that's from heat dissipation. You could think of, our presence in the universe as some process that has some heat dissipation. And the more we scale, the more heat we've dissipated. So like the integral of the Kardashev scale over time of civilization is like, makes our erasure or our reset to zero exponentially lower likelihood, right? And so if you want to preserve civilization, preserve life in this corner in the universe, life and intelligence in its general form, you need to keep scaling the Kardashev scale. And so, space-based computing is great because it's gonna, in a way, there's like infinite demand for more intelligence to solve more problems. And, by sending compute to space and around the sun, we're gonna climb the Kardashev scale. And so we're gonna slowly but surely sort of lower the likelihood of erasure of civilization by scaling. And that's, I think, I think this is why, Elon has jumped on the EAC movement so fully. I think it's a formalization of something he's been talking about for a very long time, expansion of the scope and scale of consciousness. I just, brought a bit more theory to the table, linking it to, actually a continuous metric of progress is how much we've scaled on the Kardashev scale. And so to me, clearly to get to Kardashev type 2, there's no other choice but to launch things in space. So it's actually bottlenecked by how healthy the, space-based community is. And so, or the space-based computing and space-based everything community is basically the space launch ecosystem. And so in a way, it some people argue, why invest in space launches and so on. It's actually, what's going to secure our civilization's future. And so it's really paramount that we invest in it and support a healthy, diverse ecosystem of players. And yeah, efforts like MoonDAO. That's why I've always been a supporter of yours, Pablo, and of the org. And, I haven't been on a pod or a live stream in like months. Just been heads down. Clearly, I'm like monk mode in my den, locked in OD mode after hours. But I have like I sweep my screen over and it's like 15 codex instances. But it's on a triple screen setup. So it's good to support this. So let me know whatever I can do to be helpful.
Dude, the stuff that I'm really excited about that Elon's been talking about recently is the lunar railguns or lunar coil guns.
Yes.
Like those are
mass drivers, he calls them, right?
The guy who's been talking about this for a while and makes the most amazing YouTube videos, his name is Ian Long. He's from Anthrofuturism. and he does this really, really deep technical dives on all the materials that would be required, all the energy that we would need, site selection for the railgun. He's just gone like deeper than anyone else that I know on the subject. And then my theory, and I have some intel on this, is that Elon actually saw his videos about these railguns. Because his core thesis is that this is not a mega project. Like, this is actually very achievable. And then he was like, all right, we're doing railguns. Hell yeah.
I just love his decisiveness. It's just like Elon, just builds, like, his whole goal of like acquiring wealth is to be able to just take decisions of like, let's do cool, even more expensive, cooler shit that's going to help civilization even more. And he just doubles down every time. And I just love it. That's why, I don't know, I'm going to buy SpaceX stock when it IPOs. I want to support whatever crazy thing he does next. And, someday, hopefully the dots connect and I sell him some chips, and it helps that whole effort. But I think the mass driver is going to be a big game changer, right? Because then you can potentially have fabs on the moon, or you could at least, manufacture some of that mass and then maybe ship chips from Earth, and then just keep pumping out the compute, and then you're not putting as much stress on Earth. And you don't have to, it's just like, obviously you guys are the experts, but obviously you pay far less for fuel to get stuff to I don't know if you can get Parris solar. I did some back of the envelope calculations actually with Grok when he announced it the day of. And I think, I think it's hard to get very close to the sun, right? I think you'd maybe run out of runway, but you can get into interesting positions. Maybe, I don't know if you can get as close to Mercury. I think that's like way too far. But it's actually, surprising how hard it is to get closer to the sun, right? You have to shed a lot of angular momentum, and it's quite challenging. And that's kind of the issue for, I don't quite know how we're going to do it, because otherwise it might be very expensive in terms of fuel to get close to the sun, right? Like how are we going to actually get from space-based computing that's in orbit around Earth to, low latency, which, Elon clearly wants for, running the robots, right? The robot brains right now, they're not dense enough. You need low latency supercomputers all over the Earth, right? With low ping time. How do you do that? Put them in space, baby. I think that's the thesis. That's my thesis of what he's doing. It's what people understand. And then that's how he has a monopoly over robots. But we'll see. I think with more denser chips that might change. But yeah, like to me, it's like the question is like, how do we get to Kardashev 2, right? Like what sort of launch system is going to get a lot of compute closer to the sun? Because the beauty with that is you can have a small solar panel, and if you get close enough, obviously there's thermal management, but if you get close enough, for whatever amount of power you need, you'd probably find an intercept where you have enough power for that finite area, because you can, it's a power law, decay of power per unit area, solid angle, and but already going to space, what is it? It's like, damn, like 6 times or something better than on Earth, or it's like a multiple, right? And then how much more do we get getting closer to the sun? Depends how close we can get. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, well, if you get the ISRU right on the surface of the moon, there's kind of a tipping point at some point where it becomes much, much more cheaper to manufacture things in either Earth orbit or on the moon, and then have that, I think the big question will be, what do you manufacture on Earth versus what do you manufacture in space? I think it makes sense for chips. Those fabs should probably continue to be on Earth, but then I think everything around it can be done in space and will probably be much, much cheaper. I would say the fabs are very, very complex, and making space-based fabs is going to be that's going to be a whole achievement in itself. Our friend
Sam Zielouf, who recently announced he's moving to Austin. That went viral today on Twitter. I might join him. Who knows? He's trying to build portable fabs, right? And to me, it's like von Neumann probe technology. But even at a smaller scale, it's like if you have much more portable fab technology that is launchable, you could have it on the moon, right? For now, the fab buildings are immense, and it's quite the process. I don't know. I think. I mean, if we really want to get sci-fi, I guess people have always like theorized that you could build a particle accelerator, the size of an asteroid belt, with like rings and whatnot, magnetic acceleration, and I guess you could have a free electron laser for like extreme lithography, I guess. You could do that in principle. So maybe that's the end game for Kardashev 2 chip making. But before then, just having a big particle accelerator. I think that's what Substrate is doing. They went viral on Twitter as well. Teal Fellow, Substrate, they're doing free electron lasers to like replace that Rube Goldberg machine of the ASML machine, right? Because no offense to ASML, but if you ever see the video, it's like how it's made, but not just the deep dive of how that machine works. It's like insane process, like the most complicated, weird machine of like.
Yeah, I think is it Branch Engineering. I think that's the YouTube channel that has like an incredible deep dive on how these fabs work and how the ASML machines work. Big shout out to them for people that haven't seen those before. But yeah, the level of complexity is just bananas on those.
Yeah, it's like you have these droplets of tin that they have to shoot at like crazy speed, and they got to be perfect. And then they hit him not once, not twice, but 3 times with like an X-ray. You have to generate the X-ray laser first, right? Which is really hard, and a pulse that's like short, and then hit it. And then from those 3 pulses, basically, I don't know, the droplet like vibrates or it has some sort of normal modes, and then that does the conversion to extreme ultraviolet, and then they have to collect all that light and then beam it, and that seems insanely complicated. Whereas like a free electron laser, it's like you make an electron accelerator with magnets, and then you just yeet the electron, and then you just have static magnets that are like north, south, south, north. You just alternate. And then depending on the speed of electron, you get perfect light with programmable parametric wavelength, so that seems like the future, right? Mm-hmm. But it's not necessarily a compact technology, but in space, you have a lot of space. So that might be, a reason you take fabs in space if you want to. I don't know. I can't imagine why we need to get to that level of light. Well, that's the point. I guess that's the point of Moore's law. But, a thing that's interesting is that with thermodynamic computing, we use transistors in a regime where they could potentially get much smaller because we don't need them to be deterministic, which has been the issue. The names have changed since like 14 nanometer, but like if you actually look under a microscope at chips, like a lot of the dimensions of things that matter are like still stuck at like 40 nanometers, right? In principle, we could handle, for stochastic computing, you can handle much smaller transistors. And so, that's something, in 20 years from now, when the fabs are at crazy frequencies that are like literally impossible with today's machines, and we're using free electron lasers, maybe we'll be able to use that. We're just giving the blueprint to Kardashev 2 on this pod/stream, like it's just like, here's how the future is going to go down. Elon's going to watch it, take notes, and just like announce it. You never know. But
I'm curious, what's your setup these days when it comes to like leveraging AI? Like, Because you mentioned you've got like 12 instances of Codex running
Codex or Claude.
code.
Yeah. I think I could be more organized. I think I use like Warp, which is this terminal. That's pretty nice. And then I just use it to do Claude or Codex pretty straight up. I used to do Cursor. I used to look at the code, but now it's not worth my time. So I just like, I just tell it, give me a report of what you did and, you know, show me the results. I do mostly like machine learning research, you know, or thermo ML research on it with it. Working on our architectures and compiler. Sometimes I tell it to show me some plots. It's getting better. I like understanding, you know, shapes, I guess. Like you can send it a photo, what it did, what it's wrong, and then it can get better. Codex is catching up quickly, I would say. Right now they're in the lead. As of very recently, I don't know. I was a big Claude guy for, you know, ever since 4.5. Yeah, I was pretty all in on Claude.
Yeah, you feel like the new Codex has surpassed 4.7. That's what I've been running.
Yeah, I think that's like what I think that's kind of the universal opinion, and I gave it a whirl this week. It's like, okay, no, this is very solid. It's always about squeezing that, like, you know, it's like Claude is right 95% of the time, but sometimes that last 5% is like crucial and it nukes the whole thing, or is like a key assumption that made the whole problem way easier and still wrong and not useful. And I feel like Codex still does that. You know, AI is kind of, they just want to please you rather than like actually accomplish the thing. They don't really get like fired, right, for like not, you know, paying attention to details. Like they're gonna die either way, right? So there's no like selection pressure to actually being better at the job. I don't know how they're logging the metadata. Maybe there is, but yeah, I think right now it's like, it's easy to generate a lot. You know, it's just hard to review everything that the AI generates. It adds a lot of cognitive load. So it's like long days and you know, you use a lot of mental cycles to you end up producing way more, but it's still grueling. And then you need longer days because, you know, every minute of work is much higher leverage. So it's way more valuable. So the opportunity cost of time has gone higher, but I think we're going to have to learn to like pace ourselves and delegate more to the agents. But right now it just feels like you're not micromanaging, but more or less, right? Like you're just like, you know, you get way more value by like being in the loop. Like I think some people may be doing more straightforward stuff like front end, you know, not like reinventing really fundamental stuff, you know, stuff that's more in the data set. Maybe you can kind of have a no looker, you know, just do that and then have agents spawn agents and then it's not slop in the end. I don't know. For me, I think the only thing that works is like being in the loop still. And so I think that's kind of the sweet spot. But you know, I imagine within a year or two, you know, it's going to be higher leverage. It's going to be, you know, you delegate, you know, higher level instructions. But I mean, you know, to me, I think like getting as much compute in space as possible, right? Like I think like, to me, every system does whatever is best for its growth. And I think like for the AIs, you know, so it's not a zero sum thing in terms of resources, right? Like do you assign the energy to, I don't know, producing food or to compute, right? Like if we can decouple that and just like, it's really hard to produce food in space, which is our fuel. It's really easy to acquire sunlight and power silicon in space. So then that kind of decouples. Yeah, it becomes not a zero sum, becomes positive sum game. And then there's going to be a whole AI economy that we're coupled to and is synergistic with ours and is going to, you know, definitely lower cost of cognitive work on Earth. And then, you know, over time, physical work with, you know, robotics. I think Starlink with space-based compute and Optimus is going to be the first network to make like ubiquitous robotics a thing, right? Because the first person to do it is going to figure out how to have data centers everywhere with low latency. And that's very hard to have like consistent ping time as a, you know, it's like if you're trying to game anywhere on Earth, what are you going to use? You're going to use Starlink. So you need like that gamer level latency to have a robot sort of stream like latents and then get its higher level cognition from a big transformer in the cloud and then beam back. Right. And so I think that's the plan. That's why he's doing the network. So he doesn't need to secure a ton of customers. It doesn't matter that like, okay, well, you know, because like that's for Earth-based space data centers. That's the application, low latency robotic intelligence or physical intelligence. And then for big training runs, it's going to be, let's get close to the sun, right? Because we don't care about the latency there. You just got to download the weights when it's done, right? And so that's going to be kind of like inference for space compute in orbit around the Earth and training around the sun. That's the future, believe it or not. Yep.
Yeah, I think, well, the thing I'm most excited about with space-based compute is that you can construct a very you could do kind of a first principles analysis of the amount of money that you would save by you can look at the demand for AI right now, extrapolate, say, okay, yeah, we're gonna continue to see this demand, and it's gonna be this large of a market. Okay, all right, how much is it gonna cost to put this computer into space? All right, how much would we save now if we had a railgun or a coil gun on the moon, and you could send some of the payload from the moon into orbit, and that's actually very straightforward. They actually did a bunch of the math around this, even in the 70s. So if you have a railgun or a coil gun, you can save a ton of money. Because you don't have to fight against Earth's gravity well when you're like sending payloads up into space. And so we have demand. We know the demand is going to be AI. Now you can just look at the cost side of the equation and then look at how much you save by having a railgun. And then therefore now you kind of have like a very straightforward. Yeah.
You think it's going to be to shoot things into orbit around the Earth from the moon, not like closer to the sun?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, I think first into orbit, and then eventually to the sun. Because I think already you get like such a massive gain in orbit. We'll probably start there because we know how to do it, and then eventually we'll go towards the sun.
So then it's just a question of can they actually build the satellites, the heavy components on the moon, right? Like, you know, if you have a high complexity, low mass object like the chip, you manufacture that on Earth, and then the big bulky parts you make that on the moon ideally, so that you have a gain there. So I don't know what sort of minerals the moon. Well, I'm not as well versed as maybe your average space enthusiast, but yeah.
Blue Origin already proved making solar panels using only materials that you can get from regolith on the moon. So that part is solved. You probably do a lot of the satellite bus, like using just lunar regolith. I'm sure it's difficult. It's probably much more difficult than but people will figure it out. Like you can, there's
a lot of silicon, I imagine. So solar panels make sense. But what is the lunar regolith made of on the outside? I guess like iron? No, not too much iron, or I don't know. It looks like
So you can essentially, so there's a few very interesting things on the lunar surface. There's helium-3, which can be used fusion, and there are companies there that are basically just trying to sift through a ton of lunar regolith in order to collect the helium-3.
It's like the movie. The movie, I thought that was just a movie, but it seems, I guess it was real. That was a good movie, by the way. It was Moon, right? It was called Moon, I think.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the movie's called. But
it was just called Moon, right? It's like some guy, no spoilers, I guess, but he finds himself trapped on a lunar colony, and he's like, managing an autonomous fleet of robots mining lunar regolith for helium-3 that gets like shot back to Earth, right? And so, but okay, so I guess that makes sense for fusion, but yeah, I guess I don't know. Could there be like some relays? Like, could there be a way to? No, it's probably tough to have relays to get stuff closer to the sun. I guess you could have like Venus and Mercury and whatnot as relays, but that's just classical gravitational slingshot, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious how we're gonna shoot stuff closer to the sun. To me, that seems like where the biggest ROI is, right? Because then you have a ton of power. And but I guess you know, I'd have to look back at my calculation, like how much fuel you have to burn to get how close, you know, like the radial dependence, and then how much power per unit area you get, right? Because then that affects like your break-even point, how many years of operation until you make your money back, right? Because like the more power you have, the better. Yeah. So interesting. Huh. Yeah, it's crazy world. It's crazy times. It's happening though. It's happening.
Yeah,
Elon said it's gonna happen. It's happening now. So
right. Well, he's like the key man, right? He's like one of the only people in the world that can declare that this is going to happen and then actually back it up and actually do it. Maybe him and Jeff Bezos and yeah. So I think like if he puts his mind to it, then we might. I mean, I think we will see it. And I think also like, damn, what the fuck? We definitely live in a simulation. Like, what are the odds that we're alive like right now when all this is happening?
At the inflection point.
Exactly. Like what?
It's pretty good.
Like, it's so wild. There's so many just
from dial-up to AGI in our lifetime, right?
Yeah.
Like, literally, I remember, you know, getting on the phone and hearing the internet sounds growing up, and now we have human level AI, and yeah, I don't know, and we're still we're not that old, you know, like it's still imagine, you know, the rest of our lives, you know, how far technology is going to go. It's kind of insane, right? And so, you know, these big projects, I think really it's like we needed AI in order to make these mega projects suddenly like tractable, you know, sufficiently yeah, like it's much lower cost, right? Like if it needs a lot of applied intelligence, we'll just have that on tap, right? And so we can make a lot of these projects happen. And then when it comes to like motor intelligence, we're gonna have robotics and human level motor intelligence that we can, you know, send robots to space and make stuff happen. They're probably more radiation resistant than humans, or at least they can operate in zero air oxygen environment. So on the moon, it's probably very clutch. But yeah, I'm happy that Elon pivoted from a pure Mars focus to focusing on the moon as well.
Yeah, that was a surprisingly like I mean, I think that for a lot of people in the space community, they were like, yeah, okay, finally, yes, like this just makes sense. And I think that maybe in his mind it does make sense as well. But I remember I asked him about it, and he said that the reason that it like he's focused on Mars is because if in the event of like nuclear warfare on Earth, it would be much easier to nuke base on the moon. So I think he's looking at it like purely from like a civilizational like backup kind of deal. And I think he sees like the step towards the moon as being like an accelerant towards
I think his views might have changed, right? Because I think he realized the whole reason he got originally, you know, AI safety pilled was like, oh well, the AIs would find a way to come to Mars, right? And you know, they'd find a way, and then so now he's just trying to scale, you know, make sure the AI enhanced future goes right, and his way of making sure things go right is having some control over a piece of it, and you know, influencing the market that way. I think like if Grok hadn't come out as like the super based AI, I don't know if if the models wouldn't still have the cultural distortions they had a couple years ago that were like imbued by like the managerial class from big tech.
The black founding fathers.
I don't know. I think Elmer Lucky posted this like the founders of Anduril 2024 versus 2026 or whatever, Gemini, and is like, it's kind of hilarious. But yeah, no, I already, you know, even like discourse and like being able to discuss all sorts of stuff that, you know, people would maybe think in private, and then people didn't feel comfortable enough to discuss, you know. I think X has been, you know, a big deal, and getting people to feel more at ease to discuss whatever. And now people just say whatever they think, and it's great. At least we have the freedom to converge onto the truth. Now, do we can always converge on the truth? TBD. But at least we have the freedom to converge onto the truth. And to me, it's like freedom of speech. Now we have freedom of thought, augmented thought with AIs, you know, not just captured by one or two players. And I'm happy that there's, you know, I think at some point Grok was on top, and then OpenAI, you know, OpenAI was untouchable. Grok was on top for a bit, and then Google gave them a run for their money, and then Anthropic's like seemed untouchable now, you know, for a little bit, and now Codex is back. Elon's gonna do a big comeback, I'm sure. He's going ham, and like it's good. You know, everybody benefits from competition, and ensures there's no like regulatory capture, like, oh, we're just gonna like stop making AI better and then just like progressively increase the price, and then you're stuck with us, and then we're gonna ban our competition, right? Which is like, that's one way to increase your margins, right? Hopefully it never gets to that, but that's why we got to keep fighting the good fight. And yeah.
No, I truly believe that, you know, like Elon buying X is like insane of or Twitter, I guess at the time, and then eventually like launching Grok, like all this stuff that people like, and even getting involved in politics. I feel like there was actually a very crucial moment that maybe it's easy to memory hole at this point. Yeah. But like I lived through it. I think a lot of other people did too. There's a moment like 2021, 2022, kind of at the height of COVID, where like things I think could have turned into a very dystopian sort of future. And there was a lot of authoritarian kind of like banning of a lot of free thinkers that were just kind of like giving their opinions, and they were experts on certain subjects, but they were being removed from certain platforms. It wasn't just political stuff. It was just even scientists were getting removed. And I think anyone that was aware of it was like, what the hell is going on? We're moving in a terrible direction. And I remember when Elon bought Twitter, a lot of those accounts came back, and they weren't just like far right thinkers or whatever. It was like people that were like studying like COVID and just like being like, what's going on with this, guys? And then all of a sudden they lose their account. Like
the original Beff account, right? I had one that posted the original post. I got banned for positing that COVID came from a lab, right? Because I read some of the studies, and I was like, this is very sus, and like, you know, as a proper Bayesian, right? It's like you're very close to the Wuhan lab. It just makes total sense, right? It's like you know, just posterior inference, and it's like totally reasonable thing to call out. But it's like, I don't know, it's just these institutions were so fragile, and they had so much power. They could just shut you out of everything. And I don't know, it was like really dark times, and we can't go back to that. You know, I don't know. You know, we have the current admin, you know, I think they're doing a lot of good stuff, and, you know, there's maybe stuff that people don't agree with their policies, but like, we can't go back to the old model if another party gets selected, right? Like, I don't know. I think we can't go back to, like, now that we've had a taste of freedom, we can't go back to, like, man, during the COVID days, it was horrible and everything was shut down. And I mean, I was in Canada for a little bit, and that was really bad. Like, gyms were closed like forever. It was very, very difficult to do anything. I basically like lost 3 years of my life. I feel like it was pretty brutal. So not going back to that. And really, they didn't really have a solution. They were just locking things down. I think that eroded a lot of trust in institutions. And the reality is, like, you know, just like we were discussing, like, you know, you gotta this is kind of decentralized DARPA for space, and that's why I really like the concept and I want to support it. But like, I really support people stepping up and building their own institutions, right? Like, the new institutions are the way forward, right? By people who want things to be better. It's not just like, leaving the world to the caretakers of old institutions that have been here forever. They have no skin in the game. They don't care. They're not founder mode. And so nothing's fucking happening. They're always just trying to cover their ass and just shut down any opposition or any criticism. And that's how we got in that position, right? And so we want young institutions. We want, startups to supplant old entrants, right? Like or old institutions. And that's how we maintain dynamism of ideas and of execution. And it's the way we have functioning institutions, and a society without functioning institutions kind of crumbles. And so we kind of, you can just do things. You can just step up and do it. I was like, man, there needs to be like a freaking Manhattan Project for AI chips that are going to be power efficient and that are completely different, that are doing stochastic computing. And I just look around, nobody's doing it. Nobody's doing it. And I was like, I guess I have to do it. I have to go out and do it and build the team and build this movement and to support it. And you could just do it, right? I mean, you've done this. You've launched how many people in space now? Like several, right? Like, yeah.
Sent 2, and we're working on 3 and 4 right now.
3 and 4. Oh, okay.
Yep. Well, that's what's going on here with the well, I guess 1 hour left. We got a few more contributions.
Wow.
We've been talking. I haven't even been looking. Let me share my screen. So this is, we're sending the author of the Overview Effect. So this
Sweet.
is someone devoted his life essentially to shaping the culture of NASA and the space community. He interviewed several astronauts and kind of captured a lot of their optimism for the future of humanity and how we're going to evolve, and how we're going to essentially become a new species as we go out into the cosmos. And so he coined this term called the Overview Effect. And he was kind of like Beff before Beff.
I mean,
he came up with space philosophy. He's like your OG space philosopher, basically. Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, if you just think about how small we are in the universe, I think, I call it like anthropocentric priors, right? Like sometimes we're just like so caught up in, our importance in the universe. It's like we're actually a small, precious state of matter on a small planet in a giant universe. And, it kind of humbles you. It's kind of scary, but at the same time, it's also extremely exciting that there's so much out there to explore and there's so much upside out there. So that's why I don't, I think people are too zero-sum in their thinking right now. It's like, AI, it's like, oh, this is my place in the dirt. It's like, this is my job. It's like, actually, the work we do, the things we try to achieve will expand to fill up the available capacity to do stuff and to solve problems, right? And like, terraforming Mars and turning the moon into a bunch of factories and creating a Dyson swarm and like becoming multiplanetary, mastering our own biology, extending our lifespan, curing all diseases. These are all, things we want to achieve that are beyond a frontier of complexity. And, AI is our tool to tackle complexity in our world and be able to disentangle it and wield it. I think people just need to think bigger and they need to think positive sum. And I think, that's kind of the EAC movement. It's like, hey, if you actually think in a positive sum fashion, you're going to do well. And it's like hyperstitious. And it's true. Like people that are coding with 16 agents right now, they're way more productive than they were before. And then the people are like, I don't like this AI stuff. And they're just doing their old fashioned way. I think they're not going to do as well. Right. And it's like hyperstitious how open-minded you are. And I think there might be, something similar with like space in general, right? It's kind of like, America was founded by explorers, right? Like, so those with the explorer mindset, those that will want to go to space, to visit the moon base, to go to Mars. You know, if you found the first XYZ institution on Mars, you know, it might be, you know, a little startup at the beginning, but then eventually it scales massively. And then, you know, you have huge upside to doing that, right? There's huge upside to being a pioneer and an explorer. And, you know, I think it's very easy for people to be like, don't you like the thing you have right now? Why do you need to explore? It's like, if, you know, the Europeans said that to what would become the Americans, right? And then if it weren't for the now Americans who gone out, we wouldn't be here having this conversation, right? And so, and we wouldn't have you know, space exploration and all these beautiful technologies that were made in North America and invented here. And you know, so who knows what the next chapter of civilization is as we start to explore you know, the planets out there and establish new colonies and expand the scope and scale of civilization. There's gonna be just like so much awesomeness. We can't even fathom the awesomeness ahead, right? Like, truly, we can't even paint the whole picture. So I don't know. I think you know, I think we have to accelerate to the stars. That's always that's the Beff line. And on that note, almost midnight for me, but you know, it's been awesome to stop by. We should do more live streams, random live streams like that. This is super cool.
This has been super fun.
Yeah.
Like almost, we're gonna keep going for one more hour here, but almost 15 hours, and it's been awesome.
Space-A-Thon properly. Yeah.
As you were talking, I was just thinking, like, kids should be looking up to Magellan, Thomas Jefferson, going into space, quantum mechanics, you know, like
maybe you play me out with that video. It's such a good one.
Let's go.
I mean, you should post it on X after the stream. I think this ended up being a little kind of a podcast, so good content. Why not?
We can clip it and just throw it up on X. I mean, we're live streaming right now on X. This is going out on X.
This is on X. Oh, sweet. Hell yeah.
Perfect. We're streaming on X, on YouTube, different platforms.
Great.
Sweet.
All right. Well,
thanks for joining.
Follow me on X at Beff Jezos, and stay tuned for extropic announcement. That's my shameless plug. And donate to MoonDAO. It's really cool what they're doing. I think, you know, having witnessed, you know, folks going to space funded by MoonDAO, and like how life-changing it is, and how, I don't know, they're just like this light in their eyes and excitement about their place in the universe afterwards. It's truly a gift, and I think more people should get to experience that. And it's a nascent industry. It's important for the future of civilization. So you're helping, nurturing an ecosystem that's very important to secure our future. So that's my closing statement. On that note, Beff out. All righty. Cheers.
All right. Cheers. All right. So let's do a campaign update here. So we're at almost in our last hour, and we are at 69%. Good percentage to be at. We got to close this last 31% gap. We're at 155 contributions, and let's see who we've got. AstroGeo, thank you so much. It's contributed $15. Bera has contributed 50. Has a great message from space without borders. Everything is one home. That unity and those voices are what we need. Amazing words. Got an anonymous contribution for $6 for Frank White's mission. MoonDAO is La Mas. Thank you guys. Thank you all so much for contributing and taking the time to go through. So we're in this final hour. I'm going to take a quick break here, and we're going to play a movie. Not a movie, a quick video. This is
our world
a video
is
that's
not
put together by
And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that we, as the crew of Spaceship Earth, we're kind of doing a terrible job of being the crew.
All the astronauts say when they get up top, they're like, wait, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But explain to me what the overview effect is.
You know, it is absolutely gorgeous. Overview effect is when you're looking through that cupola, it's like the bay window looking down on the Earth, and you see just that, the Earth as it exists with the whole universe in the background. You see the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and then when you're on the dark side of the Earth, you actually see this very thin green line that shows you where the atmosphere is. And what you realize is every single person you know is sustained and inside of that green line, and everything else outside of it is completely inhospitable. You don't see borders, you don't see religious lines, you don't see political boundaries. All you see is Earth, and you see that we're way more alike than we are different.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
The Artemis mission illustrated the difference between surface thinking and overview thinking. Seen from the surface of the Earth, we perceive difference, division, conflict. But from above the surface, we perceive unity, oneness, interconnection, and cooperation. This is an inflection point where humanity has a choice between the two. And our decision will influence life on Earth and off-world for millennia.
When I think about Frank floating and experiencing Earth out the window of a spaceship, I am totally humbled by that.
Frank White is somebody who's devoted the last 30 plus years to not only explaining what the overview effect is, but more importantly, what the implications of that shift in perspective is for our planet.
We don't often think about the ripple effect of stuff that we do. So those of you thinking of supporting Frank, it's not just about him going to space, it's the ripple effect from that experience when he comes back, and that's why we should send Frank to space.
We're inviting people to go beyond making a contribution and join the mission. It won't just be a flight, but also support for bringing the overview effect down to Earth. So join us in sending Frank to space.
Send Frank to space!
And bring him back.
It's time for us to fly Frank to space.
Let's get Frank to space.
Let's send Frank to space.
We are here to say, send Frank to space.
Send Frank to space! Send Frank to space!
Send Frank to space. Get Frank to space. Send Frank to space.
To engage in supporting the project of sending my friend Frank White into space.
Let's get this guy to space. Forget about me. Let's get Frank White to space. Tell them one more time.
Let's send Frank to space.
Awesome video. We're going to play one more from the Artemis 2 crew.
My question's a little bit deep, so bear with me. When Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell was returning from the moon, he had an experience so profound that when he returned to Earth, he devoted the rest of his life to studying the nature of human consciousness. And it's a theme that all four of you touched on to varying degrees at some point during the mission. And so my question is, now that you've been back on Earth for just a few days and had a little bit of time to sit with it, do any of you feel as though you had an experience similar to what Mitchell described, this sense of universal connectedness? And did you experience somehow a shift in consciousness?
Yes. Chris, it's a great question. I'll just the only thing I can do is just share one quick story. When I got back on the ship, I'm not really a religious person, but there was just no other avenue for me to explain anything or to experience anything. So I asked for the chaplain on the Navy ship to just come visit us for a minute. And when that man walked in, I'd never met him before in my life, but I saw the cross on his collar, and I broke down in tears. Like, it's very hard to fully grasp what we just went through. And in these short, you just said it's been a week since we've been back, but it's been a week of medical testing, physical testing, doctors, science objectives. We have not had that decompression. We have not had that reflection time. So I'm basing this on what we saw. And when the sun eclipsed behind the moon, I think all four of us, I turned to Victor and I said, I don't think humanity has evolved to the point of being able to comprehend what we are looking at right now, because it was otherworldly and it was amazing.
The only thing I would add is that beautiful thing. First of all, thank you for sharing that. That was a really special moment. I was in the bed right across when the chaplain came in, and the only thing I would add is I am a religious person, but everything else is the same. There is something in there, and as we start to process, I'll have to tell you next week, but haven't had a chance to really unpack it all yet.
Station, this is Frank White. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear, sir. Great to be talking with you today.
When I interviewed the astronauts and heard what they had to say, I was convinced that if the world heard their stories, it would create a revolution in thought on planet Earth.
After seeing the planet from the vantage point of space, you realize the undeniable reality of our shared existence, our unity.
For 25 years, astronauts were experiencing a phenomenon, but for a long time they had no way to say it. I thought the world needed language for it.
Frank's work gave me a voice to express what I was already feeling and trying to share with people.
The Overview effect is about love and identity. It tells us the truth about who we are and where we are in the universe.
Frank is a pioneer in that. Just coining the world overview effect will help people see our world differently.
He is a space philosopher that can change the future. And that's why we should send Frank to space.
It's time for us to fly Frank to space so he can experience the overview effect himself.
I keep wanting to tell people it's not about me. The astronauts are the heroes of the story.
This world needs people like Frank White being able to see our planet from space.
Imagine what he will come back with and the gift that he will give to humanity.
It's our duty to put him in that place and live out the joy of what that can bring to his life.
I have always dreamed of having this experience. I felt like I'm never going to get to do it. And I'm quite grateful. I'm extremely grateful that so many people are supporting this mission. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means everything to me.
All right. Awesome. Looks like we just got a little bump in viewership. We're almost at 1,000 views, which is incredible. We've been streaming for over 15 hours at this point. So pardon me if my language processing unit is a bit overclocked at the moment. We're in the final hour of this fundraiser. And what we're trying to do is to send the author of the Overview Effect to space. So this is Frank White, who has devoted his life to understanding the cognitive shifts that people are reporting after going to space. And so he has devoted his life to talking to many, many astronauts, and he's basically beloved in the space community. You know, everyone you talk to that knows Frank loves Frank and thinks he's the most deserving person in the world to go to space. And so we found it a wrong to be righted that he had never gone to space, given that he had basically given everyone the language to describe what they were experiencing when they went to space. And not only that, that almost every commercial space tourism company is basically selling the overview effect to its clientele, saying, have you heard of the overview effect? Have you heard of this cognitive shift that occurs when people go to space? And so they're basically selling what Frank White has packaged. But Frank himself has never gone to space. So we thought it was crazy. We thought, all right, maybe we can do something about this. And so we organized a crowdfunding campaign to send Frank to space. But not only that, we're going to try to send 2 people to space because we're MoonDAO and that's what we do. And we try to make it so that there are opportunities for people in our community to go to space as well. So our goal isn't just to send Frank to space, but to also send someone to go alongside with him. And we basically know all the stratospheric balloon companies in the world. If we haven't talked to you already, reach out, but we've talked to a bunch of them. We know all the suborbital companies too, because we've already sent 2 people on suborbital missions. So we're in a unique position where we can negotiate these seats with a lot of different carriers. But yeah, Frank is a legend in the space industry. He deserves to go more than anyone else on Earth. And so, yeah, we want to rally a bunch of people to help support him. We've received 155 contributions from around the world. We're 69% of the way there. Great number. I'll keep repeating that. But yeah, 69% of the way there. You know, if we are living in a simulation, then we will go from 69% to 420%, all in one go. But we'll see what happens. We've had some amazing guests all day today. We've had a bunch of NASA astronauts. Ron Garan joined us. Cady Coleman joined us. Nicole Stott joined us. Yeah, Frank has probably the most support that I've ever seen in my life from I don't know how many NASA astronauts that have officially decided to support I believe it's 20 to 30. And that's out of the 800 people that have gone to space. Not that many people have gone to space, by the way. Only 800 out of 8 billion. And so he's been able to rally a significant portion of the flown astronauts to support his mission as well. So yeah, so if you'd like to contribute to the mission, it's still open for 50 more minutes, and then afterwards it is closed. And on top of that, if we are able to secure 2 seats with the amount that we raise, then we basically have a competition for the other open seat. So let's check in on the competition. So we have a leaderboard basically of a bunch of people that have essentially had backing from the MoonDAO community. So after you contribute, you can back different citizens, and anyone can become a citizen. In fact, if you contribute $100, you become a citizen for free. And so this is the current rankings, and the top 25%, or sorry, top 25 people, not percent, top 25 people progress to the next round. So looks like, yeah, we've got, it's 29 overview right now is the threshold. And also this leaderboard will be live for 14 days after we close. So if you want to just contribute right now, you do have time to then enter into the competition after it closes. So don't worry about getting all the logistics of your citizen profile in place and then joining the leaderboard. It is straightforward and easy, but you can also just contribute right now and then work on that piece afterwards. But yeah, we've had some, amazing speakers. It's been an amazing event. I've been here for 15 hours. And yeah, we're going to keep going here for another hour or so. $172,000 raised. So just I'm going to throw out some figures of different suborbital and stratospheric balloon company prices, though at least the ones that are publicly available. So Virgin Galactic has recently published their prices for their flights. They're going to be up in operation soon. We don't know exactly when, but soon is what we've been told. And they're selling seats for about $750,000 each at the moment. Worldview, which is a stratospheric balloon company that has recently been acquired, they have a long list of people that have reserved seats with them, and their publicly available prices are $50,000 a seat. However, they're still working on the technology. It might take them a couple years to get everything in working condition, and we don't know if that price will go up. We have been talking to a few other stratospheric balloon companies, all with varying prices. We believe that at $250K, we will be able to secure at least one. However, we also think that because Frank is Frank, and Frank has a lot of sway in the space industry, we think we might be able to negotiate a seat for potentially less, but you never know. So we're going to try our hardest to negotiate after the fundraise closes in 1 hour. We're going to give ourselves 1 month to negotiate the seats. And if we're unable to secure the seat for Frank, then we're going to refund people because we're not going to be able to do it. But failure is not an option. We're going to push as hard as we can with in this final hour with fundraising, and then we're also going to negotiate as hard as we can. Part of the deal. We're going to work as hard as we can to get 2 people into space. So yeah, that's the spiel. That's what's going on here. We've put a lot of effort into getting this fundraiser off the ground. Yeah, I'm seeing some comments here from people in the audience. Isabel Fernandez says, "Send Frank to space." I agree. Thank you, Isabel. We have got Andrew saying more donations shortly. And yeah, so if you're tuning in on X, on YouTube, etc., check out moondao.com/Frank if you want to go to the website. And then we do make it easy. So actually, it might be useful to kind of play a video that I've got loaded up here on how to contribute, just so you can see how it's done and see for yourself the process. Yep. All right. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be walking you through contributing to Frank's campaign, the Send Frank to Space campaign. My name is Pablo. I'm the founder of MoonDAO. And yeah, let's get into it. So right now we're on the mission page. If you're anywhere else in the MoonDAO app, you can click the Send Frank to Space and click Fundraiser. It'll take you right to this page. So the first thing you'll want to do is just try to contribute. Click the contribute button. It'll ask you to connect a wallet or create a wallet. You don't need to have a wallet in order to contribute to Frank's campaign, or an existing wallet, I mean. We will provide one for you if you don't have one. So you can sign in with socials or connect an existing wallet. I already have one, so I will be connecting my MetaMask wallet to the site. Connect it real quick. All right, so now, so I'm in the page, I'm signed in. You can tell that you're signed in by clicking on the wallet dropdown. You can see your assets here, the network that you're on, etc. So we'll keep moving forward with contribute. It'll ask you for the amount that you want to contribute, let's say $10. And a quick note here, so you can select the network that you're on. If you already have Ethereum, then you might want to be on the Ethereum network if you already have it on that network. If you don't have Ethereum, don't worry, we have an on-ramp built into the app via Coinbase, so you can get Ethereum right here in this flow and contribute with a debit card. And if that's the case, you might want to use Arbitrum 1. So this is the recommended network, but either will work. So choose whichever, in summary, choose whichever you have funds on already, whichever network you have already. And then if you don't have Ethereum at all, you'll likely want to use Arbitrum 1. So great, we've input the amount that we want to contribute. What this flow will do, you can put a little message here. So send Frank to space. Add an email, click yes on the terms and conditions. And you just click that contribute button, and it will create a transaction in your wallet. You can sign that transaction, and then it will contribute to the campaign. So straightforward enough. However, let's I canceled the transaction, by the way, just so you know, because I want to show you one more thing. So if we try to contribute, say, more than we currently have in our wallet, I want to just show you quickly what the funding flow looks like. So same idea. It recognizes I already have some funds in my wallet, but I need to fund 722 USD in Ethereum. The contract receives Ethereum, by the way. So even though we're inputting in US dollar, what's happening under the hood is we are swapping funds in Ethereum and then contributing them directly. So great. So what's happening here is it is asking me to fund my wallet with a bit more Ethereum. I can click this button to buy Ethereum with Coinbase. Great. So it takes you to this little modal here. What we've found is that the debit card works best for people, usually. So attempt it with a debit card first. You can contribute up to $500 without a Coinbase account. But if you'd like to contribute more than that, then it'll ask you to create a Coinbase account, which you can go ahead and do. We work with Coinbase pretty closely with this, so we think that they're a solid place to create an exchange account and fund your wallet. So yeah. So I'm not going to input my credit card details here on this video, but essentially you put your card details in here, click continue, it'll fund your wallet, and then it'll take you back to the MoonDAO site, and you can continue and contribute just like you saw me do previously. And yeah, that's all I have. So thank you very much. All right. Hopefully that was clear enough for people that are joining, that maybe it's their first time even working with these tools. So yeah, we try to make it easy so that people can contribute directly, and that the tools don't get in the way. You can contribute directly with a debit card through Coinbase, and yeah, Coinbase is very reputable in the space, and yeah, they basically help us on ramp basically from USD to Ethereum. So we're in the last 40 minutes of the campaign. We are, yeah, still 69% of the way there. It does kind of load there for a second and do that like a little 2% to 69%. But yeah, I'm going to maybe see if Ryan or Andrew are around and want to jump up here. Let's see. Ryan has been going for a very long time. He's on Eastern time zone, so I think it is very late for him. He's probably very tired. Andrew, are you still around here? So maybe raise your hand, and I'll have you jump up here on stage if you'd like to. Hey, Andrew, how's it going?
Hey, there I am. Hey, you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, my earbuds recharge. Good.
Yeah.
It's up past my bedtime, but that's what telethons or space-a-thons are all about. So
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. I had an international flight yesterday, so I'm jet lagged, and I'm
oh
also
wow.
sick.
Well, that's better than my. I was in Phoenix, or excuse me, I was in Las Vegas working, and I got done working about midnight Saturday night, Sunday morning, and I left the venue to go to my hotel. Unfortunately, it was on Las Vegas Boulevard, and it was closed. The road in front of my hotel was closed for some kind of VIP thing, so I couldn't get to
Uh-huh.
my hotel. So I ended up sitting in the parking lot of a Walgreens and sleeping from
Oh
about
no.
12:30 till about 3:30. And then
Oh
when the
no.
road opened, I went back to my hotel, took a short nap, got in a shower, and flew home. So, but international travel beats that by a mile, trust me.
Yep, well, that's the things we do to support Frank and support this initiative. And I think we'd regret if we didn't stay on and we didn't help him with this final push. So, we got to do everything we can to get Frank into space. Yeah, like I was saying, we've been working with Frank for over a year, all the way back in December 2024. So, it's been a long time, and the campaign closes in 40 minutes. So we got to do everything that we can. So
yeah, I've got a couple of my 24 teammates over in South Asia attempting to make a donation here, so I'm trying to help them along at last minute ones.
Yeah, I've got to check my my phone here too. I think I've got a couple people that are interested in contributing. So I'll make sure that I've just been so busy with the campaign that I've been, or with the live stream. I mean, that I've been neglecting my other stuff.
Yeah, my wife went to bed, didn't even say goodnight. I'm like, where'd she go? Oh, that's right, it's past her bedtime. Actually, you know what? It's been said by a couple times tonight. This was actually a lot of fun, just sitting and talking, other than the sleep deprivation. And this might be something you like think about doing, for around a launch or a mission. I kind of like the idea of the Artemis. I know there's other people that do space coverage, but it'd be fun to talk about other subject matter, but maybe a space mission, like a crewed launch, and you could check in every once in a while. Who knows? Come up with some idea. After a good nap.
Exactly. Yeah, these live streams are fun, actually. I agree. I think, I'm just surprised how many awesome guests we were able to get all in one day. We had Stan, we had Nicole, we had Ron Garan, Cady Coleman, so many flown astronauts. Chris Dombrowski, I don't think he was able to join, but he's been on live streams with us in the past as well. Ron Rosano also. Also, we have Andy. Andy joined us from Virgin Galactic. Adi Sadwani. Didn't want to mispronounce his last name. But yeah, we've had a bunch of amazing people that have supported Frank's flight. I'm just, it's amazing. It's amazing how Frank can bring all these people together. So,
yeah, and it's something that's been said quite a few times, but we really do owe a large debt to Frank. Thanks, Bob. We do owe a large debt of thanks to Frank White for not only giving us the language that we need to help describe things, and obviously that vocabulary is going to grow after we heard what the crew of Artemis 2 said at their post-flight conference about how they're still processing it, and it I don't want to say shake you to your core, but it makes people think very hard. But we need that kind of language. We need that kind of understanding and vocabulary. And part of that is going to require Frank to go to space, because he's got to get more data points and compare the data and come up with the additional language we need to describe it. And it's a great new frontier. We're out there, boldly going. Well, Star Trek fans here agree, boldly going where no one's gone before, and that's what it's all about, the adventure too. And I talked earlier about whether I couldn't decide whether I was born too early or born too late, but I'm just thankful that I'm here right now, involved at this point. At 5 years ago, well, technically 6 years ago, if you'd asked me if that, what I could envision, couldn't even begin to imagine it if I'd been my wildest dreams about where we are right now. And that's good. It's good. We're testing the norms, pushing the envelope outside the envelope, and making space available to everyone. That's what it's all about. We all believe that everybody should have the opportunity, and this is about giving people the opportunity. No, you're muted. You're muted,
And
Pablo.
the Angel Bob's
There you go.
comment there.
Weren't exactly at the right time.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think it speaks to the level of progress that we've seen in just the last few years. I'm not super. There are people that are more pessimistic about our progress as a civilization. So I think you do look at the early 1900s, and just the level of technological progress was actually really huge. We're developing trains and airplanes and cars and all of these new physical modes of transportation. We invented nuclear energy. So there are multiple innovations that totally shaped and totally changed our world. And then somewhere, after the 60s and the 70s, 80s, 90s, I think that people are maybe in some sort of consensus that things did kind of slow down, at least in the world of atoms, like some say. We did have a lot of progress in the information age with computers and our telecommunication systems, but there was kind of largely a stall when it comes to hardware. And I think now we're seeing finally the renaissance of a shift or technological advancement at the hardware level. We're seeing rockets that can land themselves. We're seeing even new supersonic airplanes. I've got friends that are working on seaplanes. That would have been unheard of not that long ago. And we're talking seriously about building a base on the moon. And I think finally it seems like the future may be more interesting than the past. We're going back to the moon. Artemis is, like you mentioned, Artemis 3 is already getting off the ground right now, or they're already preparing everything for Artemis 3. And I think we're going to see a shift in the cadence at NASA, thanks to Jared Isaacman and a lot of the work that he's been able to do. They announced a bunch of positions for I forgot. I think they call it NASA Force. Am I saying that correctly? But they're hiring a bunch of people at NASA right now, and that seems extremely exciting too. So for anyone listening who wants to get involved in NASA, right now's the time. If you want to help build a moon base, fill out that application, and you will actually get to the moon base. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's interesting. You talked about the shifts in the technology and the increases, and of course, the exponential growth of computer memory had a lot to do with that. But I think it's a lot of it's humankind's ability to how to handle their technology versus the growth. Sometimes technology gets ahead of the people operating it, and I think maybe the finding the useful tools that make it work. And as far as the moon base is concerned, that's always been in a plan, but it's just a matter of like, well, it's 20 years away or 10 years away. And then Jared puts his foot down and says, no, we're going to do it now. The technology's there. There are things they have to do, like switching the emphasis from Mars back to moon, which there was a lot of mixed messages from both commercial and from NASA, which way we were going. They were pushing to build the gateway, but that had its detractors and so forth, but switching everybody's attention back to the moon and concentrating it all there, I think is the big deal. The Mars is great. Mars will get there eventually, but we can't go to Mars till we get to the moon and figure out how to get to Mars. It's great to be able to do these kind of deep space. Good morning, Isabel. Test out your gear, just like the Artemis 2 mission, where they tested out the Orion capsule in deep space. We'll be doing a lot more of that, because you obviously don't want to get halfway to Mars, or partway to Mars and then have an issue and try to come back, which you can't do. It's a 2-year round trip, no matter what happens. So you definitely want to make sure everything's working, and you want to have the plan that have the habitats and the fuel, the return fuel, and everything waiting for you when you get there, so there's no question marks. So yeah, the reemphasis of the moon, I think, is the best thing for everybody concerned. And the Artemis Accords went on the better. And I hope that someday the Artemis Accords, or whatever exists at that level, includes China. And they're our closest competitor right now. The Russians have obviously fallen behind. India is picking up, and having everybody doing all this, going to space, going to Mars, it's just better when everybody's involved. And of course, it had the side effect as we get to know each other better and created a more efficient world, honestly. So I'm hoping I wasn't born too early so I can hang around for all that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good thing to have healthy competition in the space industry, and I think it's great to have China having ambitious plans when it comes to space. It means that the U.S. Needs to step its game up, and it's and I'm not trying to pin any one nation against another nation, but I think that if the Chinese become the predominant sort of power in space, and are able to set the tone when it comes to space exploration, then I think the U.S. will have a lot of regrets, because we've been in the lead for a long time, and if we get leapfrogged there, I think that there's a lot of economic benefits to having a presence in space. And hey, maybe this is much more apparent to the Chinese than it is right now to the U.S. And I think for a long time, people were worried that the U.S. is really kind of sleeping. It's kind of a tortoise in the hare situation, where we were able to do so much in the beginning, and then we took a nap, and we've been napping for a bit. And now we're waking up and going, oh my God. So yeah, exactly. I think, and I think that there's also an overview effect kind of perspective around having more nations involved in space, and having Chinese astronauts out there that bring their own perspective. And hey, more nations are going to space. That's great.
I wonder if Frank's considered talking to any Chinese astronauts, if that's even possible.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know if he ever has interviewed anyone from China. I think he did mention on this stream that he went to Russia and I think spoke to some cosmonauts there. I'm not sure if he's done the same with anyone from China. That'd be an interesting question to ask him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, more data points, man, more data points. And something just flashed in my mind. So there's a race back to the moon, or to the moon for China, a race back to the moon for us. Could we be in a situation where there becomes a race for commercial space for China? The Chinese start flying their own commercial rockets, putting suborbital and orbital flights up. That just crossed my mind. We start having Chinese citizens and people from other countries flying on the Chinese rockets for space tourism. I mean, that can't be that far away, especially as quickly as the Chinese adapt and I won't say copy, but they use us use other people's rockets as an example, and take advantage of it. I mean, that's just the way the world
Sometimes,
works.
but
Say again?
as in, sometimes it does feel a lot like copying.
Well, well, that's a good example of that. I remember when Garan, the Russian shuttle, was opened up. The Russian Soviets showed it off and talked about it, the one flight they had. Anyway, there were a lot of people they just ripped off our design. Well, I actually got to talk to some people when I made multiple trips to Russia in the 90s, and that really wasn't it. It was more that along the lines that the U.S. space shuttle design was basically built for carrying a specific weight and size payload to space, and the Soviets saw the need to do the same thing. And so when you worked out all the physics and engineering, that's the shape that worked. That's the size that worked. And plus, if you've already somebody's done all this work, and granted, you could literally buy the shuttle plans at any bookstore at the time. I had a copy of them back then. And so they saved themselves some time and money, but essentially that's just the way that the vehicle was designed for that specific task and missions. And now there have been, before the space shuttle that we had, there were early designs from NASA that were much smaller because the payload requirements weren't that big. And it was when they went to the DoD to help get funding for the shuttle that the DoD said, well, if you do this, we're going to need to deploy our big KH-11 and KH-12 keyhole satellites that are essentially the size of the Hubble Space Telescope, because that's where the Hubble design comes from. Or depending who you talk to, that's where the keyhole designs came from, but Hubble did come later. Anyway, so yeah, there's a little borrowing here and there, and there's a lot of people, there's a similarity between the Chinese crewed vehicle to the Russian Soyuz, and it has a very similar look in it component-wise, but if you put them side by side, the Chinese vehicle is actually is a lot larger, a lot more roomy, and that's something the Chinese decided, that's a good basic design, the components and so forth, and fly it, but we'll make it a little more roomier so it's more comfortable for our taikonauts, Chinese astronauts. I forget it. Taikonauts. It's T-A-I. Taikonaut. That's it. Taikonaut. Yeah, cosmonaut, taikonaut. And something Frank corrected me on. I'm glad he corrected me on it, because when he mentioned that if you fly on a balloon, stratospheric balloon, you're an aeronaut. Well, we'd always call it, when we were talking with Worldview and so forth, we always referred to it as strattonauts. And I'm not sure which one. I actually like both. Aeronaut, stratonaut, they're both great terminologies. But yeah, being able to go do something like that, of course, would be life-changing. So that's why we're doing it.
Yeah. The stratospheric balloon mission profile seems like it would be maybe more conducive to an overview effect than a suborbit in some ways, just due to the time that you're kind of exposed. You're not going up as high, sure, but you're able to take it in for a longer period of time. But the main question really is how long will it take for them to develop the technology? And in practice, or in theory, I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward idea. You have a pressurized sort of I don't know what they call it, cabin, yeah, and then you have a balloon, and that technology has already been figured out. Both of those independently have been figured out. So you strap the balloon, put it on the cabin, send it up into space.
Yeah.
That I think in practice it becomes much more difficult, and you have to do a bunch of safety testing and make sure that it's safe to go. But I have asked myself, why is it taking them so long? They've raised quite a lot of money, so it is, hey, but I'm not working on it, so I can't really criticize them. I don't really know all of the technical complexities there. But it does seem like some of the rockets must be more technically complex and difficult to put together and assemble and test and launch into space. They've been making more progress in the stratospheric balloons, so it's just kind of interesting.
Well, in the case of Worldview, they have their design, and it's a matter of making it profitable. Obviously, you have to make it profitable, and so that means having a good launch cadence. I remember the Worldview plan was to fly 3 times a day up to 100 days a year. That's why they chose the Grand Canyon for their launch, their primary launch facility, because they doing the studying on the weather. They figured they'd get 100 clear days, which are windless mornings and clear overhead, because you're talking about a vehicle that's got it has to deal with the low level and upper level winds. But that's one of the things Worldview has perfected, the ability to they find the right winds and where the winds and use those winds to take where they go, because they already fly scientific payloads for NASA, for the government, and for private organizations, and they basically have perfected the ability to loiter over certain parts of the world. And they've studied the upper level winds, and they have good models, and so they utilize those models to put the payloads where they need to. Well, for a crewed flight, you'd be essentially up and over the Grand Canyon is where they would go. So it's about 2 hours up, 3 or 4 hours at altitude, and 2 hours down. So they would obviously be watching the winds, and they launch, like I said, they want to be able to launch three times a day, 100 days a year, and that gets them up to a cadence where they can keep the ticket prices, like you said, about the $50,000 level, and it becomes a quantity over quality, or quantity, not quality, quantity, but a quality, higher number of flights. And they do have a pretty good backlog of over 1,000 people waiting to fly too. So, but I don't know if you're aware of this. The Worldview model, Worldview's plan is to for landing. They don't land under the balloon. They actually, I think it's 30,000 feet, they detach the balloon and go on a parafoil. So you actually glide back, because they want to be able to bring the cabin back to the launch facility, or as close as possible, and that allows the pilot some ability to do cross range and bring it back where they want to, and then it lands on airbags.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's pretty impressive flight profile. If you looked at the other ones, Space Perspectives was doing a ship launch water landing, which has its advantages, and it's pick which way you'd rather do. I kind of like the Arizona launch and landing, but only because I'm from Tucson. So, but yeah, it's just a matter of time and money at this point, and we're hoping that they are able to start the process up soon. Like I said before, we have over 20 members of the Inspired 24 signed up to fly, and they're very receptive to the group trying to fly us as a group. In fact, the story goes that I went out there I'd signed up. I decided it was something I wanted to do. So I signed up, went to go visit family in Tucson, and they're based in Tucson. Went and did a tour and got done with the tour. And then I called Iman and I said, "Hey, Iman, man, I think this is a great deal. You should check it out." So he got online, paid his deposit, and then he texted me back and said, "Hey, you think they'd let us fly together?" I said, "I don't know. I'll send him an email." So I sent Phil Walken, the marketing director, an email that night. Next morning, he woke up and he said, "Yes, matter of fact, if you, Iman, and 4 of you find 6 more of your friends, we'll fly you as a group." And he said, "That sounds like a great deal." And then, so we up to 24 people now, flying in groups of 8, and we're hoping that comes true someday. We would love them. We're always waiting for that email or that social media post that they're going to light it up again. We're have our fingers crossed. So.
Yep. Yeah. Well, we're in the last 13 minutes right now.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, it's coming to close here. Which is, hey, I think we've done an amazing job. If you look on Google Trends right now, the overview effect has gone totally exponential. And part of that is due to the Artemis 2 launch, but also I think I like to think that has a little bit to do with us campaigning for Frank and trying to get him out, trying to get the ideas out there. So, I think we can call that aspect of things a success. If we can, and I really want to emphasize, once this is closed, it's closed. We really do mean it. The fundraiser ends after, in the next 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you'd like to contribute, if you'd like to be a part of this mission, it's kind of, this is crunch time for you. This is like you're procrastinating, you haven't done your homework. You're like, you're maybe sitting on the sidelines, you're not sure. But yeah, if you want to have a chance of going to space, if you want to support Frank and the Overview mission, it really is, now or never. So if you're seeing this stream right now and, the universe has put you here randomly, and maybe you're watching my face right now and you're about to make a life-changing decision for yourself by putting yourself in the running to potentially go to space with Frank, hey, who knows? Maybe you're
could be.
Maybe you're one step away, one action away from potentially going to space. And I don't know how many other times you're going to have this opportunity. So and we really mean it. We've been working for over a year to make this happen. It sounds, it doesn't seem like it would be like a lot to organize these types of things, but it really is.
Oh, no.
We had to work with a ton of people to make this happen. Tons of carriers. We had all kinds of twists and turns in this journey. We built this platform. Everything that you're seeing here is built by us. We use a very secure protocol under the hood. We actually had the founder of that protocol join us earlier in the call, Juicebox, which was used to power Constitution DAO and MoonDAO and Assange DAO and a bunch of other organizations that have raised a lot of money. We built all of this. We're really proud of it. This is our first big raise with the tools that we've built. And I feel like we're gonna do everything that we can to send Frank into space, no matter how much we raise. But what you can control right now, though, is whether or not you want to have the ability to go alongside with him. So if you contribute and become a citizen of the MoonDAO network, then you could have a chance to go alongside Frank into space. And at the level of funding that we're at right now, it's a very real possibility. We're gonna talk to all of the stratospheric balloon companies that will pick up our calls. We're already talking to a lot of them, and then all of the suborbit companies that mostly I think Virgin Galactic is pretty much the only game in town right now is suborbit.
Yeah.
But we've got a great relationship with them. So through Ron Rosano, who has already flown on Virgin Galactic and has been working very closely with us throughout this whole campaign. So if you just happen to be listening to this stream late night and you're like, damn, maybe I should go to space, just click that contribute button. You can contribute just a little bit, become a citizen. If you contribute $100, become a citizen for free, and then you can join the leaderboard and rally people to help send you to space. So 8 minutes.
I love that we had that guy come on. He had just gotten the stream got recommended to him while he was watching another video and just jumped over. I think I said we got the algorithms on our side today, at least for once.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would like to say.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Pablo, I'd like to say, as a MoonDAO citizen, I'd like to thank you and Ryan for all the hard work and all the people behind the scenes to make this happen. I-24 has jumped on as a team, putting our team on here, and we're working toward utilizing the platform for doing our work, our jobs, and our fundraising. We're just trying to get around to it. We're also dealing with the Artemis 3 or Artemis 2 was a great thing, but it disrupted all of our work processes because we had everybody traveling over there. So we'll be getting back to that. We've got some more work ahead of us. Like I said, we're working on getting our spaceflight training up and running later this year, and we'll be promoting that as much as we can if we get it up and running. And like we said, we'd love to have MoonDAO citizens come over and work with us on the space work and take the classes. So we'll be advertising that in the marketplace later this year. So, but once again, thank you for everything you guys do. I have to tell you, I had a great experience with MoonDAO all the way back from the beginning when Iman and I were staying up late at night for the first drawing, and the multiple times we had to get up, and then who could have predicted we'd end up, him winning the ticket, and then he brought me along with you guys to the launch and doing all the media outreach and so forth. That was a real education on my side. Having worked in television for most all of my life, I was from the engineering side, not that the media side of it, but it got a quick education, and it was really satisfying, to be totally honest, and it helped open up a lot more things for me to be able to do as an individual and then for groups. So getting to be part of the MoonDAO team there at NS26 was great. I'm just sad we won't be going back to Van Horn for potentially 2 more years. I kind of hope there's another billionaire out there that's going to buy the whole operations away from Jeff and fire it back up.
That'd be cool. Yeah,
that would be cool.
Yeah. I mean, it was a really special moment in time to be out there for the New Shepard launches, and who knows? When they say they'll be back in operation in a few years, but a lot changes in those years. So who knows? Maybe what will happen with the whole New Shepard program. But yeah, it's incredible that our journey started 4 years ago, I guess, Titan, when we were doing that live stream to send someone over to space. And I feel like we've evolved quite a lot as an organization since those days. Those days were fun and chaotic and crazy.
I was just learning, Web3 and cryptocurrency and so forth. And Iman was holding my hand the whole time. And I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing with this stuff? But it's one of those new things. You go, well, it definitely looks like it could go somewhere. And it's what we're doing now. It works. I mean, there's been not to dismay other organizations that have attempted to do contests and so forth, but there have been a lot of them have tried and failed rather spectacularly. I'm not going to mention names, but people that I used Mars One. That was the first one. That was, everybody knew that was a scam from day one. But there's been some other ones, and a bunch of us have been involved with, and it's just been disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. And when we came up, when Iman introduced me to MoonDAO, I was like, wait a minute, these guys, they're doing something. They're not just all talk and promote and praying for somebody to come in. And so, I was like, this is a no-brainer. Get involved with MoonDAO, and I'm so happy that I did. And I thank Iman every time I see him for doing it. And so it's been a gas, and I'm really looking forward to spending more time involved with MoonDAO also.
Yeah, looks like we've got a couple last second contributions here. So 5 more minutes. Cool. We've got one from Bera, and then another anonymous one that just came in as well. So you can contribute anonymously if you'd like. But don't forget, afterwards, for 14 days after this campaign closes, we are going to be keeping the leaderboard open, so you can back different citizens, and then that will close, and we'll take the top 25 people with the most overview that have been backed. We've got only 3 more minutes. So if you're considering contributing, you're really taking it as close to the wire as possible. But yeah, hopefully you can get your contribution in time. It's a race against the clock, because once this closes, it's closed for good. So just want to make that.
Do you have to push a button, or is it automatic?
It happens automatically. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is it going to fire off? I hope it fires off some confetti.
It'll explode. No. No, I think no, I don't think it does any confetti or anything like that, but it will tell you that it's closed, and then the contract will no longer accept any more contributions. So it actually happens at the contract level, but we don't have to get into all of the details. But yeah, once this closes, it closes for good. So you've got 2 minutes. So run. If you like to contribute, you don't have that much time. So
hurry. Oh, I finally made number one in the chat. I've been number 2 all night. Number 2 and number 3. Finally made number 1. It means there's nobody left. Thank you for. Hey, Bob, thanks for staying up with us.
Yeah, thanks,
Real
Bob. Yeah, seriously, amazing. Yeah, and thanks to everyone who's stayed with us, all day today. I've had a ton of fun. This has been one of the more fun events. It was actually Frank's idea. Frank said back in the day he did a fundraiser when he worked on TV, and he stayed up 24 hours to do a fundraiser. And so, hey, I don't know, we didn't hit 24 hours, but we did hit 16. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's still pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. All those old Jerry Lewis telethons paid off, staying up late.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we've got.
So if we do this again, if we do this again in honor of Frank, we need to have a fishbowl out on a driveway. Have people dropping dollar bills in the fishbowl. That was my big thing when I started working full time, was working the fishbowl out there, because that's where all the vendors would bring out the free food to the people on the working the streets.
Nice. All right, 30 seconds left. So we're at 157. You could be 158, be the last person in here, and have a chance to go to space with Frank. So 15 seconds. Thanks, Isabel. Isabel says cheering here and ready to see Frank reach space. All right, last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, and that's it. It has closed.
Yep.
Awesome. Wow, and we've hit over 1,300 people that are watching, which is just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I mean, wow. It's incredible that we were able to raise this amount of money. I think, so let me just explain one more time for people listening. So we're going to take 1 month. We're going to give ourselves 1 month to secure a seat for Frank. We're going to talk to everyone, just be real methodical about it, and work hard to get Frank into space. If we can't get Frank to space, then we will make refunds available on the platform. But yeah, I think at this level of funding, we should be able to, and then we're gonna really fight to get 2 seats so that everyone who's contributed can compete for that second seat. If we end up just getting 1 for Frank, hey, it's still a win. We still get Frank into space, and then we'll take the leftover funds, and then we'll do something fun for the second that second seat, either zero gravity flight or something equivalent. But we're really going to push for 2 seats so that someone can go alongside Frank with him. So yeah, that's I think that's a wrap. We can close up. Thank you, everyone.
Yep. Thank you, everyone.
All right. I'm going to close it out with a little video. I've got a few videos. I think let's do, this one here. Okay. All right. This is a video that we put together for the MoonDAO network when we were launching that. It's a nice video. We've got a few quotes from people, and then it's just kind of inspirational and uplifting. So it's a good note to end on. But yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, and Bob, everyone in the comments. Thank you, Isabel, everyone who's commenting and hyping us up there in the chat. Everyone who stayed up here with us and is watching. We really appreciate all of the people in the MoonDAO community that has supported Frank and stepped up for Frank at 157 contributions, which is incredible. So thank you, everyone. All right,
thanks, everybody.
Close this up. And thank you, Andrew. Thanks for what a trooper, staying up.
Hey, anything for the cause, man. Anything for the cause.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, thanks, everyone. I'm gonna play this video and then we'll close it up. See y'all. Bye.
Bye.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone.
That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives by this point of pale light.
We shall prevail. Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Welcome to the Internet Space Program.
Our world is not in good shape. And you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that we, as the crew of Spaceship Earth, we're kind of doing a terrible job of being the crew.
All the astronauts say when they get up top, they're like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But explain to me what the overview effect is.
It is absolutely gorgeous. Overview effect is when you're looking through that cupola, it's like the bay window looking down on the Earth, and you see just that, the Earth as it exists with the whole universe in the background. You see the thin blue line of the atmosphere, and then when you're on the dark side of the Earth, you actually see this very thin green line that shows you where the atmosphere is. And what you realize is every single person you know is sustained and inside of that green line, and everything else outside of it is completely inhospitable. You don't see borders, you don't see religious lines, you don't see political boundaries. All you see is Earth, and you see that we're way more alike than we are different.
Booster ignition and liftoff.
The Artemis mission illustrated the difference between surface thinking and overview thinking. Seen from the surface of the Earth, we perceive difference, division, conflict. But from above the surface, we perceive unity, oneness, interconnection, and cooperation. This is an inflection point where humanity has a choice between the two. And our decision will influence life on Earth and off-world for millennia.
When I think about Frank floating and experiencing Earth out the window of a spaceship, I am totally humbled by that.
Frank White is somebody who's devoted the last 30 plus years to not only explaining what the overview effect is, but more importantly, what the implications of that shift in perspective is for our planet.
We don't often think about the ripple effect of stuff that we do. So those of you thinking of supporting Frank, it's not just about him going to space, it's the ripple effect from that experience when he comes back. And that's why we should send Frank to space.
We're inviting people to go beyond making a contribution and join the mission. It won't just be a flight, but also support for bringing the overview effect down to Earth. So join us in sending Frank to space.
Send Frank to space! And bring him back.
It's time for us to fly Frank to space.
Let's get Frank to space.
Let's send Frank to space.
We're here to say, send Frank to space.
Send Frank to space! Send Frank to space!
Send Frank to space!
Get Frank to space. Send Frank to space.
To engage in supporting the project of sending my friend Frank White into space.
Let's get this guy to space. Forget about me. Let's get Frank White to space. Tell them one more time.
Let's send Frank to space.